Chapter 870. About twice the power. Marquis Sword Snow spat out a shocking sentence. In this life and death secret realm ranking battle, a lot of trump cards had been revealed. If Su Jing's Sacred Dragon Fist was the first, then Marquis Sword Star's fifth strike, Star Meteor, would be the second, and the third would be Marquis Sword Snow's Freezing Sword Point. In terms of might, Freezing Sword Point was indeed a lot weaker than Star Meteor, but it was not to the extent of being 2 times weaker. Now Freezing Sword Point's might had already surpassed Marquis Sword Star's Star Meteor. Most importantly, Freezing Sword Point contained a compressed power. Once it pierced into the opponent's body, it would produce an incomparable Frost Chi and Sword Chi storm. At this moment, Marquis Sword Snow had the strength to kill a peak-level evil spirit. There's still time. Let's strive for the next step. Marquis Sword Snow did not plan to comprehend profounds in the garden. He had only mastered 2 profounds, Water Profound and Ice Profound, both of which had reached 80% completion. Raising them to 90% would be extremely difficult. Rather than wasting time, he might as well spend it on fused profounds. On the third last day, under the waterfall, a long sword suffused with a faint golden radiance suddenly slashed out. The sword light was incomparably sharp, yet incomparably supple. The 2 completely different auras fused together, causing the sword to cut through the waterfall in space. Not a single trace of power leaked out, all of it contained within the sword. This sword was extremely hard and powerful, extremely supple and supple. Metal gave birth to water, and water contained metal. Water Profound has also reached 80% completion. Yi Chen walked out of the waterfall and circulated his Zhen Yuan, immediately evaporating the water on his body. In the first 7 days, Yi Chen had raised his Water Profound to 70% completion, and in the next 10 days, it had reached 80% completion. In the remaining 2 days, it would be impossible for his Water Profound to make any progress. It was simply too unrealistic. Standing beside the waterfall, Yi Chen recalled the charm of that sword strike. That sword attack just now wasn't the waning moon. The waning moon was still a bit rough. No matter how much the Metal Profound and Water Profound improved, their power was still limited. It was just like a normal low-grade profound martial skill, which could only contain a limited number of profounds. When one's profound realm was very high, one should create a middle-grade profound martial skill, and then a high-grade profound martial skill. Therefore, the higher the realm of the profound, the more powerful moves were needed to contain it. The might of high-grade profound martial arts varied. A high-grade profound martial art might have a killing power that was 10 or 20 times greater than a low-grade profound martial art. Therefore, high-level profound martial arts were also divided into many levels. The lowest-grade profound sense martial arts were ordinary profound sense martial arts, followed by low-grade profound sense martial arts, middle-grade profound sense martial arts, upper-grade profound sense martial arts, and perfect-grade profound sense martial arts. In terms of rank, Waning Moon was only a low-rank profound sense martial art, but that sword just now was almost a mid-rank profound sense martial art. The difference between the two was one small level. Although it was only one small level, the difference in power was at least several times. In the past, Yi Chen thought that Waning Moon had the potential to become a top profound sense martial art as long as his Metal Profound and Water Profound reached great completion. But now it seemed impossible. The higher one's realm was, the more different one's perspective would be. Back then he thought it was possible, but it was only at that time. And Waning Moon was created by him at that time. How could the sword move created at that time compare to the current one? Metal Ultimacy 90% completion, and Water Ultimacy 80% completion. I'm still far from completion, not to mention completion. This sword might still be outdated when the time comes. Therefore, I should be able to create more powerful sword moves based on the improvement of Metal and Water Ultimacy. Why don't I think of a general name for this sword art first? The same series of sword moves could be summarized into a set of sword arts. Let's call it Autumn Water Sword Spell. Waning Moon is the first movement of the Autumn Water Sword Spell, and this sword is the second movement. Then there will be the third, fourth, and fifth movement, all the way until the Metal Profound and Water Profound reach perfection. Autumn Water was the godly jade bone, which was quite poetic. Now that he had thought of the name of the sword art, It was time to name it. Thinking of the extremely condensed sword power when performing this sword attack, the sword light was extremely hard, extremely soft, and extremely tenacious. A phrase appeared in Yi Chen's mind: congealing water. Water, extremely soft. Congealing water meant that water was extremely condensed and could cut through iron and steel. Congealing water. The second movement of the Autumn Water Sword spell. Congealing water has been completed, but the metal profound and water profound still need to be further integrated. The higher the integration, the more condensed the sword power will be, and it will be able to easily cut through even more powerful objects. Getting rid of the distracting thoughts, Yi Chen continued to train the congealing water sword attack. Unknowingly, it was already the last day before the life and death secret realm closed. Right then, a lot of people had already stopped their training and started to spar with each other. At the center of the garden was a huge open space, where everyone had gathered. Duguju is here. Not far away, a white-haired youngster walked over. It was indeed Duguju. Do you dare to fight with me? Duguju said to young Undying Demon Lord. Courting death. Young Undying Demon Lord sneered and walked out from the crowd. After 20 days of training, young Undying Demon Lord had also made some gains. His water profound had improved from 60% completion to 70%. Although his dark profound didn't improve, it had already increased his strength by a lot. Young Undying Demon Lord is ranked 8th, while Duguju is ranked 12th. Although Duguju has improved a lot, young Undying Demon Lord has also improved a bit. This battle is going to be difficult. The spectators discussed in a low voice. Take the blade. Duguju took out his blade, using his most powerful attack right from the get-go. The deathly white blade light contained the Tao of Death. This blade attack seemed to be able to destroy all living beings. Moreover, compared to before, this blade attack was even faster and fiercer. All of Duguju's negative emotions seemed to have been infused into it. Impossible. So powerful. Young Undying Demon Lord's scalp went numb, and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle. With a roar, he suddenly punched out. It was precisely his famous chaotic demon fist. Whoosh! The blade light brushed past the fist energy, which immediately dispersed. Like a hot knife through butter, Duguju's blade fiercely slashed down on young Undying Demon Lord's shoulder. Poochie! A huge amount of blood spurted out from young Undying Demon Lord's shoulder like a fountain. His whole body swayed and staggered. Die! Duguju's body turned and his long blade slashed across young Undying Demon Lord's neck. Poochie! A head flew up, its eyes wide open. In the next moment, young Undying Demon Lord's body was teleported out of the secret realm and revived outside. Gasp! The sound of people sucking in cold breaths resounded as everyone looked at Duguju with dumbfounded expressions. In 20 days, Duguju's improvement was so huge. The first blade strike had rendered young Undying Demon Lord powerless, and the second blade had sent his head flying. Frightening. Not only are there many geniuses in True Spirit Continent, each and every one of them is also frightening. What a good killing blade strike. On the small bridge, Lan Sanmei clapped her hands. Let's fight. Duguju's battle intent boiled. Lan Sanmei shook her head. You're still not my opponent, even if you've comprehended Death Tao. It's not up to you. Duguju pounced over, and the deathly blade light appeared once again. I said, you're still not my opponent. As a demonic cultivator, how could Lan Sanmei be afraid? Since Duguju wanted to fight her, she didn't mind sending him on his way out of the secret realm. Demon Chop. The black blade light turned indistinct, containing a vibration power that far surpassed the past. Clang. Duguju's body was blasted away. Lan Sanmei chased after him, brushing past his opponent. Puff! A large amount of blood spurted out, and a blade scar appeared on Duguju's forehead, extending all the way to his throat. Duguju lost. Sheathing his blade, Lan Sanmei's face was calm. Hee, the peerless geniuses of my Blood Sky Continent are not inferior to those of True Spirit Continent. Duguju is so powerful, killing young Undying Demon Lord with 2 blade strikes, but still lost to Lan Sanmei. The young experts of Blood Sky Continent felt a sense of pride. Look, Marquis Sword Star and Marquis Sword Snow have arrived. At this time, It was Sky Sword Continent's turn to speak. Marquis Sword Star came from the east, while Marquis Sword Snow came from the west. What astonished the crowd was that the two's gazes passed through the crowd and landed on each other, brimming with battle intent. What's going on? Marquis Sword Star and Marquis Sword Snow want to fight? Sky Sword Continent's people creased their brows. Marquis Sword Star, I'll fight you without sword domain. Marquis Sword Snow's voice was indifferent, but his battle intent was even more intense. Then you'll die for sure. Marquis Sword Star sneered. Take out your sword. Your 7-star point kill sword art's 5th strike, Starfall. Among sword artists, Marquis Sword Star's Starfall was the strongest. Therefore, Marquis Sword Snow wanted to use his freezing sword to kill his opponent. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Marquis Sword Star didn't waste any words. Pulling out Greedy Wolf, he pierced through the air. This sword strike was just as frightening as before, containing the death radiance of exploding stars. Some observant people discovered that Marquis Sword Star's understanding of Death Dao had deepened, because this sword strike was even more refined than before. Marquis Sword Snow's complexion didn't change. He instantly pulled out his snow-white longsword and welcomed the incoming strike. The sword chi didn't disperse in the slightest, but instead condensed at the tip of the sword, forming a glass-like white energy sphere. Rumble! A large amount of freezing chi spread out, freezing the ground and forcing everyone to retreat. Your freezing sword points might has doubled. Half of Marquis Sword Star's body was frozen, and cracks could be seen on its surface. Your Starfall isn't weak either. Marquis Sword Snow looked down at his abdomen, where a bloody hole had been pierced. The vitality within his body was directly extinguished. Kacha! Half of Marquis Sword Star's body shattered, sending him out of the secret realm along with his armor and Greedy Wolf. Although Marquis Sword Snow's aura was much weaker, he wasn't dead yet. This battle was a bitter victory for Marquis Sword Snow. Haha, my Earth Profound has finally reached 70% completion. Who dares to fight me? Rumble! The earth trembled as a tall figure walked over. It was Young Elephant Lord. Young Master Xiang was in high spirits. His main path of development was to cultivate energy. Other than studying Power Profound, he had also comprehended the Earth Profound. The improvement of the Earth Profound made him very confident. One had to know that he was a demonic beast. His comprehension wasn't very high, but his body was very strong. Therefore, even if he made a small improvement in the Profound, his strength would increase explosively. From afar, Young Elephant Lord saw Yi Chen walking toward him. He pointed at him and said, Yi Chen, do you dare to fight? Sword domain had a huge influence on sword artists, but on other experts, it could only suppress them. As a body refining expert, he was the least affected by sword domain. Chapter 871. Why wouldn't a loser dare? 2 days had deepened Yi Chen's understanding of congealing water. The charm of metal giving birth to water had also been penetrated by him, harmonizing and fusing them together. Seeing that there wasn't much time left, Yi Chen left the waterfall and walked over. He didn't expect Young Elephant Lord to use him to establish his might after making some progress. Naturally, he wouldn't give the other party too much face. Humph, that was then, and this is now. Release your sword domain. Young Elephant Lord was very unhappy that he was ranked 6th. What made him even more unhappy was that Yi Chen was ranked 1st. To him, it didn't matter if Yi Chen had a sword domain or not. He wasn't like the young undying demon lord, who could be suppressed by the sword domain. I don't need sword domain to deal with you. Yi Chen naturally knew that sword domain couldn't suppress body refinement experts like Su Jing and Young Elephant Lord. Of course, it would make things easier for him. He's not using sword domain? Everyone was shocked. In the ranking battles, Yi Chen had relied on sword domain to defeat Young Elephant Lord. He had used it to slightly suppress Young Elephant Lord before piercing his eye. In their opinion, Young Elephant Lord was more or less afraid of Yi Chen's sword domain even though he said he didn't care about it. But now that Yi Chen had said that he wouldn't use sword domain, he naturally couldn't go back on his words. In that case, what could he rely on to defeat Young Elephant Lord? He had improved, and Young Elephant Lord had also improved. Hearing that Yi Chen wouldn't use sword domain, Young Elephant Lord was a little surprised, But then he was pleasantly surprised. Yichen had relied on sword domain to defeat him, so he thought that Yichen wouldn't give up on his advantage. Since that was the case, he might as well be magnanimous and take the initiative to let Yichen release his sword domain. But he didn't expect that Yichen would actually give up on his sword domain. Shameless boasting. Take my fist. His body expanding to 3 meters, young Elephant Lord strode toward Yichen like a shooting star. Midway, he raised his bull-sized fist and punched out fiercely. An extremely dense savage chi pervaded the air, and the image of 100 elephants trumpeting together could be faintly seen. 8 wild elephants' fist. Clearly, young Mammoth Lord's earth profundity had improved, and the 8 Desolation Mammoth Fist's power had increased by quite a bit. Yichen, let me see your ace. Marquis Sword Snow, on the other hand, did not feel that Yichen was deliberately mystifying things. Being able to reach the first place, he was definitely not a fool. Roar! Facing the young Elephant Lord's fierce elephant fist, Yichen unsheathed his sword. Although it seemed slow, it was actually fast. The evil vanquishing sword was suffused with a faint golden radiance. So fast. This was everyone's first impression. His second impression was that it was so domineering and so flexible. Yichen's water condensation sword technique contained both the toughness of metal and the softness of water. Compared to Waning Moon, it was more than twice as exquisite. Chi. The sound of sparks burning through cotton rang out. The evil vanquishing sword directly pierced through young Elephant Lord's fist energy and landed a heavy blow on his fist. Crackle! The extremely condensed sword energy passed through young Elephant Lord's glove and reached his right arm. His right arm emitted popping sounds as it exploded into a bloody mist. Puchi! The second sword strike, Yichen pierced through young Elephant Lord's throat. Eyes wide open, young Elephant Lord was teleported out of the secret realm. It seems even more powerful than Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point. Could this be the result of his 20 days of hard work? If Dugu Ju and Lan Sanmei's improvements were already astonishing, and Marquis Sword Snow's was frightening, then Yichen's improvement could only be described as terrifying. It should be known that Yichen's sword moves were far inferior to Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point during the ranking battles. But now they were several times more powerful. What is this move called? Marquis Sword Snow solemnly asked. Water condensation. Yichen replied. Good move, water condensation. Marquis Sword Snow could see that Yichen's move also contained the power of compression. However, the difference was that Yichen's power was transmitted outwards, while his freezing sword point was an eruption. Using the same power but releasing it in different ways created 2 completely different moves. Apart from the few people who had just fought, the others had not made much progress. Therefore, they were only exchanging pointers, rarely spilling blood. In the last half a day, Su Jing also came out. Half a day was too short, and the two did not feel the passage of time. Finally, signs of the realm closing appeared, and everyone was teleported out. Come back soon. Su Jing's figure rapidly faded. I will. Yichen's figure also faded. Buzz. The space distorted, and everyone left the realm. Blood Sky Continent. In the sky above the desolate mountain range, the space constantly squirmed, and one figure after another appeared. Yichen. Lan Sanmei walked toward Yichen. What's the matter? Yichen asked. Lan Sanmei said. You're not from Blood Sky Continent. Now that you've killed young Tiger Lord, the Beast King of his sect will most likely not let this matter go. Therefore, you'd better leave Blood Sky Continent as soon as possible. The longer you stay, the more danger you'll face. Although life and death Beast Kings won't kill you openly, they'll still give you an unbearable punishment. The news of Yichen killing young Tiger Lord reached Lan Sanmei's ears through the mouths of others. Yichen shook his head. True Spirit Continent is millions of li away from Blood Sky Continent. It's too late to escape now, and I don't intend to escape anyway. Lan Sanmei turned silent then said, How will I know if I don't try? Beast Kings can travel through the void, and can travel millions of li in an instant. If I escape, they'll most likely decide to deal with me. I might as well stay in Blood Sky Continent and watch. Apart from this reason, Yichen also wanted to protect Eternal Sky Sect. He couldn't just leave and let Eternal Sky Sect suffer the consequences. Who knew what kind of humiliation Eternal Sky Sect would suffer in the future? Seeing Yi Chen's resolute expression, Lan Sanmei knew that persuasion would be useless. In Yi Chen's eyes, she even saw an extremely vague battle intent. She didn't know if it was just her imagination. In that case, I'll tell you about the Beast Kings of Sky Tiger Sect. Sky Tiger Sect has two great Beast Kings. One is Sky Tiger King, the sect leader of Sky Tiger Sect, and the other is Blood Tiger King, the supreme elder of Sky Tiger Sect. Sky Tiger King became a Beast King 300 years ago. In the starry sky, he once killed 3 king-grade space beasts by himself, and even ripped off a corner of a small star. His battle strength is not something ordinary life and death kings can compare to. What Lan Sanmei said was told to her by her sect elders. Killed 3 king-grade space beasts. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. On land, there were demonic beasts, and in the starry sky, there were space beasts. These space beasts couldn't pass through the 3 layers of restrictions and arrive at Elysium. However, their battle strength was frightening. One-on-one, ordinary life and death kings couldn't do anything to a king-grade space beast. Some powerful king-grade space beasts could even compare to titled monarchs. Sky Tiger King. I'm not his opponent. Don't tell me Yuan Emperor has to make a move? Hearing this news, Yi Chen's heart sank. The Battle King had died 500 years ago, and at that time, the Sky Tiger King had not become a Beast King yet. Therefore, he had not heard anything about the Sky Tiger King. Blood Tiger King was a Beast King 500 years ago. He's Sky Tiger King's master. Of course, his battle strength isn't as frightening as Sky Tiger King's, but it's still not a small matter. One-on-one, he can kill king-grade space beasts. Compared to Sky Tiger King, Blood Tiger King made Yi Chen heave a sigh of relief. Although he still didn't have the slightest assurance against such an existence, at least it wouldn't make him despair. I know your battle strength is extraordinary. Perhaps you have the strength to contend against some kings who have just entered life and death realm. However, Sky Tiger King and Blood Tiger King are not people you can contend against. Lan Sanmei's intuition was extremely sharp. From the beginning to the end of the ranking battles, she felt that Yi Chen was hiding some of his strength. Therefore she said this. I wonder what Beast King's White Wolf sect has. Yi Chen asked. What? You offended White Wolf sect? Lan Sanmei opened her rosy lips, dumbfounded. Yi Chen rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. I hope someone will come and save you. Lan Sanmei no longer had the strength to be astonished or worried. White Wolf sect also has 2 great Beast Kings. One is White Wolf King, and the other is Giant Wolf King. White Wolf King is the sect leader of White Wolf sect. His battle strength is a lot weaker than Sky Tiger King, but he's still a lot stronger than Blood Tiger King. Giant Wolf King became a Beast King 200 years ago. It's said that his ascension was rather strange. He didn't enter life and death realm through normal means. Therefore, his battle strength is only equivalent to an ordinary king. White Wolf King doesn't even allow him to enter the starry sky, fearing that he might fall. Neither Sky Tiger King nor White Wolf King are my opponents. Blood Tiger King is probably stronger than me. Only Giant Wolf King is a bit easier to deal with, but I'll have to go all out. Lan Sanmei's information was very useful to him. At the very least, it gave him an idea. If you can't do it, come to my demonic blade sect. Lan Sanmei couldn't bear to see Yi Chen fall. If Yi Chen didn't fall, it wouldn't be long before another stunning king appeared in this world. However, as soon as she said these words, Lan Sanmei regretted it. It wasn't that she didn't want to save Yi Chen, but demonic blade sect had its own rules. If Lan Sanmei acted like this, it would bring many enemies to demonic blade sect. Moreover, this was only her personal opinion. How could her master and supreme elder allow her to act recklessly? Forget it. I have a way to deal with it. Yi Chen wasn't an inflexible person. If he really couldn't win, he could take out the painting and ask Yuan Emperor to help him escape. With Yuan Emperor's strength, even titled monarchs would be apprehensive, not to mention Sky Tiger King and White Wolf King. Of course, it was best not to use the painting. After all, Yuan Emperor wasn't the Yuan Emperor of the past. He was merely an image sealed by a secret art. Every bit of power he used would diminish, and it couldn't be made up for. Before entering life and death realm, it was best to be cautious. Wait a moment. Lan Sanmei took out a jade talisman from her storage ring and operated her Zhenyuan. One character after another entered the jade talisman, and with a fling of her hand, the jade talisman disappeared into the void. Bang! Right at this moment, the sky not far away suddenly split open, and a white-haired old man walked out. His body was surging with demonic power like a tidal wave. Chapter 872. Not good. It's Giant Wolf King. Lan Sanmei exclaimed in a low voice. Giant Wolf King was the supreme elder of White Wolf sect. 200 years ago, he had become a beast king. Although there was something strange about him becoming a beast king, he wasn't someone who had just entered life and death realm could compare to. It's Giant Wolf King of White Wolf sect. What is he doing here? I'm afraid he's here for young Wolf Lord. Many young experts of Blood Sky Continent hadn't left yet. Some who were about to leave also stopped and watched from afar. The white-haired old man, Giant Wolf King, swept his gaze around before finally landing on Yi Chun. His eyes turned green and vertical. Did you kill Langer? According to young Wolf Lord's description, he recognized Yi Chun at a glance. If you're talking about young Wolf Lord, then I think so. At this point, denying was meaningless. Yi Chun nodded. Do you know your crime? Giant Wolf King roared. What crime? Kid, even now, you're still being stubborn. Life and Death Secret Realm is a place for everyone to improve together. You killed my White Wolf sect's disciple, causing him to lose the opportunity to compete for the Life and Death Stone. This is a crime. Do you know your crime? Giant Wolf King squinted his eyes, emitting an ominous aura. He wanted to kill me, but I killed him instead. If you want to talk about principles, I'll accompany you. Let's see if I'm guilty or not. If I say you're guilty, then you're guilty. Don't try to argue. Now I'll give you a choice. Come back to White Wolf sect with me and suffer for 100 years. After 100 years, I'll set you free. Giant Wolf King didn't give Yi Chun a chance to argue and decided that he was guilty. 100 years. Lan Sanmei's expression changed. 100 years later, everything would have changed. This was equivalent to erasing a person's talent and potential. Sorry, not even a year. Yi Chun shook his head. It's not up to you. As a Yao King, the Giant Wolf King naturally could not brazenly kill Yi Chun. Capturing him was his goal this time. With a flash, the Giant Wolf King appeared in front of Yi Chun in the blink of an eye. He extended his right hand and a boundless binding force burst out, forming a sphere of Yao energy around Yi Chun. Grappling martial art. Trapping palm. The sphere formed by demonic energy rapidly compressed. Yi Chun immediately felt a huge pressure coming from all directions. If he didn't react immediately, this sphere of demonic energy would compress him into a ball, making him unable to move. Naturally, he would lose his ability to fight. He would be at the mercy of the demonic energy, unable to do anything. Sword domain. Congealing water. At this critical moment, Yi Chun's battle strength erupted. He released his sword domain, slowing down the speed of the demon power sphere's compression and buying himself a chance. At the same time, he pulled out the evil vanquishing sword with his right hand and slashed out. The pale golden light was not dazzling, nor did it give people a breathtaking feeling. However, the demon power sphere was immediately pierced through by this slash. Pung. The Giant Wolf King's palm collided with the evil vanquishing sword, creating ripples and cracks in the space. What a strange sword energy. The Giant Wolf King retreated with his right hand behind his back. If one observed carefully, one would notice that his right hand was slightly trembling. The clothes on his right arm were also slightly damaged. A Yao King is indeed a Yao King. Blood leaked out from the corner of Yi Chun's mouth as his entire body was sent flying. As for that demon power sphere, it had long since crumbled. In the first exchange between the two, Yi Chun was only slightly inferior. What? Impossible? The young experts present wished that they could wipe their eyes to see if they were hallucinating. With the Giant Wolf King's strength, he was actually unable to suppress Yi Chun. After sending the latter flying, he was also sent flying. He has reached the third layer of Life and Death Chamber. Tai Kuangzuan's eyes shone. Although they all had life and death stones, The speed of improvement of each person's mental state was different. Some people could increase their realm very quickly, while others couldn't even increase their realm for several months. There were even some who couldn't increase their realm at all. After the ranking battle, 10 people had obtained life and death stones. However, within 20 days, no one could increase their realm because the time was too short. After all, one needed to refine 4 life and death stones to reach the 3rd layer of life and death chamber. Obviously, Yichen didn't reveal his cultivation base when fighting young Elephant Lord. With his cultivation base at the 2nd layer of life and death chamber, he finished off his opponent with 2 sword moves. Good kid. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, you found the wrong target. The Giant Wolf King's right arm returned to normal as his tone turned cold. Giant Wolf King, if you leave now you can still save some face. After clashing head-on with the Giant Wolf King, Yichen clearly understood the latter's explosive demonic power. It was indeed powerful, but not undefeatable. You're courting death. I've decided. I'll bring you back to White Wolf sect and make you suffer the pain of having your tendons pulled out and your skin peeled off every day. The Giant Wolf King roared. His surging demonic power exploded, creating numerous cracks in the space. 100 Wolf Sky Trampling Palm. With a slap, hundreds of demonic power giant wolves flew out, rushing toward Yichen. Each of them contained an enormous amount of demonic power. Only demonic beasts could squander their energy like this. If it were a human life and death king, unless their cultivation base exceeded 500 years, each attack would consume several % of their energy. Facing the numerous demonic power giant wolves, Yichen pushed his sword domain to the limit. The sword pressure caused their speed to sharply decrease. Then, he waved his sword, causing the space to distort and condense into a mirror. Bewitching mirror shattering. Shatter. Pung. The mirror exploded, and all the demonic power giant wolves shattered. Swish. Using sword steps, Yichen's figure shuttled out like a sword light, arriving before the Giant Wolf King in a flash and thrusting his sword. Autumn Water Sword Art's 2nd style. Congealing water. Not good. The Giant Wolf King promptly shattered the space, wanting to enter the void. However, under the pressure of the sword domain, the space had solidified a lot, causing his speed to slow down a bit. Thus, Yichen's sword pierced through his protective demonic power. Immediately, an extremely condensed sword energy penetrated his protective demonic power and entered his body. Puff. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, the Giant Wolf King was once again jolted out. His figure tumbled out, smashing into a huge mountain in desolate mountain range. The Beast King's protective demonic power is truly powerful. Even congealing water's sword energy couldn't penetrate it. It could only injure him a bit, but he'll recover soon. Although the Giant Wolf King seemed to be in a miserable state, Yichen was extremely clear that this sword attack couldn't do much to the Giant Wolf King. Of course, this was only Yichen's opinion, including Lan Sanmei. All the spectating young experts were dumbfounded. For a long time, they couldn't utter a single word. He has the strength of a life and death king. It was unknown who said this sentence. Damn it. He was actually hiding his strength all along. With his strength, he wouldn't need to exhaust himself in the ranking battle. He could easily defeat anyone. Yichen was able to injure the Giant Wolf King not by relying on the sword domain or congealing water, but rather Bewitching Mirror Shattering. Bewitching Mirror Shattering destroyed the Giant Wolf King's ace move, giving Yichen the opportunity to strike. If Yichen used Bewitching Mirror Shattering in the ranking battle, who could be his opponent? Even Yichen's girlfriend in their eyes would be in danger. Bang! A large amount of rubble flew in the air as the Giant Wolf King rushed out and hovered in the air. Kid, you're dead for sure today. The Giant Wolf King had never suffered such humiliation before. To think that he, a majestic beast king, was injured by a kid who wasn't even a life and death king. If this matter spread out, his reputation would be ruined. The immense humiliation ignited his killing intent. Regardless of the unwritten rules, he hardened his heart and decided to kill Yichen on the spot. Ew! Facing the sky, the Giant Wolf King let out a howl. His body flipped in the air and turned into an 80-meter-long, 10-meter-tall giant wolf. The giant wolf's eyes were like 2 searchlights as they converged into a beam of light. That sturdy body, metal-like hair, and blade-like claws all displayed his formidable battle strength. Standing motionless, the giant wolf king clawed at the space with his claws. Swoosh! In the next moment, the giant wolf king dashed toward Yi Chen. His huge body allowed him to move faster than a human. His entire body faded away, leaving behind only a translucent gray shadow. How could Yi Chen let him get close? Holding the evil vanquishing sword with both hands, he slashed out. The space was distorted and compressed, turning into a mirror. The giant wolf king's body froze in the mirror. Pung! The mirror shattered, and the giant wolf king's body was covered in wounds. Blood flowed out like a stream. Recover! Activating the undying body, the blood immediately flowed back into the giant wolf king's body. The wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his hair grew back. Blood-severing ghost finger. Seeing this, Yi Chen wasn't the least bit surprised. If beast kings were so easy to defeat, they wouldn't be called beast kings. Spreading his feet apart, Yi Chen's entire being turned cold and austere. His aura condensed, as if there was a huge black hole hidden within his body, restraining his aura and preventing it from leaking out. An astonishing scene occurred. Behind Yi Chen, a white-robed ghost figure appeared. The ghost figure's face was blurry, and it didn't have a face. It grinned, revealing a pitch-black mouth. The eerie ghost laugh seemed to exist between reality and illusion. His left index finger curved like a hook, and Yi Chen slashed out. Following this movement, the white-robed ghost figure's left hand stretched out, disappearing into the void. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the giant wolf king, probing into his body. Then, it grabbed out a large amount of qi and blood. Oh! The giant wolf king was terrified. What kind of secret art was this? It could actually grab out his qi and blood through space. Others might not know, but he was the clearest. Although he was a beast king, he didn't become one through normal means. The beast king's qi in his body hadn't fused with his flesh and blood. There was still a small portion of ordinary flesh and blood, which was his weakness. However, this weakness was inside his body, so the giant wolf king wasn't worried. However, Yi Chen's secret art exposed his weakness. If it weren't for this weakness, the ghost hand wouldn't have been able to grab out his qi and blood. It would have only been able to grab out some beast king's qi and blood, because the beast king's qi and beast king's qi were indistinguishable. After a large amount of qi and blood was grabbed out, the giant wolf king's vitality immediately declined, and exhaustion appeared on his face. Chapter 873. I'm a dignified beast king. How can I be defeated by a human kid? The giant wolf king's body trembled, and the gray hair on his body stood on end. His body seemed to have swelled several times, and the claws on his toes extended once more. The claws glowed with a dark blue light and were incomparably sharp. Enduring his exhaustion, Giant Wolf King raised his right claw and slashed. Dark blue iron claw. Demonic beasts with high aptitude generally had innate abilities. Giant Wolf King's innate ability was dark blue iron claw, which could tear apart even more powerful objects. It's an innate ability. Yi Chen immediately dispersed the blood-severing ghost finger. The white-robed ghostly figure disappeared with an eerie smile. Raising the evil-shattering sword in his right hand, Yi Chen forcefully raised his Zhenyuan and attacked with the second style of autumn water sword arts, congealing water. Pung. Dark blue iron claw was, after all, a beast king's innate ability. Upon contact, congealing water immediately dispersed. Although the remnant sword energy landed on Giant Wolf King's body, it ultimately couldn't penetrate the latter's protective demonic energy. On the other hand, the dark blue claw ruthlessly tore at Yi Chen's protective Zhenyuan. Puff. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen was injured. Even his armor couldn't resist such a powerful claw energy. His body was blasted away, and Yi Chen ultimately landed on a towering mountain peak. Giant Wolf King's strength is not as good as a demonic human king's. He should be no different from an ordinary life and death king. Moreover, he has a weakness: his flesh and demonic energy can't be fused. Yi Chen used blood-severing ghost finger with the intention of consuming a portion of Giant Wolf King's demonic power. After all, a beast king's flesh and demonic power had fused together, so it could only consume demonic power. However, he didn't expect that this finger would consume a large amount of Giant Wolf King's blood and chi, causing his condition to sharply decline. This was much better than consuming demonic power. However, a demonic king was a demonic king after all. Relying on these methods alone, Yi Chen would eventually lose. After all, he couldn't afford to waste time. The amount of demonic energy in Giant Wolf King's body was simply too much, dozens of times more than his. Even ordinary life and death kings couldn't compare to him. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, he could easily recover to his peak state. All he had to do was consume a bit of demonic energy. Die. The Giant Wolf King's claw swiped out again, this time using its innate ability, Blue Iron Claw. Break. Standing on the mountain peak, Yi Chen used Bewitching Mirror Shattering and shattered the blue claw energy. The two fought speed against speed, using offense against offense. Giant Wolf King originally had the advantage of shuttling through space. However, Yi Chen's sword domain could reinforce the space, making it consume even more demonic energy to do so. His speed was also reduced by half. In the end, he simply gave up on shuttling through space and fought head-on with Yi Chen. As his true essence flowed out like water, Yi Chen's expression became dignified. Seems like I have to use the Sky Scorpio sword. If he didn't use the Sky Scorpio sword, Yi Chen wouldn't have much Zhen Yuan left in his body. With a single slash, the Giant Wolf King was forced back. Taking advantage of this gap, Yi Chen put away the evil vanquishing sword and took out a devilishly domineering purple-silver longsword. The hilt of the sword was black, with a scorpion in the shape of a supreme grade sword, Sky Scorpio sword. Congealing water. With the Sky Scorpio sword in hand, Yi Chen instantly used the second style of the Autumn Water Sword arts. Buzz. The sword energy was incomparably condensed. As it pierced through space, the edges of the spatial cracks rapidly crystallized, filling the air with a purple color. Kacha. Giant Wolf King's protective demonic energy could no longer endure the sword chi's impact, turning into purple crystals. The sword energy landed on his right shoulder, instantly penetrating it. In an instant, Giant Wolf King's entire right shoulder crystallized. The power of congealing water's explosion acted on the crystal, shattering it into a rain of light. Howl. Giant Wolf King howled miserably. It's a supreme great sword. Damn it, you actually have a supreme great sword. Giant Wolf King, who had lost a piece of his body, practically smashed through space and appeared 100 li away. Activating his undying body, the flesh on his missing piece wriggled and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, at the same time his aura was weakening. Yi Chen's sword had already injured his internal organs, and the crystallized energy had also been transmitted into them. Moreover, his undying body was only at the early limb regrowth realm, so how could it be easily repaired? At this moment, he was relying on his immense demonic energy to suppress the injury, preventing it from erupting. You have a supreme grade sword? 100 li away, Giant Wolf King stared at Yi Chen. So what if I do? Pointing the Sky Scorpio sword at the ground, purple sword light fluctuating, Yi Chen said indifferently. Today's matter won't end like this. I, Giant Wolf King, swear that I will kill you. Giant Wolf King wished he could kill all the spectators. This way, no one would know that he had been beaten so miserably by Yi Chen. However, he didn't dare. All the young experts present had great backgrounds. Behind them were demonic kings and life and death kings. Therefore, only by killing Yi Chen in the future could he redeem himself. If you don't leave now, then don't even think about it. Yi Chen waved his sword again, and the sword chi chased after him like a meteor. Giant Wolf King's eyes widened as he fled into the space with his tail between his legs. Puff. The sword chi also tore open the space and disappeared. Faintly, the spectators seemed to hear Giant Wolf King's roar again, causing them to exchange glances. Huff. After losing 50% of his Zhen Yuan, Yi Chen was extremely exhausted. At mid-half-step king realm, he could use evil vanquishing sword 5 times. At high-step realm, he could use it 10 times. At the first layer, he could use it 20 times, the second layer 40 times, and the third layer 80 times. Previously, he had used evil vanquishing sword at least 20 times, consuming a quarter of his Zhen Yuan. Then he used Sky Scorpio Sword at an even more frightening speed. Merely 2 strikes had consumed 50% of his Zhenyuan. In other words, Yichen could only use Sky Scorpio Sword 5 or 6 times at his peak. Of course, Sky Scorpio Sword's Zhenyuan consumption was so frightening because it was a powerful supreme grade sword. On the other hand, the pseudo-supreme grade evil vanquishing sword's might was less than half of an ordinary supreme grade sword. The gap between the two was enormous. Relying on Sky Scorpio Sword, Yichen could seriously injure Giant Wolf King and force him to flee. Taking out a large number of Zhenyuan crystals, Yichen rapidly refined them to make up for his deficiency. Giant Wolf King was beaten away. Yichen defeated Giant Wolf King. Surpassing realms to defeat Giant Wolf King? How is this possible? Too frightening. Back then, even Xianhou could only contend against life and death kings at this realm. She couldn't defeat them, but Yichen actually did it. Contending against life and death kings with the status of strongest, half-step king. Since ancient times, many people had accomplished this. However, defeating a life and death king was something that not a single person had accomplished in the last several tens of thousands of years. Of course, the spectating young experts were clear that Yichen had relied on Sky Scorpio Sword to achieve this step. Back then, Xianhou didn't have a supreme grade artifact, and had relied on her own strength. Even so, Yichen's strength wasn't any weaker than Xuanhou's. He was on the same level as Xianhou. If this news were to spread, the entire Elysium would be shaken. Someone said. Of course. Someone as talented as Xianhou has appeared. How could it not be shaken? Once he enters life and death realm, how frightening would he be? Ling Hui blankly looked at Yichen and thought to himself, is it right or wrong for Extreme Heaven Sect to be his enemy? As long as he doesn't die, Extreme Heaven Sect will have no way out. Forget it. Regardless of whether he dies or not, Extreme Heaven Sect should avoid provoking him. What Yichen didn't know was that because of his performance just now, Ling Hui had the thought of not being his enemy, and it had also removed a great enemy for Eternal Sky Sect. Ling Hui didn't want to gamble. Yichen's appearance made him realize that his time couldn't be wasted on trivial matters. He had to wholeheartedly cultivate. Letting out a deep breath, Ling Hui turned around and flew away. The others also left one by one. Before they left, their eyes landed on Yichen, as if they wanted to imprint his image into their minds. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, as long as Yichen didn't die, he would definitely become an influential figure in Elysium in the future. Yichen, it seems like I was worried for nothing. Lan Sanmei forced a smile. Yichen didn't stop training the Zhenyuan crystals as he said, still, I have to thank you. As he spoke, his eyes looked into the surreal space, seemingly unintentionally. Deep in the surreal space, a skinny middle-aged man touched his chin. Mayor's eyes are not bad. This kid has the potential to reach the top of the world. Let them interact more with him. When the time comes, the Demonic Blade Martial School should also show some sincerity. Sending help in times of need is always better than adding icing on the cake. Flashing his body, the middle-aged man disappeared instantly. In the surreal space between the Sky Tiger Martial School and the Savage Mountain Range, a lady in white stopped. In front of her was a white halo. Inside the halo, there was a scene of the Savage Mountain Range. Yichen and Lan Sanmei appeared on the screen. It seems like I don't have to show up directly. The lady in white smiled. But this one is the real problem. Waving her hand, the white halo disappeared. The lady in white turned around and looked into the surreal space far away. Soon, a bulky middle-aged man with a domineering aura flew over. The middle-aged man was wearing a platinum battle robe. The dominating aura around him was very obvious. The power of space surrounded him, making it impossible for anyone to get close to him. Sky Tiger King, how have you been? The lady in white said casually. Xianhou, I can't believe you dare to come to my Blood Sky land. Sky Tiger King frowned and said in a low voice, this is not a dangerous place. Why can't I come? Xianhou didn't care at all. You are trying to stop me. Sky Tiger King squinted his eyes. 3 years. After 3 years, I won't stop you. 3 years? What a joke. Who knows if he will become a life and death king in 3 years? Impossible. Sky Tiger King immediately denied. Nobody knew about the battle between the two. After Sky Tiger King returned, he immediately announced that he would go into closed-door training and come out 3 years later. Of course, this was for the future. Chapter 874. Yi Chen, I'll return to Demonic Blade Sect first. You be careful. Only Yi Chen and Lan Sanmei were left in Savage Mountain Range. Seeing that Yi Chen's Zhenyuan had more or less recovered, Lan Sanmei bade farewell. All right, if you need my help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Stopping refining the Zhenyuan crystal, Yi Chen said sincerely. Lan Sanmei smiled. Of course. Not needing Yi Chen's help now didn't mean he wouldn't need it in the future. Shua. After speaking, Lan Sanmei turned into a black light and disappeared into the distance. Watching Lan Sanmei's departing figure, Yi Chen turned his head and glanced in the direction of Sky Tiger Beast Master. He didn't know if it was his misconception, but during his battle with Giant Wolf King, he had a feeling that he was being watched. Moreover, it wasn't just one person. However, this feeling didn't carry any malice. In fact, one of them even gave him a sense of familiarity. Many thanks. Yi Chen muttered to himself and flew in the direction of Eternal Sky Sect. Eternal Sky Sect, plaza in front of the palace. Yi Chen landed. Supreme Elder. Eternal Sky Sect disciples greeted him one after another. 3 months have passed, and Elder Yi has returned. I wonder what rank Supreme Elder is in the life and death substitute list? Some disciples discussed in low voices. With Elder Yi's strength that easily defeated Ling Hui, ranking in the top 20 shouldn't be a problem, perhaps even higher. I'm guessing top 10. Can't you see that Elder Yi's aura is countless times more frightening than 3 months ago? Top 20 is more or less possible. As for top 10, I don't think it's possible. Not to mention our Blood Sky continent's 8 great beast lords and 4 demons. Other continents also have shocking geniuses. How difficult would it be to enter the top 10? Yi Chen didn't conceal his aura at all. All the Sea of Soul Realm experts of Eternal Sky Sect were alarmed. Whether they were in seclusion, cultivating, or drinking tea, they all flew out of their residences and arrived at the plaza. Elder Yi. Congratulations on Elder Yi's return. The leader was Li Zhangfeng, the leader of the Changtian school. Yi Chen smiled. Has Zhangtian sect been well these past 3 months? Li Zhangfeng said. Thanks to Elder Yi, no one has come to disturb us in the past 3 months. That spirit vein has almost been dug clean. That's good. The 3 sects had suffered greatly, and they would not harass Changtian's sect while he was not here. Elder Yi, the life and death secret realm has already closed. With Elder Yi's strength, your ranking should be quite high, right? Li Zhangfeng saw that Yi Chen's face didn't look gloomy at all, and that his aura had become several times more terrifying. He knew that Yi Chen's trip had been very smooth, so he dared to ask. You can say it's number 1. I'll go into seclusion for a few days. With that, Yi Chen flew towards the mountain peak he was at. Yi Chen left like a feather, but the people who heard his words were all shocked. First place? Wasn't that number 1? Hiss. Everyone, including Li Zhangfeng, was stupefied. 8 young beast lords, 4 demons, peerless geniuses of other continents had all been defeated by Yi Chen. This was simply world-shaking news. Changtian sect flared up. Returning to the mountain peak, Yi Chen immediately entered seclusion. His cultivation base was indeed at the 3rd layer of Life and Death Chamber, but he had yet to familiarize himself with this sudden increase in strength, and his foundation was not very stable either. He had to enter seclusion for a few days to consolidate his current cultivation base. 7 days passed in a flash. Yi Chen smoothly exited seclusion. The 3rd layer of Life and Death Chamber is indeed miraculous. I can vaguely sense the life and death cycle of heaven and earth, but it's very vague. In Life and Death Chamber, one's body carried the aura of life and death. In fact, one had already come into contact with Life Dao and Death Dao, but could not grasp or use them. Dugu Ju had grasped a trace of Death Dao, which allowed him to advance by leaps and bounds. Marquis Sword Star's Star Meteor was also the same. No rush. I'll grasp both Life Dao and Death Dao, but not now. What I need to do now is forge upper-grade swords. Although his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, Yichen would not neglect his sword Dao cultivation base. The process of forging swords was also a process of self-reflection. Unceasing self-reflection, unceasing breakthroughs, an endless cycle. In Life and Death's secret realm, the news of Yi Chen's invincibility, eventually reaching the first rank of Life and Death realm substitute list, spread throughout the 3 continents as well as overseas, shocking the whole world. What shocked them was not Yi Chen's invincibility, but Yi Chen's youth. According to the young expert who brought back the news, Yi Chen was no more than 30 years old, the youngest among all of them. Not even 30 years old, but the first rank of Life and Death realm substitute list. Was this another Xianhou? No. Yi Chen was Yi Chen, not anyone's shadow. His invincibility came from the strength of his opponents. Marquis Sword Snow and Marquis Sword Star were both peerless geniuses in the past. However, since they were in the same generation as Yi Chen, they were defeated. As for who was the true first rank between Yi Chen and Su Jing, there were still many disputes. However, such disputes were meaningless. The two were lovers, and their future would shock the whole world. Elysium shook the whole world. Blood Sky Continent was shaken. Giant Wolf King was defeated. White Wolf Sect's Supreme Elder Giant Wolf King was defeated. The one who defeated him was neither a Life and Death King nor a Beast King, but a young man at the 3rd layer of Life and Death Chamber. That young man was precisely the first rank of Life and Death realm substitute list. Defeating Giant Wolf King at the 3rd layer of Life and Death Chamber was an accomplishment that no one had achieved in the past several tens of thousands of years. Perhaps Xianhou could also defeat ordinary Life and Death Kings at the same level with a supreme grade artifact, but it had never happened. And now such a thing had happened. Yi Chen's name thoroughly exploded in Blood Sky Continent. That's right. Indeed, it exploded. Blood Sky Continent also had the Pavilion of Knowledge. Perhaps, it wouldn't be long before Yi Chen's name spread in other continents as well. Just like Xuanhou's name back then, everyone knew about him. Yi Chen, are you sure it's him? In an underground palace, 3 blood shadows were standing in a triangle. The blood shadow with the strongest aura spoke to the blood shadow with a curved horn on his head. The blood shadow with a curved horn nodded. According to the description, it's 80 to 90% accurate. Eternal Sky Sect hasn't been destroyed for 500 years. It's a bit strange. Don't touch him for the time being. After a moment of silence, the leading blood shadow said, "Are we just going to let him go like this?" The blood-winged female blood shadow was puzzled. Don't be impulsive. We don't have enough tenacious strength in this world. In fact, we've always been hiding in the shadows. Once we walk out of the darkness and stand in the sunlight, we'll lose our footing, which will arouse the vigilance of this world's experts. Of course, they've already sensed our existence. The leading blood shadow said unhurriedly. This is a huge threat. Has he not grown up yet? The female blood shadow was unwilling. Don't worry, we won't let go of those who pose a threat. That Battle King is an example. However, not being able to kill that Xianhou was a mistake and an irreparable regret. Let our representatives do the rest. Those representatives are too weak. Although they can be considered as life and death experts in this world, they're just the lowest level experts. Hee. The leading blood shadow chuckled. We can't control a powerful expert like Xianhou. Being weak also has its advantages. It's not easy to arouse suspicion. Should we let the representatives kill him now? The blood shadow with a curved horn asked. Faintly shaking her head, the leading blood shadow said, Don't lose patience. I don't want to make another mistake. Moreover, we still have the most important thing to do, which is to unseal Lord Curse and Lord Terror. After unsealing them, we won't need to hide in the darkness anymore. We can breathe the air of this world openly. We've persevered for countless years, but those seals are too strong. The female blood shadow was a bit tired. No rush. At the slowest, it'll take 100 years. At the fastest, it'll be unsealed in a few decades. The leading blood shadow was also somewhat silent. Suddenly, the blood shadow with a curved horn spoke. Perhaps we don't need to do anything. In this world, he has offended many powers. He was referring to Yi Chen. The female blood shadow disdainfully said, This world will never be united. Wrong, you're all wrong. The blood shadow in the lead solemnly said. If this world is peaceful, that would be our fortune. Experts are tempered through slaughter. It's just like raising bugs. The strong will devour the weak, and the last strong will be able to make up for all the weak before them. All right, horned devil, continue observing that human youngster. Don't act blindly without thinking. Yes. The blood shadow with a curved horn nodded. Meeting dismissed. The leading blood shadow scattered, seeming to have lost all of its power. Dang 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 dang. The sound of iron hammers striking metal rang out incessantly. This was an underground flame cave, and a fiery aura surged. A young man was holding an iron hammer, striking the sword embryo on top of the furnace. As the iron hammer struck, the sword embryo became sharper and more aggressive. For a whole month, Yi Chen had been crafting top-rank swords. He could feel that crafting swords was also a kind of training that would allow him to accumulate a lot of experience. After who knew how many times, Yi Chen's mind was enlightened. He raised the iron hammer high, and his body emitted an immortal power as he hammered down. Dang. This hammering sound lasted for a long time. The sound seemed to contain immortality, never dissipating. The unfinished sword below emitted an immortal power that far surpassed any of the swords that Yi Chen had forged. Once it was completed, its power could be imagined. Rank 5 Immortal Sword Soul, finally completed. Putting down the iron hammer, Yi Chen's face showed a faint understanding. Immortal? What was immortal? In fact, immortality was just a kind of spirit. It wasn't a concrete existence. As the rank 5 Immortal Sword Soul formed, the Destruction Sword Soul in Yi Chen's mind trembled. The two great sword souls were at the same rank, finally resonating with each other. The resonance of destruction and immortality. Under this resonance, Yi Chen's cultivation base suddenly reached perfection, reaching the peak of the third layer of Life and Death Chamber. Chapter 875. Once he reached the peak of the third level, all of Yi Chen's flesh and blood had combined with his Zhen Yuan. His meridians contained Zhen Yuan, his blood contained Zhen Yuan, his skin contained Zhen Yuan, and even his internal organs contained Zhen Yuan. Besides his bones, his whole body was like a super sponge, and his Zhen Yuan was like water, which could be absorbed by the sponge. As for the Dantian, it still had an irreplaceable function. It was the source of power, and one of the cores of the human body. I can almost reach the first layer of the undying body, broken limb rebirth. Although Zhen Yuan had fused with the flesh and blood, to reach the realm of broken limb rebirth, he still had to fuse the Zhen Yuan into the bones. After all, there were many bones in the human body. If the flesh and blood were cut off, it could be recovered, but what about the bones? He couldn't just recover the flesh and blood without the bones, right? Wouldn't that make him a soft caterpillar? Fusing the Zhen Yuan into the bones was not a difficult process for Yi Chen. He had already touched the threshold of broken limb rebirth, but his foundation was still lacking. Time flew by, and in a mere 7 days, Yi Chen succeeded. From now on, he also possessed the ability of broken limb rebirth. He only needed to consume Zhen Yuan, and he didn't need to eat Yuan Qi or Xiantian Yuan Qi pills anymore. After entering the life and death realm, the undying body can at most reach the early broken limb rebirth realm. After entering the life and death realm at the peak of the third layer, the undying body can reach the peak broken limb rebirth realm, which is only a step away from flesh derivation. I've already reached the early broken limb rebirth realm. Once I enter the life and death realm, my undying body will at least reach the early flesh derivation realm. The difference between the realms of entering the life and death realm was huge. High-step half-step kings who entered the life and death realm were the most ordinary life and death realm kings. However, those who entered the life and death realm at the peak of the third layer had great potential. As long as their cultivation base kept up, they would be able to make rapid progress. Someone like Yi Chen, who had the broken limb rebirth ability even before entering the life and death realm, was extremely rare. Among the same realm, only the young undying demon lord could do it. Suddenly, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Before he reached the realm of limb regrowth, the true essence in his body was very abundant and could not be increased. Now there was only a little bit of true essence left in his body. Of course, this did not mean that the true essence had disappeared into thin air. Rather, it was devoured by the cells. true essence and the body became one, and there was no distinction between the two. Although it was said that way, it was still the body that took the lead. Once the battle was extremely fierce and the consumption of true essence was too fast, he could squeeze it out of his cells. This was because the fusion was still in the initial stage. There was still the middle stage of broken limb rebirth, the late stage, the peak, the early stage of flesh derivation, the middle stage, the late stage, and the peak, even the blood rebirth realm. No wonder young undying demon Lord Zhenyuan is several times denser than a peak third layer life and death chamber human at the same level. Once he reaches the broken limb regrowth realm, he can hold even more Zhenyuan and increase his cultivation base even faster. At the Sea of Souls realm, only the Dantian could store Zhenyuan, and meridians were only the channels. At the half-step king warrior level, the blood could also store Zhenyuan, and at the life and death challenge realm, the flesh could also store Zhenyuan. Right now, Yi Chen's entire body could store Zhenyuan, and the Zhenyuan he had before was obviously not enough. Fortunately, I have a lot of Zhenyuan crystals. Yi Chen smiled and sat cross-legged on the ground, starting to refine the Zhenyuan crystals. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 50,000. After consuming 50,000 Zhenyuan crystals, Yi Chen finally felt full and could no longer refine Zhenyuan. At this moment, his Zhenyuan was 3 times denser than before. He was not inferior to young undying demon lord at all. The Sky Scorpio sword could also be used 15 times in a row, nearing 20 times. The evil shattering sword could be used at will. What a frightening power! His whole body was brimming with power, a feeling that not everyone could experience. At this moment, Yi Chen felt that even his fingernails contained a frightening power that could easily tear apart steel and artifacts. Of course, Yi Chen was also clear that his battle power had not increased by much, because the purity of his Zhenyuan had not increased. It was merely 3 times denser than before. One day later, the unfinished upper-grade sword was completed. The color of this sword was pure gold, as if it was forged from gold. It was a supreme upper-grade sword, the only supreme upper-grade sword Yi Chen had ever forged. Although it was only upper-grade, its power was comparable to a peak semi-extreme grade artifact, which was equivalent to a pseudo-extreme grade artifact. Because of the frightening immortal sword intent contained within, it was roughly peak third step. When used by Yi Chen, it did not have much of an effect. However, if it was used by another sword artist, the effect would be huge. With a peak third step immortal sword intent, it would be more than enough to defeat even more powerful opponents. Merely upper grade, not immortal yet. I'll call you 100 eras. 100 eras meant 100 eras, which meant 10,000 years. Because of the immortal sword intent, this sword could be preserved for at least 10,000 years without any damage. If a family under 5th grade could obtain it, it would be a great sword. Gotcha. Very easily, Yi Chen used the 100 eras sword to cut down another upper grade sword. His cultivation base had reached perfection, and his immortal sword soul had reached the 5th step. Resonating with the 5th step destruction sword soul, Yi Chen's strength rose by a large margin. Next, Yi Chen slowed down the forging of upper-grade swords, and began to comprehend the undying Tao. With a soul power 5 times that of ordinary people and a cultivation base at the peak of the 3rd layer, Yi Chen's progress would be enormous as long as he focused on something. In merely 10 days, Yi Chen comprehended a trace of Death Tao. Too vague. No wonder only the strongest attacks could contain a trace of Death Tao in the early stages. Marquis Sword Star Meteor and Dugaju's Despair Killing Blade were their strongest offensive moves. However, their ordinary moves didn't contain the Tao of Death because they didn't have a deep comprehension of it. Of course, entering Life and Death realm didn't require one to comprehend both Life and Death Tao. Even Life and Death Kings couldn't accomplish such a feat as long as one comprehended a small part of Life and Death Tao and verified them. They would be able to enter Life and Death realm. Swish. Holding the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen slashed out, completely restraining the sword energy. It was precisely the second style of autumn water sword arts, congealing water. The reason why bewitching mirror shattering was so powerful was because of its space profound. However, Death Tao required pure destructive power. Therefore, congealing water was more suitable. Wrong. Yi Chen shook his head and sheathed his sword, pondering with his brows creased. Swish. Another sword slash was sent out. Still wrong. Blackwater Alliance headquarters. On a huge black island, in the palace at the center of the island. Blood Sky Continent's Yi Chen and True Spirit Continent's Yi Chen are actually the same person? On the throne, the black-robed man's fingers wrapped on the black golden armrest. Teacher, he hasn't become a life and death king yet, so we still have a chance. Once he enters life and death realm, we'll be in danger. Wang Tai said from below. Wang Tai wasn't a person of True Spirit Continent, so it took him more than a month to return to Blackwater Alliance. I know. I'm apprehensive of Dragon King and Xianhou. The black-robed man raised his head. Dragon King and Xianhou are in True Spirit Continent. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. Moreover, they wouldn't dare to confront our entire Blackwater Alliance. Wang Tai didn't put Dragon King and Xianhou in his eyes. Blackwater Alliance was a huge alliance with numerous life and death kings, and there was no lack of powerful ones. It'd be best if we can offend them. The black-robed man was one of the tycoons of Blackwater Alliance. He was well aware of how frightening Dragon King and Xianhou were. If they truly fought, Blackwater Alliance might not be able to gain the upper hand. However, monopolizing my Blackwater Alliance's 2 million Zhenyuan crystals, he's dead for sure. We must kill him before he enters life and death realm. 2 million Zhenyuan crystals was a huge number even for Blackwater Alliance. It should be known that Blackwater Alliance had many kings. Apart from Blackwater Alliance, there were also other life and death kings who could get a share. Losing 2 million Zhenyuan crystals would be a huge loss for Blackwater Alliance. The reason why he didn't let Yi Chen enter life and death realm was because once Yi Chen entered life and death realm, he would need a huge amount of Zhenyuan crystals to increase his cultivation base. Who knew how many Zhenyuan crystals he would have left? How about this? I'll send 2 kings to Blood Sky Continent with you. Remember, act in secret and don't expose your identity. Try to kill him in one strike. The black-robed man stopped knocking on the armrest and said with a stern tone, Yes. Wang Tai firmly nodded. All right, you can leave first. I'll contact some free kings. Life and death kings all had things to do. They were either in seclusion, searching for treasures in Elysium, or entering the starry sky. They rarely had free time. Chi. In the past few days, Yi Chen had been using congealing water hundreds of times a day to comprehend the Death Tao. This was only because his cultivation base had increased by 3 times. Otherwise, his Zhenyuan wouldn't have been able to keep up. After stabbing dozens of times in the air, Yi Chen suddenly turned sideways. Break. Retracting his sword energy, Yi Chen's sword pierced through the towering tree in front of him. Crash. The towering tree withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its bark turned black, and its vitality was extinguished. Finally succeeded. This sword contained the Death Tao, extinguishing the tree's vitality. If it pierced the enemy's body, it would naturally extinguish the enemy's vitality. It was extremely tyrannical. However, compared to Marquis Sword Star Meteor, the Death Tao contained in this sword was a bit lacking. How could the vitality of a tree compare to the vitality of an expert? However, Yi Chen was quite satisfied. As long as he had grasped the right path, how could he not improve? At this moment, Yi Chen was confident that he could heavily injure Giant Wolf King without relying on Sky Scorpio Sword. Chapter 876. After pondering for a moment, Yi Chen took out a black iron ore from his storage ring. It was actually the Death Chi Iron Oregon. The Death Chi Iron ore came from the Life and Death Secret Realm. It innately contained the Death Chi Iron Oregon. Death Chi Iron ore came from the Life and Death Secret Realm. It innately contained the Death Chi Iron Oregon. If placed next to a plant, it would instantly wither. If placed next to a small river, it could even gradually dry up and turn the water inside into stagnant water. With this Death Chi Iron ore, Yi Chen was confident that he could comprehend even more Death Tao. In the boundless starry sky, a streak of light streaked across. The streak of light passed through a group of meteorites and small stars before finally arriving on a fiery ruined star. This ruined star was extremely small, less than 6,000 li in diameter. Its surface was covered in cracks and magma. It seemed to have suffered some kind of heavy damage and was filled with a deathly aura. Swish. The streak of light descended and turned into a black-robed man. Sky King, you're looking for me? Just as the black-robed man descended, a streak of light suddenly flew over from the other side of the ruined star and landed in front of the black-robed man. It was a yellow-haired old man with an extremely ugly appearance. His face was full of pockmarks, and his strange eyes were more white than black. He looked exceptionally vicious and sinister, making one shudder in fear. Poison Fire King, seems like your cultivation base has improved again. The black-robed man smiled. This Poison Fire King was also a life and death king of the Blackwater Alliance. Poison Fire King rolled his eyes. I've cultivated in the core of the star for more than 30 years. If I don't make any progress, I might as well kill myself. On the other hand, Sky King, you're quite idle. That's right, your cultivation base has long since reached 900 years, unlike us. If my cultivation base could surpass 500 years, I'd also like to take a good rest and find a few hundred beauties to vent my lust. Hearing these words, the black-robed man sneered. You're still lacking women? There should be more than 1,000 skeletons of beauties on this star. I have something to ask of you. What? You can't do it yourself? Poison Fire King immediately became vigilant. I want you to kill someone for me, the black-robed man said seriously. Ha ha ha. Poison Fire King laughed heartily, causing the black-robed man to crease his brows and turn gloomy. My apologies. Poison Fire King was still somewhat afraid of the black-clothed man. The Blackwater Alliance's Sky King was one of the big shots. He stopped laughing and asked, Sky King, you can't blame me for this. You know that my strength isn't even 1/10 of yours. How can I do something that you can't? Aren't you clearly sending me to my death? Although I'm no match for you, I'm not willing to throw my life away. Poison Fire King was indeed a life and death king of Blackwater Alliance, but he wasn't Sky King's subordinate. Blackwater Alliance was merely an alliance. He could help out with some small matters, but big matters could be discussed later. Who said I'm sending you to your death? Sky King's expression softened. The person I want you to kill is not a life and death king, nor a beast king, but a human brat at the third layer of life and death chamber. I'm curious. Is there a need for me to kill him? Moreover, if you go by yourself, you can kill him with a casual breath. Poison Fire King's eyeballs turned, his face full of suspicion. This kid's strength can't be underestimated. He's the #1 genius of this generation's life and death substitute list. Nobody under life and death realm is his opponent. Only life and death kings can kill him. As for why I'm not acting, it's because this kid's backers are Dragon King and Xianhou. You also know that I represent the entire Blackwater Alliance. There are some matters that can't be done personally, even if there's no risk. Although Sky King said so, he wasn't actually afraid of Dragon King and Xianhou. After all, Yi Chen had killed Yi Chen in Blood Sky Continent. Who knew who the murderer was? What he was afraid of was the peak existence protecting Eternal Sky Sect. He had long since investigated Eternal Sky Sect's information, and naturally knew many details. Being able to reach his current height, Sky King had always been an extremely cautious person. Although the peak existence protecting Eternal Sky Sect might have left long ago, he still wanted to probe and wouldn't easily take risks. Otherwise, if he died, he would have nothing left. Sky King, if you want me to die, then do it now. You want me to offend Dragon King and Xianhou? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Poison Fire King furiously opened up a distance. Sky King was furious. Listen to me first. This kid is not on True Spirit Continent. He's on Blood Sky Continent. If you kill him, nobody will know. Blood Sky Continent? Poison Fire King pondered for a moment and decisively shook his head. No way. This is your matter. What does it have to do with me? Find someone else. He didn't believe that there was no risk. What if you add 2 blazing star crystals? Moreover, he has more than 2 million Zhenyuan crystals from my Blackwater Alliance. I'll give you 1/10. Sky King's true goal was the 2 million Zhenyuan crystals and the wealth on Yi Chen's body. After killing Yi Chen, he naturally intended to monopolize the Zhenyuan crystals. In any case, only he, Poison Fire King, and his disciple Wang Tai knew about it. You have blazing star crystals? Poison Fire King's eyes shone with greed. One blazing star crystal could increase his cultivation base by 10 years. 2 would be 20 years, saving him many years of bitter cultivation. This was a rare treasure. Moreover, 200,000 Zhen Yuan crystals were not to be underestimated either. They could increase his cultivation base by a few years. Of course. Sky King took out a fiery red resplendent crystal, emitting a dreamy star-like radiance. Blazing star crystal. Damn it. Why can't I have it? Poison Fire King wished he could immediately snatch it. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I want 1/5. No way, 1/10 is already a lot. 1/6. In the end, the two of them settled on the condition of 2 Inferno Star crystals and 1/8 of the True Essence crystal. Truly a greedy fellow. Leaving the ruined star, Sky King felt his heart ache. The value of the 2 blazing fire star crystals was extremely high. Although he couldn't use them, he could exchange them with others. Fortunately, he had an agreement with Poison Fire King. The latter's pseudo-supreme grade sword and pseudo-supreme grade armor belonged to him, and he couldn't seize them. These 2 pseudo-supreme grade artifacts were pretty good even among life and death kings. As for the supreme grade sword, it was not enough to dispel Poison Fire King's thoughts. Sky King agreed that he could obtain 1/5 of the sword's wealth. Who would have thought that a character who is not even a life and death king would have a supreme grade sword? What a pleasant surprise. Unfortunately, I can't take the risk. 1 Poison Fire King was not enough. With the Sky Scorpio sword, Yichen could even defeat Giant Wolf King. Although Poison Fire King was much stronger than Giant Wolf King, it was not enough. However, Sky King already had a good candidate in mind. That person was not as greedy as Poison Fire King. If he hadn't saved him back then, he would have lost his life long ago. With a streak of light, Sky King disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Yichen still didn't know that one of the tycoons of Blackwater Alliance, Sky King, had invited 2 life and death kings to deal with him. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't be afraid. Although his strength was not enough, he still had the supreme gazing painting. With the painting, even if Sky King came personally, he wouldn't have an easy time. Yichen didn't care about the storm in the outside world, nor did he notice it. He was immersed in the comprehension of Death Dao. Death. Death Chi. Swish. After observing the Death Chi for a moment, Yichen pulled out the evil vanquishing sword and stabbed out. The formless Death Chi rippled in the air, spreading out in all directions. Not good, not reserved enough. Once the Death Chi spread out, its destructive power would be reduced. It would have to be coordinated with congealing water sword and explode within the opponent's body. What a pity. If I had the ability to forge Death Chi iron into a Death Chi sword now, I would be able to comprehend the way of death even faster. With a top-grade sword forged from Death Chi iron, one could slowly comprehend the way of death in the midst of slaughter. This human skin mask is really not bad. Seems like I'll have to learn how to make it in the future, just in case I need it. 10,000 li away from Eternal Sky Sect, 3 figures were flying at an extremely fast speed. The pale-faced middle-aged man in the middle touched his face and chuckled. Poison Fire King, Blood Hand King, I'll wait for you here. Remember teacher's words. You must kill in 1 strike. Don't attract other people's attention. The ugly-faced youth said. What nonsense. It's just killing a little guy. I alone can do it, let alone a sneak attack. Poison Fire King, who had changed his appearance, curled his lips. I hope you'll succeed. The ugly youngster was naturally Wang Tai. Although he was not a life and death king, Sky King had allowed him to follow. Don't worry, my profound meaning of blood will kill him immediately. The other dark-faced middle-aged man coldly said. All right, let's go. Wang Tai concealed himself in a dense forest. Let's go. Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King shattered the space and disappeared. In the past few days, Yichen had been training in the mountain range behind Eternal Sky Sect, comprehending Death Dao. Nobody disturbed him. One day, Yichen's brows creased. He had just felt a soul power scan him. King-grade soul power. The soul power of a life and death king was extremely hidden. Those below life and death realm simply couldn't sense it. However, Yi Chen was a soul genius, and his quality was not any lower than a life and death king's. Another one. Two more. Yi Chen's expression turned grave. However, he pretended as if nothing had happened on the surface, wholeheartedly training his sword. He didn't even use Death Dao, only using sword moves. Who wants to deal with me? Yi Chen guessed inwardly. Could it be because of the Sky Scorpio sword? Subconsciously, Yi Chen thought that a life and death king coveted the Sky Scorpio sword and wanted to kill him for it. However, according to reason, no one in Blood Sky Continent would brazenly come to Eternal Sky Sect and kill him for the sword. After all, the reason Eternal Sky Sect could stand tall for so many years was because a titled monarch had said several hundred years ago that no one was allowed to invade Eternal Sky Sect. Life and Death Kings and Beast Kings were naturally among them. Chapter 877. In the depths of the void, Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King's soul power penetrated through the spatial barrier and landed on Yi Chen's body. Peak of the third layer. Wasn't it said that there was only the third layer? Poison Fire King faintly exclaimed. Although the third layer and peak third layer were in the same realm, the difference was not small. At the peak of the third layer, the energy within one's body and flesh would fuse together, allowing one to store much more energy. Moreover, the perfection of one's mental state would allow one's body to utilize energy with greater ease, increasing one's battle strength. Poison Fire King, are you afraid? Blood Hand King sneered. Poison Fire King almost jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on. Blood Hand King, what do you mean? No matter how powerful he is still not a life and death king. I'm merely surprised. Moreover, I advise you not to be careless. He has a supreme grade sword, and even Giant Wolf King is no match for him. Although both of us are stronger than Giant Wolf King, we might be injured if we're not careful. Poison Fire King had always been cautious, and he viewed his own life with extreme importance. If not for the temptation being too great, he wouldn't have rashly come over. Rest assured, I won't be careless no matter who I'm facing. Otherwise, Sky King wouldn't have invited me. Before becoming a life and death king, Blood Hand King was an assassin. As an assassin, the most basic requirement was not to be careless. Even when facing an ordinary person, one's heart had to be as calm as still water. Poison Fire King's mouth twitched. He also knew that Blood Hand King was a frightening person. His frightening was not his strength, but his calm heart. Such a person would either not attack, or strike like a thunderbolt. Alright, let's do it. Make sure to use your killing moves. Poison Fire King licked his lips with a sinister expression on his face. Blood Hand King's eyes were as calm as an ancient well, but his indifference was even more frightening. Circulating their Zhen Yuan, the two's auras rose. Attack. Ka. The space ruptured, and Poison Hand King and Blood Hand King appeared. Their auras had already reached a critical point. Poison Hand King slightly opened his mouth, faintly emitting a purple-red radiance. Blood Hand King's palms turned blood-red like jade, containing a frightening power. Bewitching mirror shattering. They were fast, but Yi Chen was faster. Just as the two moved before they could break the space, Yi Chen took out the Sky Scorpio sword and unsheathed it in an instant. By the time the two broke the space, Yi Chen's bewitching mirror shattering had already finished storing up power. With a slash, boundless space ripples and sword chi containing the profound of space pervaded, condensed, and solidified. Ugh. Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King, who were sealed in the mirror, looked dazed. What was going on? How did Yi Chen know that someone was going to attack him? How did he know that they would attack from this position? Coincidence? Even a fool would know that this was not a coincidence. The only explanation was that Yi Chen had a soul power comparable to a life and death king. By relying on his powerful soul power, he was able to trace their existence and make preparations in advance. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the fact that they were attacked as soon as they came out. Damn it! In less than 1,000th of a blink of an eye, Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King's figures twisted, struggling to break free from the restraint of the frozen space. However, they had underestimated the might of bewitching mirror shattering. Adding on the fact that they were caught unprepared, they wasted a lot of time. By the time they reacted, the mirror had already shattered. It shattered into millions of pieces, each piece like a sharp blade. Poochie 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 poochie. What did it feel like to be cut into pieces? This was the feeling right now. Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King's protective Zhenyuan was cut open, and cracks appeared on their armors. The places where they weren't wearing defensive artifacts were covered in bloody scars. The masks on their faces were also torn off, revealing their flesh and blood. In a mere instant, the two had suffered a frightening blow. Kid, I'll dismember you into 1,000 pieces. Poison Fire King's roar couldn't even be isolated by the pervading space power. The entire mountain range shook, as if this sound wave had the power to destroy a small mountain range. Still not enough. Using Bewitching Mirror Shattering to injure Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King, not only did the two have to retract their killing moves, but their bodies had also become stiff. However, Yi Chen knew that this was far from enough. The opponents had undying bodies, and these injuries would quickly recover. By the time they recovered, he would be in danger fighting 1 against 2. His forehead opened, and a silver vertical eye opened. Noiselessly, a silver light beam shot out, ignoring the pervading space power and Poison Fire King's physical defenses, directly drilling into his sea of soul. Amidst Poison Fire King's muffled groan, Yi Chen didn't stop. Holding the Sky Scorpio sword, his figure flickered, arriving not far from Blood Hand King and thrusting out. Autumn Water Sword Art Second Style. Congealing Water. In terms of pure lethality, Congealing Water had already surpassed Bewitching Mirror Shattering. This was because apart from containing the Metal Profound and Water Profound, it also contained the Death Dao. As the sword stabbed out, the crisis of death enveloped Blood Hand King. Blood Hand King was, after all, an assassin. Be it his mental endurance or reaction speed, he was a bit faster than Poison Fire King. At the moment of imminent peril, he crossed his arms in front of his forehead. Rip! The Sky Scorpio sword pierced through Blood Hand King's crossed arms, only missing an inch. Pung! A rain of light sprinkled down, and Blood Hand King's arms turned into purple crystals, thoroughly shattering. Apart from this, a power of extermination spread through his arms and into his body. It's Death Dao. Blood Hand King didn't reveal a trace of pain on his face, as if the shattered arms weren't his. However, he was somewhat astonished by the Death Dao contained in Yi Chen's sword. This was far more profound than the Death Dao he had comprehended when he first entered Life and Death Realm. If Yi Chen comprehended half of the Death Dao and Life Dao, he would be able to enter Life and Death Realm and become a true king. However, Death Dao isn't enough to deal with it. An even more powerful Death Qi erupted from Blood Hand King's body, instantly dispersing Yi Chen's Death Qi. What a pity! The moment Blood Hand King crossed his arms and blocked the sword, Yi Chen knew that he had lost the best opportunity to kill him. As a Life and Death King, it was impossible for him to not have comprehended Death Dao. If this sword had pierced Blood Hand King's vitals, Yi Chen was confident that the combination of Death Dao and Congealing Water would have left Blood Hand King on the verge of death. Seeing that his sword strike had no effect, Yi Chen hastily retreated and released his powerful sword domain, suppressing the surrounding spatial power, and making the might of the sword domain even more frightening. Go! Thousands of cyan-colored swords condensed and shot toward Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King. It was as if 10,000 arrows had been shot at the same time. The intensity was indescribable. Blood Hand King's shattered arms rapidly grew back, and the wounds on his body also healed. Blood Hand King's emotionless eyes fixated on Yi Chen, a trace of apprehension in the depths of his pupils. As an assassin, what he feared the most were those whose minds were as calm as an ancient well, able to display their strength to the limit, or even surpass it. Without a doubt, Yi Chen was this kind of person. From the moment they were restrained, the opponent's attacks came one after another, each of them extremely dangerous. As long as they were the slightest bit careless, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was hard to imagine how Yi Chen could come up with such a meticulous plan in such a short time. Clang clang clang. The protective Zhenyuan of a Life and Death King was extremely sturdy. The thousands of swords were all bounced off, and each spark could melt a large amount of mountain rocks. I made a mistake. I should have targeted someone else. Blood Hand King's mental fortitude and reaction speed astonished Yi Chen. On the other hand, the other person was much worse in this aspect, only at the level of an ordinary Life and Death King. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on Yi Chun. Yi Chun hadn't studied these two's characters. If he had, he wouldn't have chosen this person as his first target. Puff. A silver light shot out as Yi Chun unleashed a soul light at Blood Hand King. Under the suppression of Sword Domain, no matter how fast Blood Hand King's reaction speed was, his body couldn't keep up. Therefore, the soul light charged into his sea of soul. His face slightly pale, Blood Hand King's expression was somewhat absent-minded. The soul membrane of a life and death king was extremely powerful, but Yi Chun's innate ability, soul light, was also not to be underestimated. Under the impact of the soul light, the membrane trembled, and his soul felt dizzy. Kill. Since Blood Hand King was his first target, Yi Chun wouldn't change his mind. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to use soul light a third time. If not for his immortal sword soul reaching the fifth step and resonating with the fifth step destruction sword soul, his soul power would have been completely depleted, and his condition would have dropped to a frightening level. And now, the soul power in his sea of soul was less than a tenth of what it used to be, and it was at a dangerous level. Like a sword light, Yi Chun shot straight at Blood Hand King. The existence of Sword Domain made his speed even faster and harder to capture. In an instant, the distance between him and Blood Hand King was less than 10 meters. A sword pierced out. Congealing water. Kid, die for me. Poison Fire King had already recovered from the dizziness. While using his protective Zhen Yuan to resist the myriad swords, he slightly opened his mouth, and a purple-red light flickered before shooting out. Fused profound martial skill. Poison Fire Explosion. I have to kill him. Yi Chun's face was filled with killing intent as he completely disregarded Poison Fire King's frightening attack. His sword pierced Blood Hand King's forehead, and a burst of energy combined with death chi exploded in Blood Hand King's head. Pung. Blood Hand King's head exploded, his life force gone. In the next moment, Poison Fire King's attack also landed on Yi Chun's body, creating a violent explosion. The purple-red flame was not only scorching hot, but also contained intense fire poison. Chapter 878. The location of the battle was thousands of miles away from the main peak of Zhangtian Martial School, but everyone in the school could feel waves of horrifying power being transmitted through the air. The howling wind had even blown down the trees on the surrounding mountains, uprooting the flowers and grasses, and then turning them into dust. This is a battle between kings. Li Zhangfeng's pupils shrank as he muttered. Sect leader, is Elder Yi cultivating in the core of the mountain range? Us? Gao Ziyuan's face was filled with worry. What can we do? The great elder smiled bitterly. A casual attack from a life and death king can annihilate the entire sect. We can only pray that Elder Yi can turn misfortune into fortune, and repel the invading kings. The news of Yi Chun heavily injuring Giant Wolf King had long since reached Eternal Sky Sect. Everyone in Eternal Sky Sect was filled with reverence for Yi Chun, regarding him as an existence comparable to ordinary kings. Bang! All of a sudden the earth shook, and a lot of buildings on the main peak of the school collapsed. In the next moment, a huge purple-red fireball rose 1,000 li away. Even from 1,000 li away, it seemed as if it was right in front of one's eyes. Swish. As the fireball rose, a beam of light tore through the sky and pierced through the main peak's main hall, leaving a pitch-black hole in the ground. What's this? Everybody was startled. It looks like a sword. Li Zhangfeng's heart skipped a beat. Making a prompt decision, he slammed his palm on the ground. Puff. The beam of light flew out, revealing a sword sheath. It's Elder Ye's sword sheath. Someone recognized it. The evil vanquishing sword at Yi Chun's waist was something everyone had seen many times. Holding the sword sheath, Li Zhangfeng's expression became even more worried. This battle was definitely better than the one with Giant Wolf King. Otherwise, the sword sheath wouldn't have flown out. As the fireball rose, Poison Fire King was incomparably happy. The poison fire explosion was one of his most powerful ace attacks. Not to mention a little guy at the peak of the third layer of Life and Death Challenge. Even Life and Death Realm warriors at the same level would not dare to use their bodies to resist it. He was sure that Yi Chun would die without a complete corpse. What a pity for Blood Hand King. Poison Fire King could not understand why Yi Chun would risk his life to kill Blood Hand King. The fireball gradually shrank, its color changing from purplish red to dark red, then from dark red to orange red. Then, with a poof, it dissipated into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Only the huge crater and lava on the ground could prove the authenticity of what had just happened. Impossible. Poison Fire King's expression changed. He saw Yi Chen. Yi Chen was wielding two swords. In the air, Yi Chen's appearance could only be described as miserable. His two swords were crisscrossed between his head and chest. Apart from his head and torso, the rest of his body was scorched black. His legs were even missing. From the outside, the two arms holding the evil vanquishing sword and Sky Scorpio sword looked no different from charcoal. Indistinctly, crackling sounds could be heard coming from within his arms. The instant he killed Blood Hand King, Yi Chen immediately switched from offense to defense. The Destruction Sword intent was replaced by the Immortal Sword intent. Immortal Sword intent focused on suppression and defense. Even so, he could only protect the most important parts of his body. His legs were directly burnt to ashes, and even the evil vanquishing sword sheath was sent flying to God knows where. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Yi Chen's arms turned into two balls of fire, burning into nothingness. Losing control of the two swords, the evil vanquishing sword and Sky Scorpio sword fell down, along with the storage ring. It's mine! Poison Fire King's attention shifted to the Sky Scorpio sword. His figure flickered, ready to pounce. Sword Snake Art. The evil vanquishing sword and Sky Scorpio sword faintly trembled, each turning into 33 sword phantoms. A total of 66 sword phantoms formed two sword phantoms flickering with cold light, twisting toward Poison Fire King. Poison Fire King managed to block the evil vanquishing sword, but not the Sky Scorpio sword. His arms and legs were shredded into bloody mist. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, he spat out a flame from his mouth, repelling the sword image aimed at his head. Sky Scorpio sword and evil vanquishing sword flew back, hovering above Yi Chen's head. Flesh and blood squirmed, bones sprouted, and Yi Chen's arms and legs grew back. Raising his right hand, the storage ring automatically appeared on his finger. With a flicker of light, Yi Chen changed into a new set of blue clothes. Limb rebirth. Poison Fire King couldn't control his shock and blurted out. Damn Sky King. You didn't even find out such important information. Poison Fire King hated Sky King to the bone. Yi Chen was indeed not a life and death king, but his soul power was comparable to a life and death king's. Moreover, he had comprehended Death Dao, and even Limb Rebirth. If they continued fighting, he didn't know what new ability Yi Chen would use. However, thinking about it, Poison Fire King felt that he couldn't blame Sky King. These abilities of Yi Chen were extremely powerful, and he wouldn't casually reveal them. Thus, Sky King's failure to find out was quite normal. Activating Undying Body, Poison Fire King's four limbs grew back, and he also changed into a new set of clothes. Yi Chen, seems like we've all underestimated you. Poison Fire King looked at Yi Chen with apprehension. Who are you? Yi Chen asked. He had always been concealing his abilities. He wouldn't reveal all of his trump cards until the critical moment. Just like in the Secret Realm, he didn't reveal Bewitching Mirror Shattering. He knew that if he didn't pay attention to these details, it would be too late for regrets at the critical moment. Who I am is not important. What's important is that today, you'll die without a doubt. Poison Fire King didn't believe that he wasn't injured at all. Apart from pure killing power, his poison fire explosion also contained intense fire poison. This fire poison was like maggots in one's bones, extremely difficult to remove. Once it attacked the heart, even a peak life and death king would find it hard to save him. Is that so? As he spoke, Yi Chen took out a white fruit from his storage ring. This was the fruit of life and death secret realm, containing a large amount of life chi. Just as Poison Fire King had expected, his body was indeed filled with fire poison that was difficult to remove. This fire poison was constantly devouring his life force and attacking his heart. Chewing the fruit of life, it turned into life liquid and entered his internal organs, replenishing his lost life force. Yi Chen let out a breath. For the time being, his life was no longer in danger. With your Zhenyuan, using Undying Body should consume a lot of energy, right? Thinking of something, Poison Fire King grinned. Try it and you'll know. Activating his soul power, the Sky Scorpio sword and evil vanquishing sword landed in Yi Chen's hands. Fine, I'll give it a try. Poison Fire Explosion. Poison Fire King was extremely sinister. Opening his mouth, he spat out a killing move. A purplish-red flame pillar shot out, causing the space to boil and bubble. Extinguish. Yi Chen raised the Sky Scorpio sword and slashed. Buzz. The space distorted and solidified, sealing the purplish-red flame pillar and shattering it into thousands of pieces. Let's see how long you can last. Poison Fire King clearly wanted to exhaust Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan. Opening his mouth, he spat out purplish-red flame pillar after purplish-red flame pillar, bombarding Yi Chen from several li away. He didn't dare to get too close to Yi Chen. Yi Chen's soul light left a lingering fear in his heart. Blood Hand King had also been struck by the soul light, causing his soul to feel dizzy. Otherwise, with Yi Chen's strength, how could he have instantly killed Blood Hand King? Yi Chen's soul light was simply not inferior to a heaven-grade high-step soul secret art at great completion. Humph! Yi Chen coldly snorted. Poison Fire King thought he didn't have much Zhen Yuan left, but in fact, he still had 60 to 70% of it. Recovering the undying body only used 30%. However, this didn't mean he could use it as he pleased. The fire poison didn't seem to be able to threaten Yi Chen at the moment, but it still held back half of his Zhen Yuan. Otherwise, without the suppression of Zhen Yuan, the fire poison would attack his heart, and he wouldn't even need Poison Fire King to kill him. Congealing water. Switching to the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen stabbed out with the Sky Scorpio sword in his right hand. A purple water-like sword energy pierced through the void and attacked Poison Fire King. Poison Fire King jumped in fright. Multitasking, perfect multitasking. Multitasking was something many people could accomplish, but to perfectly multitask like Yi Chen, executing different moves with both hands at the same time, was something few could accomplish. Even Poison Fire King admitted that he couldn't do it. Poison Fire Barrier. His left hand drew a semicircle, condensing an arc-shaped purple barrier in front of Poison Fire King. Pung. The water-like sword energy struck the purple barrier, causing circular ripples. With a muffled groan, Poison Fire King took several steps back. The poison fire flame explosion he was about to prepare was stopped. Now's the time. Yi Chen rapidly approached. With the bewitching mirror shattering in his left hand and congealing water in his right, it was as if he had turned into two people, fiercely attacking Poison Fire King. Pung 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 pung. Poison Fire King retreated again and again, blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. How much Zhen Yuan does this kid have? Why hasn't the fire poison in his body erupted? Poison Fire King gradually thought of retreating. He had been underestimating Yi Chen all along. When Yi Chen didn't act as he expected, he lost confidence. Retreat. The space suddenly exploded as Poison Fire King tried to escape into the void. Bewitching mirror shattering, condense for me. Steam rose from Yi Chen's body as he used the bewitching mirror shattering with the Sky Scorpio sword. A hilarious scene unfolded. The Poison Fire King was stuck in the spatial barrier. Half of his body was outside, while the other half was in the void. He looked miserable. Spatial shattering. Poison Fire King's exposed body shattered into thousands of pieces, filling the sky with a purple rain of light. Yi Chen, you're dead. I will take revenge. From the depths of the void, Poison Fire King's crazed roar resounded. Yi Chen didn't care about Poison Fire King's words. He spurted out a mouthful of purple-red blood. There wasn't a trace of vitality in it, only fire poison. In fact, he was already at the end of his rope at this point. Just now he had drawn out a portion of the Zhen Yuan he used to suppress the fire poison, and used the bewitching mirror shattering. However, the fire poison had immediately counterattacked, forcing his Zhen Yuan to retreat. If Poison Fire King had persisted for a while longer, the one to die would have been Yi Chen. Unfortunately, the opponent had been scared off. Chapter 879. This fire poison is indeed troublesome. Taking out a large amount of Zhen Yuan crystals, Yi Chen focused on refining them as he closed his eyes. In the evening, the sun set below the mountain, and the sky darkened. Yi Chen opened his eyes and slowly let out a mouthful of fire poison qi. My Zhen Yuan has completely recovered. but it will not be easy to get rid of the fire poison. Yi Chen could feel that although the fire poison in his body had been suppressed by the boundless Zhen Yuan, it was still very tenacious. It was like maggots in one's bones, slowly eating away at his flesh and bones. Although he had already trained to the realm of regrowing broken limbs, it only applied to the limbs. If the injuries on the main body were fatal, it would still be extremely dangerous. Whatever, I won't be able to get rid of the fire poison in a short period of time, but it should be fine after a while. Yi Chen did not think much of this fire poison. He was not a normal person, and his body was not ordinary either. A mere fire poison would not be able to kill him. Turning his head, Yi Chen saw a lot of people. Almost all of the upper echelons of the school had arrived. Elder Yi. Seeing Yi Chen wake up, Li Zhangfeng let out a sigh of relief. Yi Chen faintly nodded. I've made you guys worry. Elder Yi, you're being too polite. Elder Ye's misfortune turned into fortune is our school's fortune. Oh right, I wonder who the Life and Death King was? Was it because of our school? Once the battle ended, Li Zhangfeng and the others immediately rushed over. However, Yi Chen was recovering his Zhen Yuan, so they waited beside him without disturbing him. Yi Chen shook his head. I'm not sure either, but it most likely has nothing to do with the school. This was purely his intuition. Alright, I'm going to close up and heal. If there is nothing, don't disturb me. The fire poison remaining in his body was more or less a problem, dragging down a lot of his Zhen Yuan. With a flicker, Yi Chen flew toward his elder's mountain. Inside the secret room under the great elder's palace, Yi Chen sat on a stone platform with his legs crossed and a storage ring in his hand. I wonder how much wealth the Life and Death King has? After killing Blood Hand King, Yi Chen obtained Blood Hand King's storage ring, armor and gloves. The armor was a peak semi-supreme grade armor, and the gloves were a bit better, pseudo-supreme grade. Life and Death Kings were divided into different levels. Without a doubt, be it Giant Wolf King, Poison Fire King, or Blood Hand King, they were all ordinary Life and Death Kings. Their strength was not too high, and it was quite normal for them not to have supreme grade artifacts. Not everyone had the same fortune as Yi Chen. Relying on his powerful soul power, Yi Chen erased Blood Hand King's soul imprint on the ring, and sent his soul power inside. Blood Hand King's wealth was quite average. There were more than 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. More than 50 million high-grade spirit stones. There were 3 kinds of supreme-grade materials. The most common supreme-grade metal, star iron, 30 supreme-grade fire cloud stones, and 13 supreme-grade ice stones. Star iron was the most common material for forging supreme-grade artifacts. For example, Yi Chen had Death Chi iron. However, it was only a small piece, and it wasn't enough to forge a supreme-grade sword. Therefore, he needed to add other metals, and star iron was undoubtedly the most suitable. Although this metal was common, its compatibility was very high. It wouldn't be repelled by other metals, nor would it repel other metals. The amount of star iron in Blood Hand King's storage ring was several tens of thousands of gene, but it was extremely small, only half the size of a human head. On the other hand, among the 3 supreme-grade materials Yi Chen had bought in Gemstone Islands, there was also a fist-sized chunk of star iron. Adding the 2 together, it was more or less enough to forge a supreme-grade sword. As for Fire Cloud Stone and Ice Stone, they were also good materials for forging supreme-grade artifacts. Fire Cloud Stone could turn the artifact's attribute into fire, while Ice Stone could turn the artifact into ice. Both were very rare. The other 2 supreme-grade materials Yi Chen had obtained from Gemstone Islands were an egg-sized beehive iron and a finger-sized red copper. Altogether, Yi Chen had 5 supreme-grade materials. Apart from this, Blood Hand King's storage ring also contained a large amount of upper-grade and semi-supreme-grade materials. This is great. I won't lack materials to forge upper-grade and semi-supreme-grade swords. Although Yi Chen had bought a lot of upper-grade and semi-supreme-grade materials, they couldn't keep up with his consumption. If he wanted to learn upper-grade sword forging art to perfection, this amount of materials was clearly insufficient, not to mention semi-supreme-grade sword forging art. Yi Chen's storage ring was an upper-grade storage ring, even better than Blood Hand King's. After storing all of Blood Hand King's belongings into his own ring, Yi Chen began to take inventory. Spirit stones. Supreme grade spirit stones, 50,000 in total. Upper grade spirit stones, more than 160 million. 5 supreme grade materials. Star iron, beehive iron, red copper, fire cloud stone, and ice stone. Other precious items were 2 million Zhenyuan crystals, a 3,000-year-old upper-grade fire pear tree, and a number of soul stones. These were the most precious items, and even life and death kings might not necessarily have them. Apart from these, Yi Chen's storage ring still contained all sorts of items. Upper-grade materials, upper-grade spirit grasses, artifacts of various grades. Blood Hand King's wealth wasn't that great, but it was easy to understand. At Life and Death Realm, the most important thing was to raise one's cultivation base. If one had something good, they would exchange it with others or buy it with supreme grade spirit stones. It could be said that the cultivation base of a Life and Death King was a huge fortune in itself. Unfortunately, this fortune had already been digested by him. Huff! Faintly letting out a breath, Yi Chen's attention shifted from the storage ring. It's time to expel the fire poison. As long as the fire poison wasn't expelled, it would be a disaster. Yi Chen didn't want to have to divide his Zhenyuan to suppress the fire poison while fighting others. Circulating green lotus sword arts, Yi Chen's entire body glowed with a green radiance. This was the sign of Zhenyuan and his body fusing, a sign of activating a cultivation technique. From head to toe, there wasn't a single part of his body that didn't contain Zhenyuan. Under his inner vision, Yi Chen slightly creased his brows. This fire poison had actually occupied a part of his body. Within the range of the fire poison, all of his cells had been contaminated, turning them into the base of the fire poison. The vitality and Zhenyuan in his cells had also become the nourishment of the fire poison, strengthening its power. Raising his inner vision to the limit, Yi Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The fire poison seemed to be suppressed by his boundless Zhenyuan, but what made his scalp go numb was that any Zhenyuan that came in contact with the fire poison was being transformed into fire poison. This process was very minute, so minute that it was almost undetectable. Seems like I've underestimated the fire poison's harmfulness. Yi Chen thought for a bit, then took out a few ice-attributed upper-grade spirit plants from his storage ring, chewed them up, and swallowed them. The ice-cold spirit liquid slowly spread to his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, his limbs, and hundreds of meridians. Only the fire poison was excluded. Fortunately, with the effect of the ice-cold spirit liquid, the fire poison's devouring of Zhenyuan and life force slowed down. Seeing this, Yi Chen swallowed dozens of ice-attributed upper-grade spirit plants, causing his body to cool down. His body temperature dropped to below a normal person's, just like a block of ice. There are no more ice-attributed upper-grade spirit plants. I'm afraid it will be hard to suppress. Only now did Yi Chen pay attention to the fire poison. This fire poison was vastly different from the ordinary ones. Right, let's see if the extreme-grade ice stone will work. Yi Chen didn't dare to swallow the ice stone, but he could wear it on his body to affect the fire poison. So cold. Holding the ice stone in his hand was fine, since he could use Zhenyuan to resist the low temperature. However, Yi Chen needed the ice stone to suppress the fire poison, so he naturally wouldn't use Zhenyuan to repel it. The surface of his skin was covered in a layer of frost. If an astral-reaching expert were to approach Yi Chen at this moment, they would immediately suffer from frostbite. If they were too close, they might even be frozen into an ice sculpture, without any vitality. Enduring the bone-chilling cold, Yi Chen smiled bitterly and took out the painting. Perhaps Senior Yuan Emperor knows what's going on with this fire poison? The painting unfolded, and Yi Chen poured in Zhenyuan. Buzz. The ink figure on the way came to life, turning around and walking out of the painting. What's the trouble now? Yuan Emperor's image asked subconsciously. Yi Chen said, Senior Yuan Emperor, do you know what kind of fire poison is in my body? In fact, there was no need for Yi Chen to ask. Yuan Emperor's image had already sensed Yi Chen's abnormality. The latter's body temperature was even lower than an iceberg. If this continued, he would freeze to death. Placing his palm on Yi Chen's shoulder, Yuan Emperor's image poured a strand of Zhenyuan into Yi Chen's body. After a long while he said solemnly, This is starfire poison. Starfire poison? Yi Chen didn't understand. Yuan Emperor's image explained. In the core of a star, apart from the high temperature, there is also a frightening fire poison. Normally, this fire poison wouldn't gather together and would be very scattered. However, as time passes, the fire poison in the core of the star would gather together, forming a star poison fire drill. This star poison fire drill has an extremely high density of fire poison. Gradually, it mutated, turning into a strange poison that's hard to remove. Who did you fight with? How strong was he? Yuan Emperor's image asked. An ordinary life and death king. Poison Fire King was not a powerful life and death king. He was only a bit stronger than Giant Wolf King. The Yuan Emperor's image said. With his strength, it's impossible for him to cultivate the poison and fire profundities to a high level. And it's impossible for him to create something comparable to the star fire poison. If I'm not wrong, he definitely has the star poison fire drill. And he's using the star poison to fuse with his own strength to attack you. Star poison fire drills fire poison, no wonder. Yi Chen suddenly understood. Poison Fire King was a human, but he was using his mouth to spit out energy. He should have a star poison fire drill inside his body to complement his attack. Then, how do I remove it? Yuan Emperor's image shook his head. It's very difficult. If I weren't dead, removing the star fire poison would be very simple. However, although I have a large amount of Jin Yuan sealed in my body, I'm not a living person. If I forcibly remove the poison for you, a single mistake would cause your body to collapse. Only if you can cultivate broken limb regrowth to the late stage would I dare to try. But if you can cultivate it to the late stage, perhaps you won't need my help. You can slowly remove it, and you'll eventually succeed. Chapter 880. Of course, it's not like there's no other way. I can think of at least 4. Yuan Emperor was, after all, a peerless figure who could shake heaven and earth. His strength could be ranked at the forefront of titled monarchs since ancient times. With such high strength, his knowledge was naturally not lacking. Which 4? Yi Chen asked. The first is to raise the spirit body's rank. You're currently at the 4th step. If you raise it to the 5th step, the star fire poison will be easily removed. You should also know that the spirit body is harder to raise with each step. 4th step spirit body is only the ordinary standard for life and death kings, while 5th step spirit body is the average. The difference between the 4th and 5th step is huge, and the poison resistance will also increase by 10-fold. 5th step spirit body. Easier said than done. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. The reason he could raise his spirit body to the 4th step was thanks to the 5,000 years old Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit. Without it, it would have taken him several months, or even half a year to raise his spirit body's rank. Raising his spirit body to the 5th step would be several times more difficult than entering life and death realm. Yuan Emperor's projection naturally knew how difficult it was to raise the spirit body's rank, so he smiled. Raising it through normal means is unlikely. It would take too much time, and the star fire poison would have long entered your heart. What I'm saying is to find some treasures that can raise the spirit body's rank, such as the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit, or the Dragon Scale Fruit. Of course, if you can find the fresh blood of a giant dragon king, the effect wouldn't be any worse than the Dragon Scale Fruit. Giant Dragon King. Yi Chen's brows twitched. Su Jing was a golden dragon, so she more or less met the requirements. However, Su Jing hadn't completely transformed into a golden dragon, and she wasn't a giant dragon king either. By the time she met the requirements, it would be too late. What about the second? The first was too difficult. Whether it was the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit, Dragon Scale Fruit, or Giant Dragon King's fresh blood, they were all extremely difficult. The second is relatively easier. Become a life and death king. Yuan Emperor smiled and continued. Wait until you become a life and death king. Not to mention purifying your Jin Yuan to king grade. Your undying body will also reach flesh and blood derivation realm. A mere star fire poison will be no different from impurities. This was indeed a little simpler. It was easier than cultivating the immortal body to the later stages of limb rebirth. Although it was a different path to the same goal, the way to solve it was different. As long as Yi Chen comprehended a bit more life Tao, advancing to life and death realm would be 90% certain. Of course, relying on entering life and death realm was a bit risky. Who knew how long it would take? It could be as short as 3 to 5 months, or as long as 3 to 5 years. The third method is the hardest for you, but also the simplest. Raise your destruction sword intent to the 6th level, and use it to eliminate the active starfire poison. Once it's active, the starfire poison will turn into a dead object, which can be easily removed. Eliminating the active starfire poison could already be considered a profound and microscopic level. After all, ordinary people would find it hard to understand that fire poison was a kind of poison. Peak 5th step destruction sword intent. To be honest, you've given me quite a shock. If it were an ordinary poison, it wouldn't be able to do anything to you. If the density of the starfire poison was not high enough, it wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, the density of the starfire poison is too high, and it has mutated into a strange poison. Only an ordinary 7th step sword intent can eliminate its active starfire poison. Converted to your destruction sword intent, it's at the 6th step. Yuan Emperor quite admired Yi Chen. This kind of sword Dao genius with astonishing potential would be a frightening genius even in the ancient and medieval eras. Martial will and sword will were the same as spirit body. The higher one went, the harder it would be to improve. If the 4th step spirit body was the ordinary standard of life and death kings, then the 5th step martial will would be the ordinary standard of life and death kings, and the 6th step martial will would be the average standard. Yi Chen had already surpassed the average standard, because his peak 5th step destruction sword intent was equivalent to a peak 6th step sword intent. This seems a bit better. Hearing these words, Yi Chen faintly nodded. A peak 5th step destruction sword intent alone would be hard to reach the 6th step. However, he was different. He had the 5th step immortal sword intent. The two great sword intents resonated with each other, allowing him to improve at an extremely fast pace. Recently, he had already felt signs of his destruction sword intent advancing. Once his destruction sword intent reached the 6th step, even if Yi Chen's battle strength didn't increase by several folds, it would at least skyrocket. The further one advanced, the greater the gap between the levels. For example, the gap between the 4th and 5th step was not as big as the gap between the 5th and 6th step. And the gap between the 6th and 7th step was not as big as the gap between the 7th and 8th step. Legend had it that at the 9th or even 10th step, each step was like a whole new world. The 4th method is the fastest way to solve your problem, and that is to find a peak king to help you expel the poison. It's best if they have some achievements in dissolving strange poisons. If it doesn't work, find a peak king who cultivates ice profound. These two peak kings can easily dispel the mutated starfire poison without any danger. Right, that demonic human emperor is not bad. She should be able to help you expel the poison. Yuan Emperor's silhouette thought of something. Yuan Emperor's first thought was demonic human emperor, because she was the strongest king he had seen in this era. However, Yi Chen's first thought was Xianhou. Xuanhou's strength might not be as good as demonic human emperors, but in terms of dissolving strange poisons, demonic human emperor should be far inferior to her. Every profession had its own specialization, and this principle was applicable everywhere. Let's see how it goes. Rather than looking for demonic human emperor, he might as well look for Xianhou. The former might not agree, but the latter was much more reliable. Although he couldn't return to True Spirit Continent, he could find someone to pass the message. You're right. She might not save you. Yuan Emperor's silhouette nodded. Before that, I'll teach you a great poison dispelling art. Great poison dispelling art. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen knew that this art was not ordinary at all. Great poison dispelling art is a heaven-grade high-grade art. It can only be used to save people and oneself. Don't look down on it. If not for the lack of time, this art could easily dispel the mutated starfire poison. I'll teach you this art, but you must cultivate it as soon as possible. Only then can you suppress the mutated starfire poison without relying on ice attribute energy. As a peerless figure of his era, Yuan Emperor seemed to know a little bit of everything. The higher one's level was, the greater the danger one would face, and the more bizarre it would be. The less one knew, the less one's ability to survive. The more one knew, the less one had to worry about. This was the so-called Having more skills is never a burden. All right. Yi Chen nodded vigorously. Don't reject it. Yuan Emperor's silhouette pointed at Yi Chen's forehead. In an instant, a complicated art appeared in Yi Chen's mind. After 3 breaths, Yuan Emperor's silhouette retracted his finger. Opening his eyes, Yi Chen said gratefully, "Thank you, senior." "No need to thank me. The stronger you are, the more tricks you have, the greater the hope of preserving Elysium in the future. The unfinished battles of ancient, medieval, and modern times will still depend on you all." Yuan Emperor's silhouette sighed. Yi Chen knew what Yuan Emperor was talking about, so he asked, "What realm do I need to reach?" "At least my realm." Yi Chen was silent. A realm like Yuan Emperor's had already disappeared in this era. Of course, just you alone is not enough. In my era, there were a lot of people with the same strength as the demonic human emperor. Even so, once the war broke out, they all fell one by one. The people from the other world are very powerful. Some of them are not even weaker than me. If Elysium is a low-level civilization, then they are a high-level civilization. Since the ancient times, we have been fighting against them, fighting for a place for our future generations to live. I hope that this world that belongs to us will continue to exist. Yuan Emperor's silhouette looked at Yi Chen. The sword in my hand must be stained with the blood of the powerful warriors from the other world. Yi Chen said seriously. I believe you can do it, but the premise is that you can survive. Finally, you have to remember that powerful warriors grow from killing. No matter if it is the other world or the same world. As long as it is your enemy, do not be soft-hearted. Kill when you need to kill. And if you don't need to kill, you have to lower the threat to the minimum. You should understand what I am saying. Yuan Emperor's silhouette said coldly. Yi Chen will remember. Right now, Yuan Emperor was the invincible Yuan Emperor. Being soft-hearted was never the right choice, especially in this world where only powerful warriors were respected. Yi Chen could imagine that when Yuan Emperor climbed to the top, he must have stepped on countless corpses, some from the same world, and some from the other world. I don't think I need to worry. You can comprehend the destruction sword intent, so this shouldn't be a problem. Alright, I've taught you what I should, and I've said what I should. Now you have to rely on yourself. The primitive emperor's image walked into the climbing heights and seeing far, painting and blended into the ink figure with his back facing the outside world. Putting away the painting, Yi Chen pondered for a while. Life and death realm is the starting point. The road ahead is still long, but it suits me just fine. Yi Chen enjoyed the process of growing stronger. The difficulty of cultivating poison conversion great art was extremely high, and there were many steps as well. In order to get started, one had to first learn how to use the poison conversion great art to understand the basic composition of any poison, from macroscopic to microscopic. Then, one had to break down the poison, because some strange poisons, once broken down, would not be as harmful. Finally, one had to use the poison conversion great art to refine it step by step. Of the 3 steps, one could be considered to have gotten started, and the other 2 would be accomplished. Only by accomplishing all of them would one be considered to have minor success. After minor success, one would have to convert the poison conversion great art into instinct. The reason why one had to convert it into instinct was that some poisons could spread very quickly, and one would have to race against time. If one couldn't, one would naturally lose, and the loss would be one's life. Reaching this step would be considered major success. As for grand completion, it would be the most difficult step. When the poison conversion great art reached grand completion, one's body would produce a mysterious poison conversion energy. This energy had its own spirituality, and had already fused with one's instinct. The majority of poisons would immediately be broken down upon contact, as if they had met their nemesis. Let's get started first. Sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, Yi Chen began to cultivate the poison conversion great art. Chapter 881. The great poison conversion art was worthy of being a high-grade heaven-grade secret art. Its cultivation difficulty was not inferior to the 5-star mid-grade heaven-grade secret art, blood-severing ghost finger. After spending a whole week, Yi Chen had barely grasped the basics. Through the great poison conversion art, He could observe the basic composition of the variant star fire poison. However, observing was observing. It didn't mean that Yi Chen could dissect the poison. After another week, Yi Chen was able to decompose the star fire poison, completing the second step. Unfortunately, he could only dissect the spreading poison, which was the vanguard of the poison. Eradicating the poison was not something that could be done in a day or two. Moreover, while Yi Chen was dissecting the vanguard, the poison was also transforming into Zhen Yuan, strengthening itself. Strictly speaking, Yi Chen's dissecting speed was not as fast as the poison's Zhen Yuan transformation. As time went on, the poison would grow stronger and stronger, and Yi Chen would no longer be its opponent. His body would become the domain of the poison. I have to reach the third step and cultivate the great poison conversion art to minor completion. The poison conversion great art of small perfection could refine the star fire poison that had been broken down. Even if it could not completely eradicate the star fire poison, it could at least prevent the star fire poison from turning into quintessence and strengthening itself. Xiaochen could use this time to find other methods to eradicate the star fire poison. Blood Sky Continent was the second continent of Elysium. Although it was only half the size of True Spirit Continent, its widest point was 30 million li, and its narrowest point was 18 million li. It was shaped like a huge coconut, and comparing it to a heart was not an exaggeration. Just like True Spirit Continent, Blood Sky Continent was also filled with all kinds of danger zones and forbidden zones. Some of them were so dangerous that even life and death kings would find it hard to survive. Bloodlight Ocean was ranked 4th on Blood Sky Continent. Its name was Bloodlight Ocean, but it was not a real ocean. Bloodlight Ocean was located in the eastern part of Iron Blood region. Blood-colored chi drifted throughout the year, resembling a blood light or a blood ocean. Therefore, it was named Bloodlight Ocean. Bloodlight Sea had two superficial dangers. One was blood demons. Bloodlight Ocean was a breeding ground for blood demons. The number of blood demons inside was enormous, and no one knew exactly how many there were. Low-rank blood demons, middle-rank blood demons, high-rank blood demons, blood demon generals, blood demon kings. Everything that one could imagine could be found there. Due to the special rules of Bloodlight Ocean and its boundless power, the Blood Sky Continent's demonic beast kings and life and death kings couldn't erase this breeding ground of blood demons. They could only allow it to exist as long as the blood demons didn't come out. The second was the chaotic will. If one stayed in the Bloodlight Sea for a long time, one would be invaded by the chaotic will. If it was light, one would become a lunatic. If it was heavy, one would become bloodthirsty and become a member of the heterogeneous blood devils. Due to the existence of these two great dangers, even though the Bloodlight Sea's ranking wasn't as high as the third-ranked King Grade Forbidden Zone, its reputation was greater than the third-ranked King Grade Forbidden Zone. Just the mention of it would cause one's face to change. Old Chong, this is our second time coming to the Bloodlight Ocean after 100 years. At the entrance of Bloodlight Sea, space shattered, and two middle-aged men walked out. That's right. 100 years have passed, and my descendants have all grown old. Monkey, last time 4 of us went in, but only 2 came out. This time, you and I must come out alive. The middle-aged man with a long beard, who looked to be in his 50s, sighed emotionally. The middle-aged man called Monkey was not a human, but a monkey that had cultivated into a demonic king. He nodded heavily, definitely. This time, if we come out alive, I will take out the supreme grade monkey wine that I have kept for more than 200 years to share with you. You should have given me some when you came. So stingy. Fine, for the sake of your supreme grade monkey wine, I must survive. Otherwise, I will suffer a great loss. If a knowledgeable person was here, he would definitely recognize that the middle-aged man with a long beard and the middle-aged man with a pointy mouth and ape-like chin were the solitary kings of the Blood Sky Continent. They were the Anika Spear King and the Iron Monkey King. Although the Anika Spear King and the Iron Monkey King were not of the same race, one was a human, the other a demonic beast, they had a very good relationship. It could be said that they were brothers that had gone through life and death together. 100 years ago, they had another brother who was also a demonic king called the Black-Horned King. Unfortunately, the Black-Horned King had been killed by the Blood Devil King of the Bloodlight Ocean. Come, let's go in. This time, no matter what, We must get a blood crystal flower. The Anika Spear King's figure flashed, entering the bloodlight ocean. The Iron Monkey King followed closely behind. A few days later, it rained heavily outside the entrance of the bloodlight ocean. The sky was overcast, and dark clouds loomed overhead. Swish! A sword light cut through the sky, speeding over. When it was less than 100 meters away from the entrance, the sword light vanished, and a young figure appeared. He had a head of thick black hair, wearing a loose blue robe. It was Yichen. After training the poison-melting great art to the entry level, he was able to suppress the star fire poison for a while. Then he stopped training and started to prepare for the cure. After asking around, Yichen found out that there was a king-grade forbidden zone in the Iron Blood region called Bloodlight Ocean. There was a kind of blood crystal flower that was neither a plant nor a mineral. Eating it could increase the strength of one's spirit body. Depending on the age of the blood crystal flower, the effect would vary. A 10,000 years old blood crystal flower could increase one's spirit body by half a step. Of course, this was only for those below the 5th step. Even 10,000 years old blood crystal flowers would not be able to increase the spirit body from the 5th step to the 6th step. Although the effect of the blood crystal flower was far inferior to the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit, it was something that Yichen urgently needed. Even if it couldn't raise his spirit body to the 5th step, it could still strengthen his spirit body and increase his poison resistance. Bloodlight Ocean is a dangerous place even for life and death kings. I don't have to fear the chaotic, well, as long as it's not too excessive. However, I have to be on guard against blood demon kings. Blood demons were born from blood. They were ever-changing and had no concrete form. When facing an enemy, if they found a flaw, they would turn into a bloodlight and drill into one's body. Even if one had gargantuan skills, one could only die with hatred. However, I must obtain the blood crystal flower. With a flicker, Yichen turned into a sword light and entered Bloodlight Ocean. Bloodlight Ocean was like a universe, boundless as far as the eye could see. It was clearly raining outside, but there was not the slightest movement inside. The sky was bright red, and the ground was covered by blood chi currents. The blood chi currents were bobbing up and down, like an unceasingly flowing blood ocean. This ocean was even emitting a blood radiance. What a powerful law! As soon as Yichen entered Bloodlight Ocean, he immediately felt his body sink several dozen meters. The pressure and gravitational force acting on his body were 100 times that of the outside world. As for his soul power, it could only spread several dozen li. Fortunately, this Bloodlight Ocean differs from person to person. The rules are not rigid. Bloodlight Ocean adjusted the pressure according to one's cultivation base. For example, if Yichen was at the peak of the 3rd layer, the pressure would be 100 times. However, if it were a life and death king, the pressure would be 1,000 times. Thus, the gap between the two did not widen, remaining within the same range. Otherwise, 100 times pressure would be nothing to life and death kings. They could still fly at high speed, and Yichen couldn't catch up to them. However, they could easily catch up to Yichen. Swish! The blood chi currents condensed, and a blood light pounced at Yichen. Die! Yichen pointed his finger, and a sword light shattered the blood light. The destruction sword intent prevented the blood light from condensing again. Flying close to the ground, Yichen flew toward the depths of Bloodlight Ocean. A day passed, and Yichen had a rough understanding of Bloodlight Ocean's details. The blood demons of Bloodlight Ocean were usually hidden within the blood chi currents. Once someone approached and triggered the blood chi currents, they would turn into bloodlight and attack crazily. If one's luck was bad, and the blood chi currents triggered happened to be the blood demon's body, one would be in for a miserable time, having their flesh and blood sucked dry. Yichen had encountered it once. Fortunately, it was only an ordinary blood demon general, which was equivalent to a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Moreover, Yichen's destruction sword intent and immortal sword intent were its bane. The consequences could be easily imagined. Worthy of being called Bloodlight Ocean. It's too dangerous. Amidst the blood chi currents, Yichen sighed. Bloodlight Ocean was filled with blood chi currents. In other words, there could be blood demons hidden everywhere. Encountering blood demons below the Blood Demon King realm was fine, but encountering a blood demon king, even Yichen would be in mortal danger. After all, he couldn't release his sword domain and sword intent all the time. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion could be heard from the front. Battle of Kings. Yi Chen's eyes squinted. Let's go take a look. I'll be on guard in the future. The dangers of Bloodlight Ocean were not only visible, but also hidden. Yi Chen didn't know much about them, so he had to learn more to strengthen his survivability. The battlefield was quite far away, so Yi Chen followed the energy ripples. Not wanting to get too close, Yi Chen stopped far away. Open. The vertical silver eye on his forehead opened, and Yi Chen looked over with his soul eye. In his line of sight, 3 figures were engaged in a fierce battle. Boundless energy swept out in all directions, sweeping away the blood chi currents and clearing out an empty space. Of these 3 figures, 2 were clearly from the same group. One wielded a spear and was a human king. The other had transformed into a demonic monkey and was a beast king. The last one had a blood chi current around his body, and his eyes were blood red. It's really a hetero blood demon king. Bloodlight Ocean's chaotic will would have a greater influence on the intruder. If one couldn't endure the invasion of the chaotic will, they would lose their nature and turn into a berserk demon. As time passed, they would suffer the invasion of the blood chi and slowly be transformed into a hetero blood demon, whose danger was no less than that of a blood demon. It should be known that Bloodlight Ocean had existed for countless years. Countless kings had entered and been transformed into hetero blood demon kings by the chaotic will and blood chi. More importantly, according to the observations of observant people, the lifespan of hetero blood demon kings far exceeded 1,000 years. As for how long they could live, it was hard to say. Thus, even if they didn't meet a blood demon king, they would still die if they met a mutant blood demon king. Perhaps they weren't peak kings when they were alive because peak kings wouldn't be affected by the chaotic intent. However, there was another possibility, and that was that a powerful king might not have a strong intent, but his cultivation was ridiculously strong. Chapter 882. Boom Boom Boom. The heterogeneous Blood Demon King was extremely powerful. It was even stronger than Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King. In a one-on-one fight, Yi Chen was definitely not its match. He could only run away. After all, the soul light was useless against such a heterogeneous Blood Demon King. Their souls were chaotic and could not be affected by dizziness. Unless the soul light was strong enough to destroy the opponent's soul in one blow. The heterogeneous Blood Demon King was powerful, but his opponent was not weak either. The spear-wielding human king's strength was similar to Poison Fire King's. Although the demonic monkey king was slightly weaker, it was not by much. The human and the demon worked together and suppressed the heterogeneous Blood Demon King in a short while. Soul-seeking impermanence spear. The long-bearded middle-aged man roared and thrust his spear. The spear pierced through the heterogeneous Blood Demon King's head without any trace. Break for me. The demonic monkey king was not big. It was only 3 meters tall. Its body was very agile. In a flash, it appeared behind the heterogeneous Blood Demon King and slashed down with its claws. Poochie. The heterogeneous Blood Demon King was dismembered. Blood splattered everywhere. Haha monkey, well done. The long-bearded middle-aged man kept his spear and stood still. The demonic monkey king turned into human form and laughed. It was also because of your good cooperation. The human and the demon had worked together countless times. They had long formed a tacit understanding. When the two worked together, they could defeat enemies that were much stronger than them. Such a brilliant spear art. It actually contains the wind profound and the cloud profound. These 2 profounds are the most proficient in transformations. When combined, its power might not be comparable to other fused profounds, but it is hard to defend against. In the early days, Yi Chen had also studied the cloud mentality. Later on, he switched to studying the thunder mentality, which was related to the cloud mentality. But he had limited energy, so it was impossible for him to study everything. He could only choose the one that was most useful to him, and study it when he had more time. Of course, after so many years, the cloud intent had also advanced to the cloud profound. It was only 10% of the realm. Closing his soul eye, Yi Chen turned and left. The Bloodlight Ocean was boundless. The space inside was huge, far beyond what the outside world could see. As time passed, Yi Chen had already stayed in the Bloodlight Ocean for 3 days. During these 3 days, he could clearly feel a chaotic will trying to invade his soul sea and infect his soul. His soul membrane could only defend against soul power, but it was helpless against a will attack. Fortunately, he still had the Destruction Sword Soul and the Immortal Sword Soul in his Sea of Soul. The 2 rank 5 Sword Souls were guarding the Sea of Soul. Once the chaotic will invaded, it was immediately minced into nothingness. The chaotic will was nothing to him. In these 3 days, he had encountered true danger twice. The first time was when he was surrounded by blood demon generals. Thousands of blood demon generals charged at him, causing bloodlight to flutter in the air. The second time was when he encountered a hetero blood demon king wandering around Bloodlight Ocean. Its strength was not weaker than the hetero blood demon king he encountered 3 days ago, and was even slightly stronger. Facing thousands of blood demon generals, Yi Chen used all his means and consumed a third of his Zhen Yuan to kill half of them before escaping. Facing the blood demon, Yi Chen didn't have any other thoughts, so he directly fled. In a one-on-one battle, he was not the opponent of the blood demon. Tangling with it would only waste his Zhen Yuan, which was not worth it. He didn't come to Bloodlight Ocean to fight, but for the blood crystal flower. Bloodlight Ocean's space is extremely sturdy. I can't travel through space. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape from the blood demon. Walking on the road, Yi Chen kept his soul power at all times. But this won't do. If I want to roam the King Grade Forbidden Zone, it's best to raise my cultivation to life and death realm. Otherwise I might die. One had to be alive to enjoy opportunities. If the danger was too great, death would be inevitable. Yeah, there's a mountain range here. Yi Chen stopped and sensed with his soul power. There was a mountain range 20 li ahead. In the Bloodlight Ocean, there were very few mountain ranges. Most of them were plains and hills, and the blood crystal flower would normally grow in the mountain ranges. It could be underground on the cliff of a mountain peak, or at the bottom of a lake in the mountain range. In short, the blood crystal flower would appear anywhere in the mountain range, and it didn't need a specific environment. Since there's a mountain range, there must be a blood crystal flower. Let's go in. Dispelling distracting thoughts, Yi Chen's gaze turned sharp as he cautiously entered the mountain range. Since Yi Chen's soul power could only extend a few dozen li, Yi Chen couldn't see how big the mountain range was, or what the environment was like. He could only take one step at a time. The place Yi Chen entered was a canyon. The canyon towered into the clouds. Looking up, one could only see a sliver of the sky. It was extremely gloomy and quiet. Swish, swish, swish. After walking for 7 li, a dozen bloodlights suddenly shot at Yi Chen. Sword domain. Yi Chen didn't panic in the face of danger. He released his sword domain, and the enormous sword pressure caused the bloodlights to slow down. Unsheathing the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen slashed one after another. His powerful sword chi tore apart the bloodlights, while his destruction sword intent made them unable to reform and gradually dissipate. Jiejia. The true threat had arrived. The blood chi in front of Yi Chen converged, forming a blood devil king. This blood devil king's arms were like bamboo poles, extremely thin and long. Its palms were like eagle claws, incomparably sharp. Swish. With an air-piercing sound, Blood Demon King's right arm rapidly lengthened and turned into a blood-colored drill, drilling toward Yi Chen's forehead at a speed as fast as blood-colored lightning. Ding. Raising the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen blocked the Blood Devil King's sneak attack. But the Blood Devil King's terror lay in its ability to change its shape at will. After the Blood Devil King's right arm was deflected, it lengthened once more and coiled around Yi Chen like a red thread. Extinguish. Yi Chen didn't dare to be careless. He executed bewitching mirror shattering, sealing the red thread in a spatial mirror, and shattering it into thousands of pieces. Congealing water. Like a sword light, Yi Chen flew close to the ground and thrust his sword out. Blood Demon King sneered and unexpectedly ignored Yi Chen's sword. His body rapidly turned into a blood-colored hedgehog, each spike several hundred meters long, and launched a full-range attack. PFFF. Yi Chen's congealing water landed on the Blood Devil King's body first. A burst of power instantly tore the Blood Devil King's body apart. Sword intent and death chi gushed out. completely extinguishing the Blood Devil King's vitality. A low-level Blood Devil King. There's no way it can resist my congealing water. Yi Chen had a natural advantage over Blood Devil Kings. Firstly, the evil vanquishing sword contained an innate suppressive power. Secondly, Yi Chen's peak 5th step destruction sword intent was a great killing weapon for the Blood Devil King. Struck by an attack containing destruction sword intent, the Blood Devil King would find it hard to reform its body, unless it was a mid or high-level Blood Devil King. Thirdly, Yi Chen had already comprehended Death Dao. In this aspect, he was no weaker than ordinary Life and Death Kings. With these three advantages, even some Life and Death Kings stronger than Yi Chen couldn't kill a low-level Blood Devil King as easily as Yi Chen. Plop! With the Blood Devil King's death, a blood-colored crystal fell on the ground. Blood Demon Crystal. Yi Chen extended his hand and sucked the crystal into his hand. Blood Demon Crystal was a supreme-grade material that could only be nurtured within a Blood Devil King's body. Inside a Blood Devil King's body, it didn't have a solid body. It could disperse and reform like the Blood Devil King at any time. However, once a Blood Devil King died, the crystal could no longer disperse and turned into a solid body. As a top-grade material, the Blood Demon Crystal had great uses. It could not only make up for one's own losses, replenish one's vitality, but also enhance the strength of one's spirit body. Moreover, it could be used as a material for forging treasures. If a treasure was integrated with the Blood Demon Crystal, it could absorb the opponent's vitality, while attacking to replenish one's own losses. It was extremely overbearing. Although Life and Death Kings already had an undying body, with their flesh, bones, and Zhenyuan fused into one, before reaching the flesh derivation realm, using the undying body too many times wouldn't be able to bear it. At this moment, the body was still the dominant factor, and not Zhenyuan. Therefore, Blood Demon Crystal was extremely useful for Life and Death Kings at the Limb Rebirth realm. Of course, if one reached the flesh derivation realm, it wouldn't be a problem. Blood Demon Crystal could strengthen one's spirit body. Nobody would think that their spirit body was strong enough. 4th step spirit body could be upgraded to 5th step, and 5th step spirit body could be upgraded to 6th step. Finally, when one felt that ordinary Blood Demon Crystal could no longer strengthen one's spirit body, one could use it as a material, and fuse it with other metals to forge an artifact. In short, Blood Demon Crystal was a low-end commodity among Life and Death Kings. A low-level Blood Demon Crystal was not inferior to a high-grade semi-supreme grade artifact. A mid-level Blood Demon Crystal was equivalent to a pseudo-supreme grade artifact. High-level was equivalent to a supreme grade artifact. Many people came to the Bloodlight Ocean not only because of the Blood Crystal Flower, but also because of the existence of the Blood Demon King. If they could obtain a primary Blood Demon Crystal, it could be considered a harvest, even if it was not as valuable as the Blood Crystal Flower. Of course, if one wanted to obtain something, one had to pay a price. Ordinary Life and Death Kings would find it hard to kill a low-level Blood Demon King, unless they were like Yi Chen and possessed the Evil Shattering Sword, Destruction Sword Intent, or Immortal Sword Intent. Otherwise, if they encountered a Blood Demon King in Bloodlight Ocean, their chances of dying would be extremely high. As for peak kings and titled monarchs, the majority of them didn't care about low-level or mid-level Blood Demon Crystals. Rather than coming to Bloodlight Ocean, they might as well go to better places to try their luck and obtain better treasures. Of course, for their disciples and descendants, they might make a trip here sometimes. However, the chances of encountering them were simply too small, perhaps not even once in several hundred years. After obtaining the low-level Blood Demon Crystal, Yi Chen left the canyon and found a seemingly safe place to refine it, strengthening his spirit body. Chapter 883. As expected of the Blood Demon Crystal, it allowed my spirit body to improve a little from the peak of the 4th step. It's a pity that the low-level Blood Demon Crystal can only help a 4th step spirit body. The higher one's spirit body was, the harder it was to improve. The low-level Blood Demon Crystal was still useful to Yi Chen, as it could improve the strength of his spirit body. However, for a 5th step spirit body, it was useless no matter how many low-level Blood Demon Crystals he had. This was because the human body had resistance. Using the same thing too many times would cause resistance and rejection. In the end, there would be no effect at all. It was like taking medicine. If one took too many of the same medicine, the effect would be minimal. Of course, although the low-level blood demon crystal couldn't improve Yi Chen's spirit body to the 5th step, it could push his 4th step spirit body to the limit. The more he refined, the easier it would be for him to break through to the 5th step spirit body. After all, most of the time, he still had to rely on himself to break through. Heavenly treasures weren't easy to find, and those that could improve the spirit body were even rarer. Senior Yuan Sovereign is right. The stronger the spirit body, the stronger the poison resistance. My spirit body has only improved a little. It may not seem like a big improvement, but I can feel that the starfire poison is less harmful to me. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen stood up with a smile on his face. Let's not worry about this for now. I'll continue looking for blood crystal flowers, and try my luck to see if I can encounter other low-level blood demon kings. There were strong and weak low-level blood demon kings. Yi Chen wasn't a match for the strong ones, but at least he had a chance to escape. With the existence of Sword Domain, he could suppress the opponent's speed. Of course, it would be best if he didn't encounter a mid-level blood demon king. After passing through the canyon, Yi Chen arrived at the interior of the mountain range. Blood crystal flowers don't grow at a fixed location. It won't be easy to find them on the surface. I can use my soul power to search for them, but underground is a bit troublesome. On the surface of Bloodlight Ocean, Yi Chen's soul power could cover dozens of li. However, under the ground, the effect was dozens of times weaker, only able to penetrate 1 li or 2. Yi Chen couldn't even detect a blood crystal flower that was a bit deeper underground. Perhaps there might even be a blood crystal flower several li under his feet. I can only try my luck. Yi Chen flew at a constant speed. In the mountain range, the terrain was complex. There were waterfalls, lakes, forests, but most of them were barren mountains. After passing by a barren mountain, Yi Chen suddenly stopped. It's a blood crystal flower fragment. On the barren mountain, a blood-red crystal was emitting a dazzling light. Picking up the blood-red crystal, Yi Chen sighed inwardly. Once the blood crystal flower was shattered, the effect would be reduced to 1% at most. Only a whole blood crystal flower would have a huge effect. Looking at the desolate mountain, Yi Chen understood that a fierce battle must have taken place here. Otherwise, no one would destroy the integrity of the blood crystal flower. After throwing away the blood crystal flower shards, Yi Chen continued to fly at a constant speed. 3 days later, Yi Chen had explored more than half of the mountain range. Yes, he is a low-level blood devil king. His opponent is a demon king. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. With the evil vanquishing sword and destruction sword intent, he was destined to be the nemesis of most low-level blood devil kings. Dozens of li away, a low-level blood devil king was fighting with a dog-type demon king. The dog-type demon king was only an ordinary demon king, and his strength was inferior to Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King. He was in a very sorry state. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't escape the pursuit of the Blood Devil King. He could only passively resist, roaring continuously. Damn it! The dog-type demon monarch roared and spat out a ball of light. The light sphere exploded, and half of the Blood Devil King's body was blown to pieces. But soon the body reformed. Taking advantage of the short pause after the dog-type demon king used his trump card, the light sphere turned into a bloodlight and drilled into the dog-type demon king's body. The dog-type demon king's body shriveled at a visible speed. In the next moment, the bloodlight drilled out of the dog-type demon king's body, and its aura became even more powerful. Kill! With no time to lose, Yi Chen rushed forward. The Blood Devil King also discovered Yi Chen, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he also rushed forward. The two rapidly approached each other. When they were only a kilometer away, Yi Chen released his sword domain, and a powerful sword pressure acted on the Blood Devil King's body, reducing his speed. Congealing water. Unsheathing the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen attacked. Poochie. Half of the Blood Devil King's body shattered, unable to reform. Although the remaining half of the Blood Devil King didn't die, his aura was much weaker. Fear flashed across his face as he quickly fled to the right. Unfortunately, The existence of the sword domain prevented him from displaying even half of his speed. Die. Bewitching mirror shattering was used, and the escaping Blood Devil King was shattered into thousands of pieces. A low-level Blood Devil crystal fell down. My luck is not bad. Another one. Reaching out his hand, Yichen sucked the Blood Devil crystal over with a satisfied expression. I have to find a place to refine the Blood Devil crystal and increase the strength of my spirit body. Yichen was used to fighting steadily. This bloodlight ocean was filled with dangers, and if he could increase his survivability a little bit, it would be good. The stronger his spirit body, the stronger his physical defense. Not good. Just as he was about to leave, Yichen became vigilant and soared into the sky. Rumble. A huge gully appeared on the ground below. Blood-red flames burned fiercely, burning the ground of the bloodlight ocean into blood-red crystals. The temperature was astonishing. In the distance, a blood-red light sped over. It wasn't a pure Blood Devil King, but a variant Blood Devil King. That was close. If I was a little slower, I would have been crippled even if I didn't die. In the air, Yichen narrowed his eyes, sizing up the variant Blood Devil King that attacked him. This mutant Blood Devil King was not a human, but a mantis demon king. That attack just now was launched with its scythe-like appendages, and it was shaped like a blade light. This mantis fey king has wings on its back and is very fast. It won't be easy to shake it off. If it attracts the attention of other Blood Devil Kings or variant Blood Devil Kings, I'll be in trouble. Previously, Yichen had been able to escape the pursuit of a variant Blood Devil King, because that variant Blood Devil King was only slightly faster than him. Moreover, it was suppressed by sword domain and couldn't increase its speed. That was why Yichen was able to escape. On the other hand, this mantis fey king was twice as fast as Yichen. Even sword domain couldn't shake it off. Since that's the case, we can only fight it out. The Mantis Fey King was indeed much stronger than the Poison Fire King, but it was still within Yichen's range. In a one-on-one battle, Yichen felt that he could give it a try. Sword Domain Attack. Azure Swords condensed one after another. With a thought from Yichen, the Azure Swords shot out, covering the sky as they attacked the Mantis Fey King, preventing him from approaching. Clang, clang, clang. The Mantis Fey King's two appendages were like two huge scythes. With a casual wave, a blood-colored light screen appeared. The Azure Swords were immediately sent flying when they collided with the light screen. Bewitching mirror shattering. Space distorted and compressed, turning into a mirror that sealed the Mantis Fey King inside. Shortly after, the mirror shattered as sharp spatial blades crazily cut at the Mantis Fey King's body. This variant Blood Devil King is also restrained by evil vanquishing power and destruction sword intent. Yichen revealed a trace of joy. The wounds on the Mantis Fey King's body couldn't be completely healed. Even with his undying body, his wounds were still extremely heavy. Of course, the variant Blood Devil King wasn't a pure-blood Blood Devil King after all, so the restraint wasn't that great. If it were a pure-blood Blood Devil King, it probably wouldn't even have 50% of its fighting strength left. The Mantis Fey King was extremely powerful. While being attacked, he also slashed out a blood-red flame pillar. Yichen hastily raised his sword to block. Boom! The blood-red flame erupted, and Yichen was sent flying 7 to 8li. Opening his mouth, he spurted out a mouthful of steaming blood mist. So powerful! I'm afraid he's an extremely powerful existence even among low-step variant Blood Devil Kings. Ordinary Life and Death Kings were also called low-step kings, which corresponded to low-step Blood Devil Kings and low-step variant Blood Devil Kings. Poison Fire King was merely a mid-level existence among low-step kings, and as for Giant Wolf King, he was a low-level existence. As for Mantis Fey King, he was a human king, and was more or less a high-level king. But I have Sword Domain. I can at least suppress him a little. Activating Sword Domain to the limit, the immense sword pressure caused the space of Bloodlight Ocean to become even more firm. Mantis Fey King's appendages gradually became more strenuous, becoming somewhat slower than before. Break for me. Exchanging his evil vanquishing sword for Sky Scorpio Sword, Yichen slashed out. Sky Scorpio Sword was, after all, Sky Scorpio Sword. The sword energy it emitted caused one of Mantis Fey King's appendages to crystallize and shatter. Buzz. Right at this moment, Mantis Fey King also went berserk. The several thin wings on his back suddenly vibrated, and a blood-red thread flew over. Not good. The blood-red thread was too fast. Yi Chen couldn't dodge it completely, and his left arm was chopped off. Recover. After regrowing his left arm, Yi Chen gravely sized up Mantis Fey King. This was his first time clashing head-on with such a powerful opponent, and he didn't have the slightest confidence of victory. Truly, one can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. The genius that several lords want to deal with actually appeared in Bloodlight Ocean, and coincidentally ran into me. At an unknown time, a figure was standing on a mountain peak 10 li away. To be able to contend against a high-level low-step variant Blood Devil King, no wonder the lords listed him as a must-kill target. Once he enters life and death realm, I'm afraid even if my main body personally comes, I won't be able to do anything to him. In time, he'll definitely become another Xianhou. Let's use a soul attack to kill him. A sinister grin appeared on the figure's face as he squinted his eyes. From between his brows, a formless soul power shot out like an arrow, targeting Yi Chen. The soul power attack was too fast. Yi Chen didn't have the slightest chance to react before being struck by the soul power. Feeling a wave of dizziness, Yi Chen was struck head-on by Mantis Fey King, breaking several of his ribs and sending him flying while spurting blood. Someone used a soul attack to attack me. This was the thought that flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Impossible. The figure was gobsmacked. Who was he? He was a grand high-step king. Although he was only a spiritual projection, and his soul power couldn't compare to his main bodies, it was still not something a peak third-layer life and death chamber brat could resist. In his opinion, this soul attack should be able to easily destroy Yi Chen's soul power. Ruthlessly crashing into a mountain cliff, Yi Chen looked in the direction of the figure. It's a human king. Why did you attack me? Yi Chen's soul power was 5 times that of an ordinary person, and his soul membrane was naturally extremely powerful. During the ranking battle, he could have ignored Marquis Sword Snow's soul attack, but he didn't want to expose himself too much. After all, his soul power was not inferior to Life and Death Kings in terms of quality. Chapter 884. No matter what, he is an enemy, not a friend. How can I escape? The Mantis Beast King, who had been transformed into a hetero-blood demon king by the chaotic will and blood chi, had already rendered Yi Chen helpless. Now there was also a human king, who looked several times stronger than the Mantis Beast King, which was truly a deadly situation. There was no way to escape, and there was no way to fight. Of course, if Yi Chen asked for the image of Yuan Emperor, this problem could be solved. However, Yi Chen did not intend to do so. If he asked for the image of Yuan Emperor every time he encountered danger, it would not serve as a tempering exercise. The image of Yuan Emperor could help him for a while, but not forever. If one wanted to pursue the limits of strength, one could only rely on oneself. One could not place one's hopes on others. In this situation, I have to fight with my own strength. Who knows, I might be able to make a breakthrough. In the worst case, I will ask for the image of Yuan Emperor at the moment of certain death. Yi Chen's actions were very dangerous. Perhaps he would be killed before he could ask for the image of Yuan Emperor. However, in order to reach the peak, he had to get used to this kind of life and death situation. On top of the mountain, fine. This spiritual projection of mine has 1/3 of the battle strength of the main body. Killing a low-step king-level brat will not be too difficult. The figure was wearing a mask, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. He stepped down from the peak and instantly arrived at the foot of the mountain. The Mantis Beast King was originally preparing to continue attacking Yi Chen. However, as soon as the masked man appeared, his target changed. To him, the masked man's aura was much more powerful, which made him feel very disgusted. The thin wings on his back vibrated, and his figure shot out, drawing a silk-like trace in the void as he appeared in front of the masked man in a flash. Pitiful. You have lost your basic intelligence. What do you have left? The masked man shook his head and pressed his palm toward the Mantis Beast King. Bang. Dazzling thunder and fire splashed. The Mantis Beast King had come quickly and left even faster. His 2 scythe-like limbs were broken inch by inch, and a large part of his chest had caved in, charred and smoking. What a tyrannical profound martial skill. Thunder profound and fire profound are both above 90%. I'm afraid they are close to the greater success stage. Yi Chen's pupils shrank. All along he had been suppressing his opponents with his profound martial skills. However, this time his opponent was 10 times stronger than him in terms of profound martial skills. The masked man leisurely flew over, sized up Yi Chen and said, "What a pity, a peerless genius is going to fall in my hands." "Who are you?" Yi Chen had already recovered from his injuries and asked calmly. "You will never be able to guess my identity. Besides, you don't need to know. The dead have no right to know the truth. Die." The masked man attacked as soon as he said he would. With a palm strike, thunder and fire splashed everywhere. This move again. Yi Chen's pupil shrank to 2 dots. His left hand held the evil vanquishing sword in front of his chest, while his right hand held the Sky Scorpio sword, slashing out diagonally. At the same time, the 2 great sword souls in his sea of soul shook violently, setting off waves of sword intent storms. The destruction and immortal sword intents clashed, causing the sword intents to vibrate. After the vibrations, the destruction sword intent attached to the Sky Scorpio sword, while the immortal sword intent fused with the evil vanquishing sword. The destruction sword intent was the main attack. The immortal sword intent was the main defense. At this moment, Yi Chen was using the 2 great sword intents against an enemy for the first time. Bang! Yi Chen's sword move was congealing water. However, upon colliding with the thunder and fire, the sword energy was immediately incinerated into nothingness. The terrifying thunder and fire energy bombarded the evil vanquishing sword like a hot knife through butter, sending out a large amount of electric snakes and sparks. In almost an instant, Yi Chen's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were damaged. His ribs were all broken, and his arms exploded inch by inch, turning into ashes. In the next moment, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices as he was sent flying. Losing control of the Sky Scorpio sword and the evil vanquishing sword, he was about to fall to the ground. Too strong. This is a mid-step king? Yi Chen had used all his means, but he was still crushed in the end. A supreme grade sword, not bad. Noticing the Sky Scorpio sword, the masked man reached out to grab it. "Come back!" With a move of his soul power, the Sky Scorpio sword and the evil vanquishing sword turned into 2 streaks of light, chasing after Yi Chen. Grabbing nothing, a cold light flickered in the masked man's eyes. While flying back, Yi Chen was already operating his immortal body to recover his lost arms and damaged viscera. His injuries this time were too severe. Last time, when he was hit by the Poison Fire King's poison flame explosion, his arms and legs were incinerated into nothingness, and his viscera were injured. But this time, he had used up 40% of his Zhenyuan. And this was even with the congealing water sword energy counteracting a portion of the power. If he had only defended, he would have already fallen. To be able to receive one of my moves without dying is simply a miracle. You've truly surprised me. The masked man was indeed very surprised. Mantis Beast King was stronger than Yi Chen, but now he was already crippled. Yet, the slightly weaker Yi Chen had actually survived. How could he not be surprised? However, you're still going to die. If 1 move isn't enough, how about 2 moves? The masked man took a step forward and pressed out a second palm, sending out thunder and fire. Destruction sword intent, breakthrough for me. With only 60% of his Zhenyuan left in his body, he could still recover through his immortal body the second time he was hit. But what about the third time? If he was hit for the third time, the remaining 20% of his Zhenyuan would not be enough to heal his wounds. Most importantly, even if he had trained the poison melting art to the minor completion level, the mutated star fire poison still required Zhenyuan to suppress. 20% of his Zhenyuan was the bottom line. Once his Zhenyuan was less than 20%, the masked man would not even need to do anything, as the mutated star fire poison would burn him into ashes. Wang, Wang, Wang. Wang, Wang, Wang. In the Soul Sea, the Destruction Sword Spirit and Immortal Sword Spirit resonated with each other. The Destruction Sword Spirit and Immortal Sword Spirit bloomed at the same time, illuminating more than half of the Soul Sea. Just as the thunder and fire energy was about to approach, the Destruction Sword Spirit suddenly shook and shone brightly. The black sword spirit body seemed to have been sharpened, turning into a peerless sword. An incomparable sword intent burst out from the destruction sword spirit, transmitted to the sky Scorpio sword, and then combined with the congealing water sword to attack the thunder and fire energy. The sixth-step destruction sword intent attacked with full power. Puff! The thunder and fire energy collided with the congealing water sword spirit, erupting with astonishing energy fluctuations. The surrounding mountains were annihilated into nothingness by this energy fluctuation. What? Impossible? The masked man was stunned. This sword intent actually made him feel fear. It's the sixth-step destruction sword intent. He raised the destruction sword intent to the sixth step. The masked man muttered. Every step of the sword intent would increase its power by several times. The higher the sword intent's rank, the greater the gap between two ranks. The difference between the fifth and sixth step was more than 5 times, and the difference between the sixth and seventh step was more than 10 times. Yi Chen possessed the destruction sword intent. Raising it from the fifth step to the sixth step was equivalent to raising an ordinary sword intent from the sixth step to the seventh step. Chapter 885. I've finally broken through. Yi Chen's face flickered with joy. Raising his destruction sword spirit from the peak of the fifth step to the sixth step wasn't hard for him. All he lacked was time. He didn't think that he would be able to save some time in this life and death situation. Chop! After canceling out the masked man's ultimate attack, Yi Chen took a deep breath. The destruction sword spirit in his sea of soul vibrated, and a peerless sword intent burst out, slashing down along his body. Vaguely, Yi Chen seemed to hear the scream of the star fire poison. The scream became weaker and weaker, and eventually stopped. After killing the star fire poison, Yi Chen felt a lot more relaxed. He lifted up his right index finger, and a small opening appeared on his fingertip. In the next second, the purple-red poison poured out of the opening, corroding the ground and leaving behind countless small burnt holes. There was even a burning flame shooting out of the holes. You've been poisoned by the starfire poison. The masked man recovered and noticed this scene. Killing the poison with the sixth-step destruction sword intent. Seems like you know quite a bit. Same to you. Withdrawing his joy, Yi Chen's expression became calm. Although his destruction sword spirit had reached the sixth step, and its power had increased by 10 times, he still didn't have the confidence to defeat the masked man. It should be known that the masked man's Zhen Yuan was even purer than Poison Fire King's, and his profound martial skill had reached the upper high rank, a level higher than Yi Chen's congealing water. If not for the supreme grade Sky Scorpio sword, even if his destruction sword spirit had reached the sixth step, he still wouldn't be his opponent. Kid, you're quite modest, but you still have to die. The masked man's speed was extremely fast. Both of his hands were like phantoms of lightning, slapping palm after palm at Yi Chen. With each palm, thunder and fire would splash out. These thunder and fire were extremely dense, like heavy water. From this, one could see how high the masked man's attainments in the thunder and fire profounds were. The power of thunder and fire had been condensed to the extreme. Profound martial skills and Zhen Yuan might not be comparable, but Yi Chen had the Sky Scorpio sword and the destruction sword intent. With the bewitching purple longsword in his hand, Yi Chen didn't back off, facing the masked man head-on. Clang! 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 Thunder, fire and sword chi splattered in all directions. Wherever the two of them went, everything within a radius of several tens of miles was razed to the ground. This was still within the Bloodlight Ocean. If it was outside, even 1,000 miles away would be affected. Thunder, fire, triple heavens! The masked man shouted loudly and struck out with his palm. His arm shook 3 times. Not good, it's a stacked attack. Yi Chen didn't expect the masked man to have such terrifying techniques even though he was only a mid-stage king. How could he know that the masked man was just a consciousness projection? Although his battle prowess was at the level of an ordinary mid-step king, the battle prowess he displayed surpassed mid-step kings of the same level. Soul light. The silver vertical eye between Yi Chen's eyebrows opened, and a beam of silver light shot out, hitting the masked man's forehead. At the same time, Yi Chen raised his sword to block the attack, and borrowed the momentum to retreat. Boom! Thunder fire scattered everywhere, and a large amount of blood seeped out of the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. He had suffered a serious internal injury. Of course, the masked man wasn't in a good state either. He was just a consciousness projection, and his soul power was borrowed from the main body. Therefore, it wasn't very stable. After being hit by the soul light, the soul power stored in the core of his brain immediately leaked out, and his mental state became unstable. Damn it! The masked man was appalled. Yi Chen's soul light had dealt a huge blow to him. If he couldn't take care of Yi Chen in a short time, he wouldn't have another chance. Die. His figure shot out, and the masked man unleashed another thunder fire triple heavens, which was incomparably frightening. Seal. Yi Chen continued to increase the distance between them. With a wave of the sky Scorpio sword, the masked man was sealed in a purple crystal mirror. His ultimate attack was effected, and one layer of power was destroyed, leaving only 2 layers. Moreover, the 2 layers weren't perfectly layered. Damn space profound. As a high-step king, the masked man naturally knew the terror and profoundness of space profound. Not only was space profound powerful, it was also second to none in terms of support. The mirror shattered, and numerous small wounds appeared on the masked man's body. What astonished Yi Chen was that there was no blood spurting out of these wounds. The opponent didn't seem to be a flesh life form. Consciousness projection. Blocking the imperfect thunderfire triple heavens, Yi Chen suddenly understood. Merely a consciousness projection has such battle strength. Then, wouldn't his main body be a high-step king? The gap between life and death kings was also huge. Ordinary life and death kings were called low-step kings, and accomplished kings were called mid-step kings. Behind them were high-step kings, peak kings, and titled monarchs. Yi Chen's current strength barely reached mid-step king. The masked man was a bit stronger than him, roughly a mid-step king. As for the masked man's main body, he should be a high-step king. No wonder his profound martial skills were so powerful. As his wounds healed, the masked man's aura weakened somewhat, but his killing intent became even more abundant. Thunder fire rain. Forming seals with both hands, the masked man roared. Rumble. The sky darkened, and countless thunderbolts struck down on Yi Chen. Scarlet flames poured down like a torrential rain, turning the surrounding dozens of li into a sea of flames. Inside the sea of flames, Yi Chen could feel his protective Zhen Yuan being incessantly burned, and his Zhen Yuan consumption increased. As a thunderbolt struck down, his protective Zhen Yuan trembled, and its consumption increased even more. He's planning to exhaust my Zhen Yuan so that I won't be able to make a comeback. Battling life and death kings, Yi Chen's greatest weakness was his lack of Zhen Yuan. Lacking Zhen Yuan meant that the number of times he could use the undying body was also limited. At this moment, he had less than 50% Zhen Yuan remaining. If this continued, it would only continue to decrease, and he wouldn't even be able to use the undying body. At that time, he would truly be in danger. However, he's not feeling good either. He took a hit from my soul light, and his soul power should be on the verge of dissipating. Now let's see who can persevere to the end. Knowing that the opponent was a consciousness projection, Yi Chen also knew his weakness. Extinguish. The sea of flames surged, and thunderbolts flew in all directions. Yi Chen tried his best to avoid the numerous thunderbolts. His figure shifted, and after another flicker, a second silver light beam shot out from between Yi Chen's brows. The masked man simply didn't have the time to dodge. The silver light beam was too fast. With a sway of his figure, the masked man's body turned slightly transparent, and a large amount of soul power leaked out, giving rise to a soul storm that could kill astral-reaching experts. Losing the control of his soul power, the consciousness projection also began to collapse. Zhen Yuan gushed out, diluting into the ordinary Yuan Qi of the world. Unfortunately, I can only use soul light twice. Yi Chen was confident that the third soul light would be able to extinguish the opponent's soul power. Add more fire. Unable to use soul light, Yi Chen held the sky Scorpio sword and slashed out a meteor-like congealing water sword energy. If you can take this move, I'll spare your life today. The masked man roared, and his collapsing consciousness projection unexpectedly stopped collapsing. His soul power also stopped leaking out, condensing again. Pung. Shattering Yi Chen's congealing water sword energy with a palm strike, the masked man's figure faintly swayed. In the next moment, his entire body shot out toward Yi Chun, looking like he wanted to perish together with him. You want to perish together with me? No, even if he self-destructs, he won't be able to kill me. He probably still has some powerful killing moves. Yi Chun didn't dare to be careless. He pushed his sword domain to the limit, producing a sword pressure that froze the space. Anything that wanted to approach Yi Chun would have to use twice the power. Seal again. The bewitching mirror shattering sealed the masked man. However, the price was that his consciousness projection continued to collapse, and its speed became more and more exaggerated. His body became more and more illusory. Thunderfire four-layered sky. If it were his real body, the masked man could easily use Thunderfire four-layered sky. However, the price of using his consciousness projection was mutual destruction. Therefore, he wouldn't use this move unless it was absolutely necessary. How frightening would the four-layered palm energies be? Yi Chun couldn't even imagine it. I can't be hit by this move. Otherwise, even if I don't die, I'll be crippled. Within the range of the sword domain, countless blue swords shot out. Above Yi Chun's head, the evil shattering sword and broken blood sword each separated into 33. Two sword snakes intertwined and shot out. Unfortunately, the masked man's palm was too powerful. All of the blue swords were destroyed, and the sword snakes were also shattered. The evil shattering sword and broken blood sword were blown away. The half-step extreme grade broken blood sword even had its tip broken, its radiance dimming. Die. The masked man had already arrived in front of Yi Chun, pressing his palm over. Go all out. Circulating green lotus sword arts to the limit. A large amount of Zhen Yuan poured into the Sky Scorpio sword. Crack. Sky Scorpio sword was covered in a thick layer of purple crystals, which became thicker and thicker. Eventually, it looked like a purple crystal board, blocking in front of Yi Chun. The masked man's palm pressed on the surface of the Sky Scorpio sword, and the four-layered palm energy exploded. Pung. Purple light rain poured down from the sky. Yi Chun's feet rubbed the ground as he was blown back, shattering one mountain after another. Lightning flames scattered all over his body. He should be dead. The masked man's mouth curved into a smile. Then, his illusory body suddenly dissipated, and the mask on his face shattered into thousands of pieces. Dozens of li away, inside a scorched mountain, Yi Chun was lying inside, his life or death unknown. After a while, rocks started to roll. Yi Chun raised an arm and supported himself on the ground, climbing up with difficulty. Cough. Blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth, as if it was free. So dangerous. If I hadn't consumed so much Zhen Yuan to activate the crystal power of the Sky Scorpio sword, that palm could have taken my life. The crystal power of the Sky Scorpio sword came from the purple crystal iron. Normally, Yi Chun would only use the Sky Scorpio sword normally. But just now, it was too dangerous, so he had no choice but to use the power of the purple crystal iron. The price was that the crystal power of the Sky Scorpio sword had weakened. Recover. As his Zhen Yuan flowed like water, Yi Chun's injuries rapidly recovered. However, due to his heavy injuries, Yi Chun's Zhen Yuan was left with less than 5%, almost bottoming out. I can't stay here for long. I need to find a place to recover my Zhen Yuan. The battle had caused too big of a commotion, so Yi Chun didn't dare to stay here. Swish. With a flicker, Yi Chun dashed out of the mountain, randomly choosing a direction. Chapter 886. Boundless Ocean, 10,000 li seabed. There was a huge palace completely different from Elysium. At the center of the palace was a long table with dozens of seats on both sides. At the head of the table sat a 3-meter-tall, dark-skinned, human-like expert. He wore a black uniform with 5 blood-red badges on his left chest, each with a blood-red star engraved on it. Although he didn't deliberately release his aura, the aura he faintly emitted was still terrifyingly powerful, not inferior to Su King or Air Emperor. Apart from him, there was no one else. Only blood-colored stones were placed on the corresponding table. Buzz. A blood-colored stone at the head of the table suddenly emitted a blood-red radiance, and an indistinct blood figure appeared. Lord. The blood figure bowed toward the black-skinned expert. Please sit. What's the matter? The black-skinned expert faintly nodded, indicating for him to sit. sitting down, the blood figure immediately said, Lord, my consciousness projection encountered the peerless genius, Yi Chun, in Blood Sky Continent's King Grade Forbidden Ground, Bloodlight Ocean. Oh. The black-skinned expert's eyes brightened. What was the result? He was quite clear about Yi Chen's strength. It was equivalent to an ordinary life and death king. According to the kings of this world, he was a low-level king. However, the speaker's main body was a high-level king, and his consciousness projection had the strength of a mid-level king. Killing Yi Chen should be as easy as blowing off dust. He was waiting for the other party to tell him some good news. Originally, I didn't need much effort to kill him, but at the crucial moment, he made a breakthrough. His destruction sword intent rose from the peak of the 5th step to the 6th step, increasing his strength by several folds, reaching the battle strength of a mid-level king. What? 6th step destruction sword intent? Did you kill him? I should have. What do you mean I should have? Killing him is killing him. There are no other possibilities. The black-skinned expert said discontentedly. Blood Shadow said hesitantly, Sir, you should know the power of my 4-layered heavens of thunder and fire. I risked my consciousness to scatter and sent him flying with the 4-layered heavens of thunder and fire. Then my consciousness dissipated. I didn't see if he died or not, but in my opinion, he is definitely dead. There is no hope for him to survive. Blood Shadow told some of the details to the black-skinned powerhouse and let him deduce it. After pondering for a moment, the black-skinned powerhouse slowly said, According to what you said, he had already used the immortal body once, and his Zhen Yuan was greatly damaged. Then he was sent flying by your Thunderfire 4-layered heavens, so his injury should be several times worse than before. Even the immortal body can't save him, so he's most likely dead. My lord, we've eliminated another peerless genius. Seeing the black-skinned powerhouse say the same, Blood Shadow's blurry face lit up with joy. However, the black-skinned expert's tone changed. Without personally witnessing his death, I can't be 100% sure. What I want is absolute safety. Therefore, I have to confirm his death. Otherwise, if he doesn't die and enters life and death realm, he will truly be a scourge for us, and it will be difficult to kill him in the future. My lord, what do you mean? Blood Shadow looked at the black-skinned powerhouse. Send another consciousness projection to Blood Sky Continent, and see if he's dead or not. If he's dead, that's for the best. But if he's not dead, don't beat the grass and alert the snake. We need to make some arrangements before we start the killing plan. Originally, the black-skinned powerhouse's desire to kill Yi Chun was already very urgent, but not to the point of disregarding everything else. However, what he didn't expect was that Yi Chun had raised his destruction sword intent to the 6th step at the peak of the 3rd layer. It should be known that among life and death kings, a powerful will was the most frightening. Right now, Yi Chun had the 6th step destruction sword intent, but what about in the future? 7th step? 8th step? He didn't even dare to think about it. It was definitely a nightmare. Yes. Blood Shadow faintly nodded. Without personally witnessing Yi Chen's death, he couldn't be at ease. All right, you take action immediately. Be careful this time. The black-skinned powerhouse instructed. Rest assured, my lord. This subordinate will certainly bring back good news. Blood Shadow scattered, leaving only the black-skinned powerhouse in the palace. 6th step destruction sword intent. Truly a frightening genius, even more frightening than Xianhou. Such a genius will simply be our nightmare if we don't get rid of him. We must get rid of him as soon as possible, even if we have to pay a small price. Killing intent leaked out of the black-skinned powerhouse's eyes. Blackwater Alliance headquarters. Teacher, the operation failed. Wang Tai bent his waist, not daring to look at Yin Sky King. The operation failed? What about Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King? Yin Sky King's brows creased as he asked. Wang Tai sucked in a deep breath and said, Poison Fire King returned to the starry sky to recover his cultivation base. Blood Hand King? He's dead. After the operation failed, Poison Fire King was gravely injured and lost a lot of his cultivation base. He didn't feel like going to see Yin Sky King, so after informing Wang Tai, he broke through the 2nd layer of the sky and returned to the starry sky to recover his cultivation base. If he lost his cultivation base, he could recover as soon as possible by entering seclusion. The longer he delayed, the harder it would be. As soon as Wang Tai received the news, he immediately left Blood Sky Continent and rushed toward Blackwater Alliance's headquarters. However, he was not a life and death king, so it took him a long time to arrive. Poison Fire King's cultivation base has been greatly damaged and Blood Hand King has been killed. Sky King simply couldn't believe his ears. Tell me the details. Sky King shouted. Yes. Wang Tai told him everything Poison Fire King had told him. Proficient in soul attack secret arts? To be able to stun a low-step king, his strongest sword move contains Death Dao, and is even more profound than the Death Dao comprehended by low-step kings? No wonder Blood Hand King died at his hands, and Poison Fire King was also gravely injured. The most surprising thing is that he has an undying body, and his Zhen Yuan is several times stronger than ordinary peak third-layer life and death chamber cultivators. Sky King was, after all, one of the big shots of Blackwater Alliance. Through the details, he also understood why Yi Chen could injure Poison Fire King and kill Blood Hand King. Among these abilities, Soul Attack Secret Arts are the most frightening. Without Soul Attack Secret Arts, he is absolutely not Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King's opponent. Therefore, as long as we find a king unafraid of soul attacks, we can smoothly kill him. It should be a heaven-grade high-step soul attack secret art, but it hasn't been cultivated to greater completion. Either send a mid-step king, or a low-step king who has studied soul defense. Sky King's plan began to form. Alright, you can leave first. You don't need to worry about this matter in the future. The most important thing for you is to comprehend Death Dao and Life Dao, and strive to become a life and death king as soon as possible. Wang Tai was a genius ranked in the top dozens in Elysium. Once he became a life and death king, it would be of great help to him and Blackwater Alliance. If they wanted to survive in Elysium in the future, this kind of peerless genius king was indispensable. The entire Elysium was already filled with ominous signs. Yes, teacher. Wang Tai retreated. Yi Chen, according to reason, you are a peerless genius of true spirit continent, so I shouldn't kill you. However, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for monopolizing my Blackwater Alliance's 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals. Moreover, you have a supreme grade sword. If I could obtain a supreme grade sword and exchange it with other kings, I would be a top existence even among high-step kings. With this kind of strength, I would have greater assurance in exploring forbidden and dangerous zones, obtaining even more treasures and continuously increasing my strength. This is my opportunity, so don't blame me. Sky King was ambitious. In fact, the majority of life and death kings were ambitious, who would be willing to live an ordinary life. He also wanted to become an influential figure in Elysium, standing on equal footing with Dragon King Xianhou and even Su King. In the boundless starry sky, it was pitch black and silent. Only the radiance emitted by the stars was incomparably dazzling. On a constantly moving meteorite, two figures were sitting opposite each other. Between them was a stone table, on which was a wine flask and a wine cup. The two were drinking wine. Copper Sword King, your supreme grade bone refining wine is truly delicious. Unfortunately, you only give me one cup each time. The speaker was an enormous bull-headed man with a pair of bull horns that seemed as if they could pierce through the blue dome of heaven. The human opposite him was a sword artist. His body emitted a faint sword chi, which could shred the surrounding meteorites into nothingness. Those who knew him called him Copper Sword King. He was a life and death sword king of Sky Sword Continent, and had a bit of fame in True Spirit Continent. He smiled. Demonic Bull King, the ingredients for this supreme grade bone refining wine are not easy to find. If I let you drink it all at once, I'll be lucky if I can give you a cup in the future. Copper Sword King and Demonic Bull King didn't have much of a friendship. They had only cooperated a few times, and each time returned smoothly. Therefore, they were quite familiar with each other. When they were free, they would occasionally meet up. Demonic Bull King grinned. You're right. But this time, you have to give me an extra cup. Oh. Why? Copper Sword King was clear that Demonic Bull King wouldn't ask for an extra cup for no reason. Give or not. If not, then forget it. Demonic Bull King said. Here, take it. Copper Sword King poured another cup for Demonic Bull King. Picking up the cup, Demonic Bull King drained it in one gulp and said with a beaming smile, "Let me tell you a piece of good news. Don't you want a supreme great sword? I know where you can find one." Copper Sword King's eyes shone. "Where?" "In my Blood Sky continent. Its owner is only a little guy at the peak of the third layer of Life and Death Chamber. However, his strength is pretty good, and he even defeated White Wolf Sect's Giant Wolf King. A little guy has a supreme grade sword." Copper Sword King sneered. "Truly a waste of a heavenly treasure." "Tempted?" Demonic Bull King smiled. "Of course. But I'm curious. Although a supreme grade sword is useless to you, you can exchange it for other supreme grade artifacts. Why are you giving this opportunity to me?" Copper Sword King was puzzled. Demonic Bull King sighed. "Big brother didn't let me touch him." Iron Hoof Beast King. Copper Sword King naturally knew who Demonic Bull King's big brother was. Iron Hoof Beast Sect had two great Beast Kings, Demonic Bull King and Iron Hoof Beast King. Iron Hoof Beast King was an extremely powerful character among high-level Beast Kings. Even Copper Sword King was far from being his opponent. "Alright, if I can get a supreme grade sword this time, I won't let you suffer a loss. I'll definitely gift you a high-grade pseudo-supreme grade artifact." Copper Sword King vowed solemnly. With that, Copper Sword King poured another cup of wine for Demonic Bull King. While drinking, Demonic Bull King inwardly thought, "Big brother is afraid of Dragon King and promised him not to cause trouble for that little guy. Although I'm also afraid, I can secretly obtain some benefits. Who will know? Even if they do, it doesn't matter. In any case, I didn't do anything." Apart from titled monarchs, everyone was afraid of Dragon King. Dragon King's lifespan was nearing its end. Before his death, he could easily drag a few people down with him. Even titled monarchs wouldn't dare to provoke him. However, Copper Sword King was different. Dragon King had only invited some people from Blood Sky continent. As long as Copper Sword King didn't kill Yi Chun and only took the supreme grade sword, Dragon King wouldn't say anything. Chapter 887. Bloodlight Ocean. In a natural underground cavern. Fortunately, I have a lot of Zhenyuan crystals. Otherwise, recovering Zhenyuan in a short period of time would be difficult. At the center of the cavern, Yi Chun, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes, and two beams of light flickered within. At Life and Death Realm, recovering Zhenyuan was a big problem. Every single Life and Death King's cultivation base was extremely frightening. Even those with low cultivation base had decades of cultivation base, while those with high cultivation base had thousands of years of cultivation base. With such a huge amount of Zhenyuan, it would be extremely difficult to rely on a cultivation technique to recover. After all, the Yuan Qi of the heaven and earth was too far apart from king-grade Zhenyuan. One would need to compress and refine it many times. Only by entering seclusion for a long time could one recover. However, this would also depend on the amount of cultivation base lost. Using supreme-grade spirit stones would be a lot faster. Unfortunately, supreme-grade spirit stones were extremely rare. Moreover, they were the currency of Life and Death Kings. If the loss of cultivation base wasn't too severe, very few Life and Death Kings would use supreme-grade spirit stones to recover Zhenyuan. It was too extravagant. If using supreme-grade spirit stones to recover Zhenyuan was extravagant, then using Zhenyuan crystals to recover Zhenyuan was a waste. Zhenyuan crystals were even more precious than supreme-grade spirit stones. Only Life and Death Kings and a small portion of half-step kings proficient in this Tao could condense them. However, Life and Death Kings didn't eat or drink, so they couldn't condense much in a year. Moreover, recovering Zhenyuan required at least 10,000 Zhenyuan crystals. It should be known that when Yi Chun cultivated Undying Body and Limb Rebirth Realm, he had used 50,000 Zhenyuan crystals, and his cultivation base had only doubled. Not counting the purity of Zhenyuan, Yi Chun's cultivation base was only about 9 years of cultivation base. Of course, the Zhenyuan crystals Yi Chun obtained were somewhat lacking compared to Zhenyuan crystals condensed by Life and Death Kings. In terms of purity, they weren't even low-grade Zhenyuan crystals. If they were genuine low-grade Zhenyuan crystals, perhaps 10,000 would be enough. There was no need for 50,000. This time, I've used 70,000 Zhen Yuan crystals. I don't even have 2,100,000 left. I should save some. The Zhen Yuan of a low-step king was 10 times purer than a high-step king's, and 5 times purer than the peak of the third layer. Once Yi Chen entered life and death realm, he would be able to use Zhen Yuan crystals to increase his cultivation base. Currently, 70,000 Zhen Yuan crystals could restore 95% of his Zhen Yuan, and 75,000 could restore 100% of his Zhen Yuan. Once he reached life and death realm, the effect would be reduced by 5 times, and he would need 375,000 Zhen Yuan crystals to restore the same cultivation base, which was 9 years of cultivation base. 50 years of cultivation base was equivalent to 50 years of bitter cultivation base. Bloodhand Monarch didn't have much wealth. He probably used precious treasures and top-grade spirit stones to exchange for things that could increase his cultivation. After all, no matter how good a treasure was, it couldn't be compared to cultivation, unless it was a treasure that could greatly increase one's strength. With his quintessential essence completely restored, Yi Chen stood up and walked out of the underground cave. Although the mutated starfire poison had been removed, Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry to leave Bloodlight Ocean. His spirit body was only a step away from the 5th step. As long as he could obtain a blood crystal flower, he would be able to truly enter the 5th step, and his body's strength would increase tremendously. If others attacked him, they would be heavily injured, but because of his 5th step spirit body, they would be lightly injured. This was extremely useful in saving Zhen Yuan, and his survivability would also increase. Even if I can't find the blood crystal flower, I still need to get some low-level blood demon crystals. Although low-level blood demon crystals can't directly upgrade my spirit body to the 5th order, they can make the breakthrough easier. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Yi Chen disappeared in a flash. The third one. With his destruction sword intent reaching the 6th step, Yi Chen could easily kill low-stage blood demon kings. Even high-stage kings might not be able to kill low-stage blood demon kings as easily as Yi Chen. The only problem was that Bloodlight Ocean was too vast, and it wasn't easy to run into low-stage blood demon kings. Collecting the low-level blood demon crystals, the number of crystals in Yi Chen's storage ring increased to 4. Continue. Yi Chen flew out. On the undulating hills, another fierce battle was going on. Monkey! Anika Spear King roared. The spear in his hand moved like a divine dragon, appearing and disappearing amidst the wind and clouds. The spear pierced Bloodshadow's chest. Puff. This spear strike left a huge hole in Bloodshadow's chest. Kiki, you guys can't do anything to me. Bloodshadow was a mid-stage blood demon king, several times stronger than a low-stage blood demon king. Kings of the same level simply couldn't kill him. Only high-stage kings could slowly grind him to death. This was the terror of blood demons. Swish. A blood light flickered as the mid-stage blood demon king charged at the slightly weaker Iron Monkey King. Scram! How could Iron Monkey King dare to let it get close? It opened its mouth and spat out a light sphere. Bang! A chi wave exploded, shattering one of the mid-stage blood demon king's arms. However, he grinned and forcibly passed through the chi wave, arriving less than 10 meters away from Iron Monkey King. At the crucial moment, Anika Spear King swept Iron Monkey King with his spear, saving his life. Courting death. The mid-stage Blood Demon King was furious. It no longer chased after Iron Monkey King, and turned its attention to Anika Spear King. Although Anika Spear King's flesh wasn't as powerful as Iron Monkey King's, he was much more troublesome. Only by killing him would the following battles be easier. Raising his right hand, a rotating blood-colored ball of light condensed in the palm of the mid-level Blood Demon King. Go! With a wave of his palm, the blood sphere shot toward Anika Spear King. Anika Spear King could sense the frightening devouring power contained within the blood sphere. The consequences would be unimaginable if he were to be hit. Moving his body, Anika Spear King ingeniously dodged the light sphere's attack. Let's see how you dodge this time. 3 blood spheres shot toward Anika Spear King in a triangular formation. The speed of the blood spheres was too fast. Anika Spear King could only dodge 2 of them, but he couldn't avoid the third one. Bang! Anika Spear King was unscathed, but a 3-meter-tall figure was sent flying. Monkey! Anika Spear King widened his eyes. It was Iron Monkey King who blocked the blood sphere for him. Old Chong, don't worry. I won't die that easily. Iron Monkey King climbed up from the ground. His back was shriveled as if he had lost a large amount of flesh. As a demonic beast king, Iron Monkey King's flesh was many times stronger than Anika Spear King's. This was also the reason why he dared to take this attack head-on. It seems like we're going to die here today. Anika Spear King heaved a sigh of relief and said bitterly, "Yeah, I didn't expect us three brothers to die together in the end. Blackhorn will go first and we'll follow behind." Iron Monkey King was also unwilling. The battle power of a mid-level Blood Demon King wasn't very strong. It was at the bottom of mid-level kings and demonic beast kings. However, the strongest point of a mid-level Blood Demon King wasn't their battle power, but their recovery, which was even more frightening than an undying body. No matter how they attacked, they wouldn't be able to injure them. At most, they would only be able to wear down a bit of their opponent's strength. "Oh, it seems like you guys know that you're going to die." The mid-level Blood Demon King looked like a cat toying with a mouse. Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. Have a taste of my strongest spear, Wind Cloud Lightning Spear." Anika Spear King roared as his figure shot out and thrust out his spear. Crackle. The Wind Cloud Lightning Spear contained the wind and cloud profound, which was already very powerful. However, Anika Spear King used some unknown method to use wind and cloud as the foundation to derive the power of thunder and lightning. It was equivalent to this spear containing the wind, cloud, and thunder profound. Of course, it was only a small amount of thunder profound. However, its might had more than doubled. As the spear thrust out, a sparkling electric light illuminated the surrounding dozens of li. This spear is frightening. Although it can't compare to the masked man's profound martial skill, it's not that far off. Life and death kings are very weak, and the strong are very strong. It all depends on one's comprehension of the profound martial skill. Yi Chen had long since sensed the energy ripples and quietly approached. From afar, he inwardly sighed in admiration. Thunder and lightning power. The mid-level Blood Demon King's face sank. Among the various profounds, not to mention time and space profounds, there were a few profounds that blood demons feared the most. Among them, thunder and lightning profound was one of them. The thunder and lightning power derived from this spear was not weak. Although it wasn't enough to kill him, it could still injure him somewhat. Explode! The mid-level Blood Demon King shot out 5 blood-colored light spheres in a row, which exploded. Poochie! In the end, Anika Spear King was blasted away, and the mid-level Blood Demon King's chest was also struck, turning it black and emitting smoke. Let's see if you still have the strength to resist. Anika Spear King wasn't directly hit by the blood-colored light sphere, and was merely blasted away by the aftershock. However, his aura immediately weakened, and his face turned pale. Transforming into a blood-colored light, the mid-level Blood Demon King pounced at Anika Spear King. Iron Monkey King had been blasted far away and simply couldn't catch up. Bewitching mirror shattering. Abruptly, the mid-level Blood Demon King froze in the void. In the next moment, it shattered into thousands of pieces. The blood-colored chi current dissipated into mid-level Blood Demon King roared and fled. You think you can escape? Yi Chen couldn't let the mid-level Blood Demon King escape. The latter's mid-level Blood Demon Crystal was priceless, and its usefulness to him was second only to the Blood Crystal Flower. The second bewitching mirror shattering thoroughly killed the mid-level Blood Demon King, and a blood-colored crystal fell down. A mid-level Blood Demon King is indeed a mid-level Blood Demon King. My destruction sword intense might increase by 10 times, but it still couldn't kill it. Sucking the crystal into his hand, Yi Chen's face revealed a joyful expression. A mid-level Blood Demon Crystal was more or less enough for his spirit body to break through to the 5th step. It would be best if he could find the Blood Crystal Flower later, but if he couldn't, it didn't matter. What? Killing a mid-level Blood Demon King with 2 swords? Anika Spear King and Iron Monkey King looked at Yi Chen in astonishment. When they discovered that Yi Chen's realm was not even at Life and Death King realm, they were even more astonished. For them this was simply incomprehensible. They had personally experienced how frightening a mid-level Blood Demon King was. If not for Yi Chen's appearance, none of them would have survived. Freak, this is a freak. Anika Spear King muttered. Chapter 888. I'll take this mid-level blood demon crystal. Yi Chen stored the crystal in his storage ring, and said to Anika Spear King and Iron Monkey King. Anika Spear King promptly nodded. You killed the blood demon king, so the blood demon crystal belongs to you. Moreover, me and the monkey also owe you a life. Anika Spear King was not someone who liked to take advantage of others. As far as he was concerned, being able to live was the greatest fortune. It was just a matter of convenience. Even without you, I would still have acted. Yi Chen didn't expect them to repay him. Obtaining a mid-level blood demon crystal was all thanks to the two. Without them, he might not have come across it. Iron Hand King had a straightforward character. Old Chang is right. We owe you a life. If you're in danger, we'll risk our lives to repay you. Hee, do as you wish. Yi Chen smiled. Although one might know a person's face but not their heart, these two did seem like people worth befriending. I'm Chang Qifeng, also known as Anika Spear King. This is my good friend Iron Monkey King. May I know benefactor's name? Anika Spear King put away his spear and cupped his fists. Yi Chen said. Yi Chen. Yi Chen. You're the first-ranked life and death substitute list Yi Chen, the one who defeated Giant Wolf King? Anika Spear King suddenly understood. Right. Yi Chen didn't intend to hide it. Everyone says that you have the strength to contend against a low-step king, but it seems like your battle strength has already reached mid-step king. He could naturally see that the reason Yi Chen could easily kill a mid-step blood demon king was because of his destruction sword intent. Destruction sword intent was one of the strongest sword intents, and had a restraining effect on almost everything, including the undying body. Even if a sword artist with similar strength as Yi Chen were to attack the same life and death king, the result would be different. The king injured by Yi Chen would need more Jin Yuan to operate the undying body. However, elemental sword intents were extremely difficult to raise. The destruction sword intent was one of the hardest elemental sword intents to raise. Shifeng wondered how Yi Chen had managed to raise his destruction sword intent to the 6th stage. Of course, he didn't know that Yi Chen had 3 great sword souls back then, which were the Slaughter Sword Soul, the Destruction Sword Soul, and the Immortal Sword Soul. After the Destruction Sword Soul devoured the Slaughter Sword Soul, its rank increased by leaps and bounds. Then the Immortal Sword Soul also reached the 5th rank, resonating with the Destruction Sword Soul, and improving even faster. After the Destruction Sword Spirit leveled up from the peak of the 5th step to the 6th step, the Immortal Sword Spirit also improved greatly. From the initial stage of the 5th step to the late stage of the 5th step, it had increased by 2 small levels. This was the effect of resonance. Unfortunately, resonance required the 2 sword souls to be of the same rank. For a long time to come, sword soul resonance wouldn't happen unless the Immortal Sword Soul was upgraded to the 6th rank. Anika Spear King and Iron Monkey King were both solitary kings who liked to be free and unfettered. Therefore, they could become brothers of different races. Although Yi Chen didn't speak much, the two could feel Yi Chen's righteous sword Dao and elegant temperament. They couldn't help but praise him in their hearts, and wanted to befriend him. Yi Chen, after leaving Bloodlight Ocean, if you have time, you can come to my Monkey Island as a guest. My supreme grade monkey wine, you can drink as much as you want. I, Iron Monkey King, will not even frown. Iron Monkey King said. Supreme grade monkey wine? Yi Chen found this name very familiar. Yi Chen, you can't let go of such an opportunity. Supreme grade monkey wine, 1 cup can increase one's cultivation base by 1 month. Moreover, it's very delicious and unforgettable. Usually when I visit, he won't dare to let me drink as much as I want. Yi Chen didn't know, but Anika Spear King was very clear that the supreme grade monkey wine was his life. Although Anika Spear King often went to freeload, and Iron Monkey King was very generous each time, he wouldn't drink as much as he wanted. After all, the materials needed to make this wine were too precious, and the brewing process was also very difficult. 1 jar would take Iron Monkey King at least a year to brew. Alright, definitely. I'm just afraid that you'll close your door and refuse guests. Yi Chen's face was full of smiles. A cup of monkey wine could increase one's cultivation base by 1 month. No matter what, he had to be a guest. How could that be? It's fine even if I drink it all. Iron Monkey King glared at him. Yi Chun and Anika Spear King both laughed. Oh right, Yi Chun, Iron Monkey King and I are preparing to leave. What about you? The Anika Spear King and the Iron Monkey King worked together to obtain some low-tier blood demon crystals. Originally, they wanted to continue and obtain more low-tier blood demon crystals, but the appearance of a mid-tier blood demon king had greatly exhausted them. I'll leave in a few days. With the destruction sword intent, Yi Chun was destined to obtain blood demon crystals more easily than others. That's right. You have the destruction sword intent. As long as you don't encounter a peak mid-level or high-level blood demon king, you'll be fine. However, it's best not to stay for too long. Your destruction sword intent can restrain blood demon kings, but it won't be as effective against hetero blood demon kings. Anika Spear King reminded. Yi Chun will be cautious. Yi Chun naturally knew that Bloodlight Ocean wasn't a safe place. However, he had yet to venture too deep into it. The closer he got to the core region, the greater the danger. Correspondingly, the chances of blood crystal flowers appearing would also increase. Then we'll take our leave first. If you want to find us in the future, come to Monkey Island or Cloud Locking Island. Definitely. After Anika Spear King and Iron Monkey King left, Yi Chun didn't stay either. He prepared to find a place to refine the mid-level blood demon crystal. After searching for a long time, Yi Chun still couldn't find a suitable place. Thus, he returned to the cave where he recovered Jun Yuan. Blocking the cave, Yi Chun sat cross-legged at the center of the cave. Buzz. The storage ring flickered, and the mid-level blood demon crystal was taken out. Compared to the low-level blood demon crystal, the luster of the mid-level blood demon crystal was even more magnificent. If the low-level blood demon crystal was an extremely precious crystal, then the mid-level blood demon crystal was a blood-red diamond. Yi Chun could sense the extremely pure life energy contained within the mid-level blood demon crystal. It was precisely this life energy that could upgrade one's spirit body. At the later stages of the spirit body, it would also reflect one's life level. Refining blood demon crystal was different from refining other things. One had to cut open a wound and let the crystal come into contact with one's blood before refining it. Creak. His palm automatically split open, and Yi Chun pressed the mid-level blood demon crystal inside. So numb. The refining of the mid-level blood demon crystal had already begun. Yi Chun felt as if ants were crawling all over his flesh and bones, numb and tingling. Refining the low-level blood demon crystal doesn't have much of a feeling, but the mid-level blood demon crystal is indeed different. Yi Chun wasn't startled but rather delighted. Gradually, the numbness turned into pain, which then turned into colic. It was as if his body was covered in sulfuric acid that was eroding his flesh and bones. Sweat gushed out of his body like a spring, and veins bulged on Yi Chun's forehead. Creak. A black substance seeped through his pores and covered Yi Chun's body, emitting a faint fishy smell. However, this situation only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, a surging temperature spread out, incinerating all the black substance, including Yi Chun's clothes. In the end, Yi Chun was only left with the bronze armor. Multitasking, Yi Chun took off the bronze armor. It became naked. In his palm, the mid-level blood demon crystal had been mostly refined, and only the size of a fingernail remained. Refine all of it. Gritting his teeth, the blood in his palm wrapped around the fingernail-sized mid-grade blood demon crystal, and dragged it in. Whoosh! Whoosh! After an unknown amount of time, an extremely powerful life fluctuation spread out from Yi Chun's body. Inside the cave there were electric currents flashing. Although they weren't bright, they were real. At the same time, a special magnetic field was formed around Yi Chun. This was a life magnetic field formed when a life was strong to a certain extent. 2 hours. 2 hours. 12 hours. One day. The mid-level blood demon crystal had been completely refined, but the breakthrough was not over yet. Yi Chun was pushing his life force to advance to the fifth-order spirit body. Another day had passed. The life magnetic field emitted by Yi Chun was even stronger, comparable to a fifth-order spirit body. However, it wasn't as stable as a fifth-order spirit body, and the field was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. The next day, bang! His powerful life magnetic field swept up all the tiny substances in the cave, and the flickering electric currents continued to swim around. Right then he was like a very small star. His body contained a magnetic field, and anyone who approached him would be affected by it. Only powerful existences with the same rank 5 spirit body would be able to remain unscathed. 5th order spirit body done. Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes, which flickered like swords. There was a huge difference between a 5th order spirit body and a 4th order spirit body. At the 5th order, one's life magnetic field could already be seen, which was equivalent to a life form evolving to a higher level. A 4th order spirit body is the standard of a life and death king, while a 5th order spirit body is the average. Now that I've reached this level, the gap is shrinking. As his strength increased, Yi Chen's enemies also became higher level existences. Any improvement was precious. 5th order spirit body held great significance for Yi Chen. First of all, his body's defense had become higher. Coupled with the undying body, Poison Fire King, and the rest would find it hard to deal with him. If he ran into someone with a spirit consciousness body, they wouldn't be able to injure him too severely. He would only need 10% of his Zhen Yuan to circulate the undying body to recover. In other words, a 5th order spirit body made it harder for Yi Chen to get injured, and it also allowed him to conserve Zhen Yuan. His battle prowess had increased by a whole level. Apart from this, a 5th order spirit body possessed an extremely powerful recovery ability. It was like a star that could slowly recover after being destroyed. This was the power brought about by a powerful life magnetic field. Creak. Yi Chen lightly clenched his fist, causing the cavern to tremble. His entire body seemed like a volcano. After cultivating the undying body to the limb rebirth realm, the dragon power has already strengthened the body. However, the combination of Zhen Yuan and cells increases the explosive power by dozens of times. Cultivating Zhen Yuan and cultivating the body would separate in the later stages. When cultivating Zhen Yuan, the cells would combine with Zhen Yuan, increasing the body's explosive power and making it not weak in close combat. Of course, compared to cultivating the body, it was far inferior. When cultivating the body, the strength was born from the cells, and the explosive power was more than 10 times that of the former. In short, body refining kings were close combat monsters. Chapter 889. My spirit body has already broken through to the 5th step, almost at the early 5th step. If I get another blood crystal flower, my spirit body will at most reach the peak of the mid-5th step. Should I still take the risk to look for it? In the outskirts of Bloodlight Ocean, the chances of a blood crystal flower appearing was very small, and mid-level blood demon kings were not easy to run into. Moreover, the core of Bloodlight Ocean was too dangerous. Blood demon kings no longer appeared alone, but in groups. Even if Yi Chen had the destruction sword intent, he would still have to flee if he met a group of low-level blood demon kings. If he was unlucky, he would encounter a group of mid-level blood demon kings or 2 or 3 high-level blood demon kings. In normal circumstances, even peak kings would not be willing to venture into the core of Bloodlight Ocean. After all, not everyone was like Yi Chen, who had the destruction intent that could restrain blood demons. One-on-one, they would not be able to kill a blood demon king of the same level. Moreover, according to the legends, there was a blood demon emperor in the core of Bloodlight Ocean, an existence that even titled monarchs feared. Forget it, the outskirts of Bloodlight Ocean are very big, and there is still some distance to the core. I'll go a bit deeper and try my luck. Yi Chen would not enter the core, but he did not want to give up. In the endless void, a dot of sword light pierced through the air and headed toward the Blood Sky continent. A little guy actually upgraded a sword artist's art to a heaven-grade art. Moreover, the special ability he obtained is the sword domain, which is even rarer than the sword body. That's good too. If his sword Dao talent is monstrous, then he doesn't need the supreme great sword. But if his reputation is undeserved, then don't blame me. Copper Sword King was not an idiot. He knew who he could offend and who he couldn't. If Yi Chen had great potential, and had the hope of becoming a peak-level king, or even a titled monarch, then it would be best not to offend him. Although he, Copper Sword King, also had a heaven-grade cultivation technique with the special ability of Bronze Sword Body, He could only dominate mid-level kings. Even if he obtained a supreme grade artifact sword, he could only contend against high-level kings. Although a supreme grade artifact sword would allow him to explore more dangerous forbidden zones and obtain better treasures to increase his strength, if his comprehension was not extraordinary, his achievements would be limited. After all, treasures could not increase one's profounds. In this aspect, one would have to rely on oneself. In fact, all in all, Copper Sword King's desire for a supreme grade artifact sword was the manifestation of a sword artist's monstrous talent. However, Copper Sword King longed for a supreme grade artifact sword too much, so he wanted to witness it with his own eyes. The speed of the sword light was extremely fast, and even the power of space was sliced apart. In terms of speed, even high-level kings might not be a match for Copper Sword King. At this moment, Yi Chen already had the intention to retreat. The closer he got to the core of Bloodlight Ocean, the greater the danger he would encounter. At this moment, Yi Chen encountered a danger. The danger didn't come from a Blood Devil King, but a hetero Blood Devil King. What appeared in front of him was a golden lion that was 3 to 4 meters long. This golden lion was no different from Shi Xiaobao's main body, just a dozen times smaller. The golden lion was shrouded in a blood-red aura, and its lantern-sized eyes were also blood-red. There was no radiance in them, only bloodthirstiness and brutality. Golden Lion King. Yi Chen slowly spat out a word. The golden lion in front of him was clearly a demonic beast king of the Golden Lion clan. It was probably invaded by the chaotic will of Bloodlight Ocean and transformed into a hetero Blood Devil King. Roar. Raising its head and roaring, the golden lion pounced at Yi Chen. Seal. The space distorted and condensed into a purple mirror. Pung. The Golden Lion King's physical body was extremely powerful. It was also a fifth-step spirit body, but Yi Chen's fifth-step spirit body was clearly weaker than the Golden Lion King's. The purple mirror shattered into thousands of pieces, leaving only a few hundred shallow wounds on the Golden Lion King's body. Before the blood could flow out, it had already been absorbed. Opening its bloody mouth, the Golden Lion King spat out a dazzling golden radiance at Yi Chen. Too powerful. Yi Chen could still put up a fight against an ordinary mid-step hetero Blood Devil King, but Yi Chen didn't think he was an opponent for the Golden Lion King. The Sky Scorpio sword fiercely slashed out. An incomparably condensed sword energy, along with frightening death ripples, slashed at the golden radiance. Immediately, a dazzling golden radiance exploded, engulfing the heaven and earth. Yi Chen was blown away, spurting out a large amount of blood. Run! Borrowing the shockwave, Yi Chen quickly fled. Releasing his sword domain, his speed became even faster. With a few flickers, Yi Chen disappeared into the horizon. The Golden Lion King was obstructed by the shockwave and couldn't catch up. 10,000 li away, Yi Chen slowed down his speed. My strength has already reached a limit. Unless my profound makes a breakthrough, it's impossible for my strength to increase greatly. After leaving Bloodlight Ocean, I can start comprehending Life Dao. Life Dao was much more difficult to comprehend than Death Dao. In most cases, one would comprehend Death Dao first, and then Life Dao. After all, increasing one's strength first was more important. Without stopping, Yi Chen arrived at the exit of Bloodlight Ocean. Glancing back, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. This trip was for the Blood Crystal Flower. Who would have thought that by a freak combination of factors, my destruction sword intent would first break through to the 6th step, expelling the variant star fire poison. Then I didn't get the Blood Crystal Flower, but a mid-step Blood Demon Crystal, raising my spirit body to the 5th step. The world is unpredictable. Who knows what will happen in the future? Coming out with Yi Chen was a life and death king. However, this life and death king was in a sorry state. His body was as thin as a match, and his aura was extremely weak. Clearly, he had suffered a serious injury. Even the undying body couldn't fully recover from it. Truly strange. Seeing that Yi Chen was only at the peak of the 3rd layer, yet he was able to come out safely, this life and death king was stunned. Leaving Bloodlight Ocean, Yi Chen turned into a sword light and shot toward Eternal Sky Sect. I'm almost at Eternal Sky Sect. I heard that Eternal Sky Sect has a titled monarch protecting it. Therefore, it hasn't been destroyed for hundreds of years. I wonder if it's true? In the void millions of li away from Eternal Sky Sect, Copper Sword King hesitated. I'm only going to witness that kid's potential. I'm not looking for trouble. I should be fine. Copper Sword King inwardly said. Just as he was about to continue on his way, Copper Sword King's soul power suddenly sensed a figure. The figure was heading in the same direction as him. It's him. A joyous expression appeared on Copper Sword King's face. As far as he was concerned, not going to Eternal Sky Sect was the best outcome. Turning around, Copper Sword King flew for a few breaths before waving his hand. The spatial barrier split open, and his entire body shot out like a sword light. Far in the distance, a figure was flying over. What's the matter, Senior? Yi Chen stopped and sized up Copper Sword King. You're Yi Chen? Copper Sword King was also sizing up Yi Chen. If Senior is not mistaken, then it's me. Yi Chen nodded. I heard you have a supreme great sword. I wonder if you can take it out, and let me have a look. Copper Sword King went straight to the point, not beating around the bush. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Yi Chen said, Senior, are you here for Yi Chen's sword? Right. Then Senior will be disappointed. Yi Chen will not hand over the sword. Copper Sword King's sword chi was exceptionally powerful, even several times stronger than that masked man. Yi Chen was absolutely not his opponent. However, since the other party wanted to snatch his Sky Scorpio sword, he couldn't let him have his way. Therefore, he could only ask for Yuan Emperor's image first. With the strength of Yuan Emperor's image, dealing with Copper Sword King shouldn't require much Zhen Yuan. I didn't ask you to hand it over. Do you think I'll let you do that with my strength? Copper Sword King slightly shook his head and continued. How about this? I'll suppress my cultivation base to about the same level as you. As long as you can take 3 of my sword strikes, I'll immediately turn around and leave. If you can't, I'll have to borrow your supreme grade sword for 3 months. Copper Sword King's words left Yi Chen somewhat astonished. He had thought that the other party had come to snatch his sword, but it turned out to be to borrow it. Although he might not be trustworthy, in Yi Chen's opinion, it was somewhat believable. With the other party's strength, there was no need for him to deceive him. If he really wanted to snatch the sword, he could just snatch it by force. My apologies, but Junior can't take 3 moves from Senior. Suppressing one's cultivation base was only suppressing the quantity of Zhen Yuan. In terms of purity, it was still much higher than Yi Chen's. Yi Chen wasn't afraid of this. He also had the destruction sword intent. However, powerful life and death kings all had powerful profound martial skills. For example, the masked man's thunder and fire profound martial skills were frighteningly powerful. He believed that Copper Sword King wouldn't be weak. You're quite meticulous. Copper Sword King smiled. These 3 sword strikes of mine are ordinary moves. If you feel that it's unfair, you can change your mind. Is Senior serious? This time, Yi Chen was even more astonished. Of course. All right, then Junior will take 3 sword strikes from Senior. Yi Chen agreed. You're indeed courageous. I hope your strength is as formidable as your courage. As he spoke, Copper Sword King's gaze turned extremely sharp. His entire being seemed like a peerless sword. First sword. Copper Sword King's figure suddenly moved as he pushed his speed to the limit. Any faster, and he would have disappeared into the void. Chi. Copper Sword King's sword slashed at Yi Chen. The cyan sword light seemed ordinary, but it carried a soul-shaking aura. It was as if this sword could even destroy one's soul. As Copper Sword King said, he had already suppressed his cultivation base. The Zhen Yuan contained in this sword strike was more or less the same as Yi Chen's. Only, the Zhen Yuan was extremely pure and couldn't be suppressed. Leaving behind a pitch-black sword scar in the air. It was as swift as a swan. Sword Domain. Facing Copper Sword King's ordinary sword strike, Yi Chen didn't dare to be negligent. He had a feeling that this sword strike was extraordinary. It contained the mysteries of Sword Dao, somewhat similar to Battle King's platinum sword body. Sure enough, it can't change the trajectory of his sword by a large margin. The appearance of Sword Domain had only slightly deviated Copper Sword King's sword light. If left unchecked, Yi Chen would definitely be hit. Clang. Unsheathing the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen's sword collided with Copper Sword King's longsword. Blazing sparks flew everywhere. Copper Sword King retreated. Good, your sword domain has actually reached the peak of the first layer. You're not far from the second layer. Copper Sword King applauded. Chapter 890. Ding ding ding. Yi Chen retreated dozens of steps. His hand holding the evil vanquishing sword was numb, and a trace of blood flowed down. Copper Sword King's sword was extremely powerful, and the sword energy was condensed to an extreme degree. It was as if the power contained in this sword was a whole entity, and didn't need to be condensed or dispersed. On the other hand, no matter how condensed Yi Chen's sword energy was, in the end, a level lower. Sword Yuan. Yi Chen finally understood why Copper Sword King's sword was somewhat similar to Battle King's platinum sword body. It turned out that Copper Sword King also had a sword body, and the Zhen Yuan cultivated by a sword body was also called Sword Yuan. Sword Yuan was like Sword Light, except that other sword artists could only activate Sword Light, while sword bodies could store Sword Light and then display it. Once it was condensed, one would be able to imagine how powerful it would be. In terms of foundation, sword bodies were a level higher. Of course, when a sword body encountered sword domain, it would still be slightly restrained. If not for sword domain, Yi Chen wouldn't have been pushed back dozens of steps. He would have definitely vomited blood. I thought it was only the first layer of sword domain. I didn't expect it to be the peak of the first layer. Although the gap between the first layer and the peak of the first layer didn't seem that big, Copper Sword King was very clear that if it was only the first layer, it wouldn't have been able to distort his sword's trajectory and deflect it. Take my second sword. Copper Sword King's figure leaped up, and the long sword in his hand trembled. Hundreds of sword flowers enveloped Yi Chen's body. Each flower carried a spiraling power, and with the help of Sword Yuan, its might was astonishing. Yi Chen's eyes shone brightly as he pushed sword domain to the limit, trying his best to distort the original trajectory of the sword flowers. At the same time, the evil vanquishing sword slashed out hundreds of times. Ordinary sword skills naturally couldn't block these spiraling sword flowers. Therefore, Yi Chen used vibration sword arts. Although Yi Chen hadn't studied vibration sword arts since the life and death secret realm closed, his body had long since become familiar with the power of vibration. Adding on the fact that his spirit body had already broken through to the fifth step, the vibration power was like a breeze to Yi Chen. Ding ding dang dang. A rain of light exploded around Yi Chen. The collision of the vibrating force and the spiraling force caused the trajectory of the light rain to be strange and soul-stirring. Vibration power. Copper Sword King squinted his eyes. In his memory, the demonic blade sect's demonic blade arts walked the path of vibration power. In the hands of the demonic blade king, the might of the demonic blade arts was even more terrifying. With one slash, a king of the same realm would definitely be injured, or their weapon would be sent flying. Unless one's strength was a level higher than him, they wouldn't be his opponent. Amazing. Take my third strike. This strike is also an ordinary sword technique. However, unlike ordinary sword techniques, you'll definitely not be able to distort the trajectory of this strike unless you've attained level 2 sword domain. Being unable to deal with Yi Chen with 2 sword moves, Copper Sword King felt a little embarrassed. With the third sword move, he had to suppress Yi Chen no matter what. Borrowing the sword or not was secondary. Alright, I also have a sword move. Let's see if Senior can break it. Copper Sword King was a life and death king, and his attack speed far surpassed any sword artist under life and death realm. Adding the fact that he was using an ordinary sword move, his speed was even faster. This left Yi Chen with no time to use congealing water and bewitching mirror shattering. He could only use the inferior vibrating sword arts. Fortunately, ever since he created the vibrating sword arts, he had gained some insights. Based on Lan Sanmei's demonic chop, he had created a killer move. This killer move's preparation time was very short, and it was all about speed. Spiraling Flying Flower Sword. Spiraling Flying Flower Sword was originally a profound sword move. However, Copper Sword King had said that he wouldn't use a killer move, so he temporarily changed it into an ordinary sword move. It only contained a unique sword energy and no profound. The moment the sword appeared, the space twisted, and numerous spiraling cracks appeared in the space. With Yi Chen's sword rule at the peak of the first layer of sword domain, It was indeed hard for him to twist the trajectory, unless the opponent was in existence on the same level as him. The evil shattering sword had long since been replaced by the Sky Scorpio sword. Holding the sword with both hands, Yichen held his breath and slashed out the moment Copper Sword King's sword arrived. Sky-cutting sword. A dazzling golden light dyed the space, and the vibrating power instantly reached a peak that Yichen couldn't reach under normal circumstances. Kalala. The complete spiraling sword energy and vibrating sword energy collided, and the space shattered like glass. The shattered arc-shaped sword chi and intermittent vibrating sword chi shot toward the two. By relying on sword domain, Yichen was unscathed and easily distorted the arc-shaped sword chi. Meanwhile, Copper Sword King's protective sword Yuan was also ridiculously powerful, easily deflecting the vibrating sword chi. On the third move, both sides were evenly matched. Of course, Yichen had the advantage of the Sky Scorpio sword. This kid is truly frightening. Retracting his sword and retreating, Copper Sword King gravely sized up Yichen. The spiraling flying flower sword was actually between an ordinary sword move and an ultimate move. He originally thought that this move would be enough to defeat Yichen, but he didn't expect the opponent to also have such a frightening move. The vibrating power it contained reached a peak in a split second, making his palm somewhat numb. What a frightening spiraling sword energy. Yichen also admired Copper Sword King quite a bit. Although each sword flower of Copper Sword King's second sword also contained a spiraling power, it wasn't much. It walked the path of winning through quantity. However, the spiraling power of the third sword was more than 10 times stronger. It even faintly produced a centripetal force, allowing the body to scatter but not the spirit. If not for the Sky Scorpio sword, this move would have disintegrated the muscles of his right arm. In the void, an extremely secretive soul power seeped out. How is this possible? He really didn't die? A spatial power curled around his body, causing the masked man to cry out in surprise. His Thunder Fire Force Sky was his most powerful ace attack. The 4 layers of palm power stacked together was something that even he did not dare to take head-on. Although the stacking would inevitably cause some damage, it was still not something a kid at the peak of the 3rd level of life and death challenge could handle. This made him very confused and angry. Lord is right. This kid's threat is too great. He can't be allowed to enter life and death realm. Otherwise, he'll be in existence comparable to Battle King and Xianhou. No, he might be even more frightening. Quietly retracting his soul power, the masked man prepared to leave. Who's there? Copper Sword King roared and thrust his sword. The spiraling sword energy pierced through the spatial barrier, containing wind profound and metal profound. It was more than 10 times stronger than the third sword, and instantly arrived before the masked man. Puff. The masked man's head was pierced, and his soul power scattered. Consciousness projection? Copper Sword King's eyes squinted. He didn't care about killing the masked man in one strike. Ordinary mid-step kings rarely could block his sword. This was the killing power of his sword Yuan. Chapter 891. In the end, Yichen's soul power couldn't compare to Copper Sword King's, so he asked, Senior, who is it? It's a consciousness projection with a mask on its face. Copper Sword King smiled bitterly in his heart. His consciousness projection already had the strength of a mid-step king, so his real body was most likely a high-step king. Moreover, he could only be considered a tyrant among mid-step kings, barely able to contend against ordinary high-step kings. The masked man. An image flashed through Yichen's mind. Could he be here to see if I'm dead or not? The masked man had no enmity with him, but he wanted him dead. It was obvious that he was specifically targeting him. He could feel an invisible net gradually closing in on him. It was indescribably dangerous. Kid, you've offended quite a lot of people? Copper Sword King turned his head with a gloomy expression. He was sure that the masked man wasn't targeting him. Since it wasn't targeting him, it was obviously targeting Yichen. He didn't expect to offend a high-step king for no reason. It would be strange if he wasn't gloomy. Actually, I don't know who he is. How could Yichen know that he was being targeted by otherworldly experts? Moreover, he didn't know that Battle King and Xianhou were killed by these people. Forget it. Perhaps I shouldn't have come. Copper Sword King shook his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts, and continued. I said that if you can take 3 of my swords, I won't make things difficult for you. Now that I've done that, I'll keep my word. Many thanks, Senior. For Yi Chun, it was best not to use the image of Yuan Emperor. This was his life-saving trump card. Dispelling the thought of supreme grade swords, Copper Sword King became interested in Yi Chun. As far as I know, in the entire Elysium, there are only 5 people with sword domain, and 4 of them are in my Sky Sword continent. Only you aren't from there. TSK. Do you know what the highest level of sword domain is? No. Yi Chun shook his head. 3 levels. Copper Sword King said, the sword domain has a total of 9 layers, but the sword domain is much harder to improve than the spirit body and will. With every layer, the laws of the sword will become several times stronger. If your sword domain reaches the peak of the 2nd layer, then even if I go all out, I might not be able to defeat you easily. At the 3rd layer, as long as your true yuan doesn't run out, then I won't be able to do anything to you. Of course, your strength is still low, so I can't do anything to you, and you can't defeat me either. Copper Sword King possessed sword yuan, so his offense and defense were several times stronger than other kings of the same rank. He could contend against ordinary high-level kings for a while. Of course. If Yi Chun had to choose between 2 opponents, and one was an ordinary high-level king and the other was Copper Sword King, Yi Chun would rather choose an ordinary high-level king. At the very least, the opponent's defense wouldn't be too excessive. On the other hand, if he chose Copper Sword King, he might not be able to injure him even after exhausting his Zhen Yuan, let alone defeat him. Sky Sword Continent gathers the sword chi of the world, and it even has a strange space sword world. If you have the opportunity, you can go there. It'll be of great help to your sword Dao. Of course, you'd better raise your cultivation base to life and death realm. I can restrain my thoughts of seizing supreme grade swords, but others might not be able to. Dragon Kings don't have long lifespans, and this is something everyone knows. Since he had given up on the supreme grade sword, Copper Sword King decided to befriend Yi Chun. Alright, I'll be leaving first. Copper Sword King didn't want to stay any longer. His figure flickered and disappeared into the void. Sword artists are mostly resolute, and Copper Sword King is no exception. Muttering to himself, Yi Chun turned around and flew in the direction of Eternal Sky Sect. The second appearance of the masked man added a trace of urgency to Yi Chun. With his current strength, he didn't have the confidence to safely escape from the assassination of a high-step king. More importantly, he didn't know if he had the time to summon Yuan Emperor's image or not. This was because high-step kings either didn't make a move, or if they did, it would be a fatal blow. Comprehending the life Tao is the most pressing matter. On Eternal Sky Sect's Elder Peak, Yi Chun let out a long sigh. Suddenly Yi Chun raised his head. Your senses are quite sharp. Spatial ripples appeared in the secret chamber, and a white-haired old man walked out. Senior Dragon King. A trace of astonishment flickered on Yi Chun's face as he stepped forward and saluted sincerely. Dragon King had a benevolent smile on his face as he said, Every time I see you, I can see you advancing by leaps and bounds. This is truly great. I didn't expect to see 2 powerful juniors grow so quickly before I die. Senior Dragon King, since you can surpass the limit of lifespan, you should be able to extend your lifespan, right? There are indeed methods to extend lifespan, but now is not the time. Moreover, it's practically a dead end. Dragon King's expression turned grave. Dead end. Yi Chun had a bad premonition. It's useless to tell you this now. You'll know in the future. I came this time to understand your progress, and also to bid farewell. Senior wants to challenge that dead end. With Yi Chun's intelligence, he immediately guessed. Everyone dies one day. Being able to die a few years later than others is already heaven's kindness. Dragon King didn't want to linger on this topic, so he said, I can see that you've already comprehended Death Tao. Now, as long as you comprehend Life Tao and verify them, you'll be able to enter Life and Death realm. However, Life Tao is the most difficult to comprehend. Back then, Young Girl comprehended Death Tao at the age of 31, and Life Tao at the age of 34. She only entered Life and Death realm after a year. I have no doubts about your comprehension. But I must warn you that you mustn't be anxious while comprehending Life Tao. The more anxious you are, the further away you will be from Life Tao. You must wholeheartedly immerse yourself in comprehending Life Tao. Sense the existence of nature. Sense the vitality of myriad things. Sense the ordinary things that you normally don't pay attention to. And comprehend the cruelty and darkness of life. Therefore, the reason why many geniuses fail to enter life and death realm is because they walk too far on this path. Senior Dragon King, I believe that I will comprehend Life Tao very soon. Yi Chen was different from others. He had already experienced true life and death once. His arrival was, in fact, obtaining life from death. Of course, it was impossible for him to comprehend Life Tao immediately. What he comprehended was only his own life, and not the lives of myriad things. However, with this as a breakthrough, his starting point was higher than others. That's for the best. Dragon King didn't doubt that Yi Chen's words were meant to reassure him. After dozens of years of observation, both he and Xianhou were very clear about Yi Chen's temperament. To be honest, Yi Chen was very frightening. He had never seen such a frightening youngster before. Many people knew their own weaknesses, but they couldn't avoid them. On the other hand, Yi Chen could always reflect on himself and improve himself. Sometimes, Dragon King even felt that he and Yi Chen weren't people of the same world. It was a very strange feeling. Senior, can't you wait for me to enter life and death realm before attempting that path of death? Yi Chen didn't wish for Dragon King to die. There were certainly many secrets in this world that he didn't know. It's too late. If I don't do it now, I'm afraid I won't have the chance. Dragon King shook his head with a bitter smile. After I leave, I'll leave that girl Su Jing to you. Of course. This is my first time coming to Eternal Sky Sect. Little Li was also a sword Dao genius back in the day. Unfortunately, he died early and couldn't bring out his full potential. Otherworldly people have always been the cancer of my Elysium. Since ancient times, countless people have died in their hands. Right, I wonder who is guarding Eternal Sky Sect. Perhaps I know him. As he spoke, Dragon King suddenly released his soul power, spreading it out in all directions. What a hidden soul power. I can only sense a trace of fluctuation. If Dragon King wasn't right in front of him, Yi Chen might not have been able to sense the fluctuation of Dragon King's soul power. The reason he could sense it now was because he was mentally prepared. Dragon King's brows creased as he suddenly grabbed Yi Chen's shoulder. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. The next moment, the space reversed, and Yi Chen and Dragon King appeared in the middle of the mountain range behind Eternal Sky Sect. Yi Chen felt a little dizzy, but he quickly steadied his mind. Senior, what's wrong? There's something strange. There's an extremely mysterious formation below. However, this formation seems to have been slightly damaged, causing its aura to leak out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to discover it. Formation? Yi Chen recalled that he had fought with Poison Fire King and Bloodhand King here. Could that battle have caused the geographical environment to change, exposing this formation? Of course, his soul power wasn't as strong as Dragon King's, so he didn't discover it. Come, let's go down. Dragon King's body glowed with an earthy yellow radiance, like an earth escape technique. He brought Yi Chen down quickly. Along the way, Yi Chen almost couldn't feel the existence of the space. The Dragon King stopped when he reached a depth of 30 to 40,000 meters. Wang. He stretched out his palm, and the earthy yellow radiance spread out. The soil in front of Dragon King was automatically pushed aside, forming a huge underground space. In the middle of the underground space, there was an earth ball. The diameter of the earth ball was about 30 meters, perfectly round without a trace of imperfection. A weak formation ripple was transmitted from it. It's the Fire King's spirit permeating formation. The so-called spirit permeating formation was to prevent soul power from detecting it. When soul power scanned over, it would directly ignore this area, treating it as ordinary soil. Who is Fire King? Dragon King said. When I was young, I had met Fire King a few times. However, he disappeared afterward. If the protector of Eternal Sky Sect is him, then he must have been crowned as an emperor. It wouldn't be wrong to call him Fire Emperor. However, I remember that he was about 70 or 80 years older than me. Fire Emperor is dead. Yi Chen looked at the earth ball. Dead or not, we'll know once we break this spirit-permeating formation. Dragon King closed his eyes, and his soul power seeped into the earth ball, carefully sensing the pattern of the spirit-permeating formation. After a long time, Dragon King opened his eyes. How brilliant! Fortunately, this formation is damaged. It seems that the energy to maintain it is insufficient. Otherwise, I might not be able to break it. Voila! Dragon King's soul power shook, and the earth ball collapsed, revealing a purple light ball. In the middle of the light ball, there was a figure sitting cross-legged with his head lowered. Chapter 892. It's indeed Fire King. No, it's Fire Emperor. The Dragon King sighed and said, for hundreds of years, I ignored the affairs of the world and hid my tracks, also that I could devote myself wholeheartedly to cultivation and improve my combat power. Unfortunately, in the end, it was all for naught. To think that Senior Fire Emperor is already dead. Yi Chen had always been curious about the monarch protecting Eternal Sky Sect. Today he saw him, but it was just a dead man. If this news were to spread out, Eternal Sky Sect would definitely be on the verge of collapse and might be destroyed in an instant. After all, the only reason Eternal Sky Sect could survive was because of Fire Emperor's deterrence to the outside world. Senior Dragon King. What level has Senior Fire Emperor reached? Yi Chen asked. The Dragon King said, back then when I met him he was already the strongest person under titled monarchs. With his talent and perception that far surpassed mine, ordinary titled monarchs would not be his opponent. He is already very close to being able to leave his mark on the Emperor Scar Steel. Moreover, I heard that in order to preserve the Eternal Sky Sect, the Fire Emperor had once revealed a trump card. It was this trump card that made the entire Blood Sky continent not dare to touch the Eternal Sky Sect. Not even titled monarchs. Revealing a supreme move to intimidate the entire Blood Sky continent? Right, Senior Battle King had once met an old man who could condense a sun-like fireball. The fireball contained the profound of fire, water, and earth. Moreover, the three profound were already at perfection. Even if they were not completely fused, it was still very terrifying and could easily destroy a large star. Could that old man be Fire Emperor? Yi Chen had some ideas. Come, let's go in. Fire Emperor should have left some information. Dragon King stepped into the purple light ball, and Yi Chen followed behind. The purple light ball was like nothing, and the two walked in without any obstruction. In their line of sight, Fire Emperor's head was lowered, his face was pale, and his eyes were closed. There was not a trace of vitality in his body. However, the passage of time did not leave any marks on his body. His flesh was still full, without any signs of loosening. The aura he emitted even made it hard for Yi Chen to breathe. The energy has not dissipated, and his body still contains an extremely powerful might. Do not resist or counterattack, or his body will explode, destroying anyone who approaches. Dragon King reminded Yi Chen. Yes. Yi Chen nodded, not daring to do anything inappropriate. In front of the Fire Emperor were 3 jade slips. The Dragon King picked up the first jade slip and said softly, "It's a voice recording jade slip." As he poured his true essence into it, a vigorous and slightly aged voice sounded out. "Do the heavens really want to destroy my Elysium? And let those otherworldly people do whatever they want? When will my Elysium truly belong to us, free from the otherworldly oppression, and free to come and go as we please? Unfortunately, I can't wait for that day. Fated One, I have nothing good to give you. In the storage ring, there are many supreme-grade materials and millions of supreme-grade spirit stones. The 2 jade slips contain my 2 top-grade profound martial skills, Sunlight Sky, and Merciless Water and Fire. Comprehend them well. I really hope that you can break through the otherworldly oppression and become the first person in my Elysium since ancient times. One day, you can avenge the blood feud of my Elysium. Perhaps this is an extravagant hope, but hope is better than despair. That's all. I'm tired." The voice gradually weakened. Yi Chen and the Dragon King remained silent for a long time. The Fire Emperor's voice was filled with unwillingness, both for himself and for the common people of Elysium. This kind of deep unwillingness made his tone extremely infectious. Yi Chen and the Dragon King felt as if they were there, stifling a mouthful of anger in their hearts. 6-star battle strength. Even 6-star battle strength can't break through. I'm afraid I won't be able to escape either. But my time is up, and I have no choice but to go, the Dragon King said in a low voice. Yi Chen asked again, Senior Dragon King, what star battle strength do you have? From the Fire Emperor's words, it wasn't hard for Yi Chen to guess that the so-called star battle strength was used to evaluate the strength of life and death kings. I have 5-star battle strength. At present, apart from a few hidden old monsters, the highest is 5-star battle strength, such as Su King, Air Emperor, and me. Of course, 5-star battle strength also varies. Su King and the rest have already reached the high level of 5-star battle strength, and I'm a bit lacking. Little Yen Girl has also almost reached this level. Su King and Air Emperor have 5-star battle strength. Yi Chen's brows creased. In that case, low-level kings should have 1-star battle strength, mid-level kings should have 2-star battle strength, high-level kings should have 3-star battle strength, peak kings should have 4-star battle strength, and titled emperors should have 5-star battle strength. Senior Dragon King was the strongest among peak kings, having broken through 4-star battle strength and reached 5-star battle strength. Senior Su Anho was also the same. If Senior Yuan Emperor didn't die, he should be stronger than Senior Fire Emperor, at least 7-star battle strength. Yi Chen guessed inwardly. Dragon King's next words confirmed Yi Chen's conjecture. To leave a mark on the Emperor Scar Steel, 7-star battle strength is the bottom line. However, this kind of person hasn't appeared in several tens of thousands of years. Even 6-star battle strength is rare. I've lived for more than 1,000 years, and as far as I know, there are only 2 or 3 6-star battle strength. Fire Emperor is one, and Sky Martial Region's undying old ancestor is another. As for the third, I'm not too sure. However, Elysium cannot be without titled monarchs. Therefore, the standard for titled monarchs has dropped to 5-star battle strength. Because I rarely reveal my true strength, I haven't been titled monarch. Of course, this is meaningless to me. Dragon King continued to explain. Senior Dragon King, Senior Fire Emperor said to charge through the path of death? Yi Chen couldn't help but be curious. Nodding, Dragon King said, yes. Since ancient times, have many people tried to charge through this path of death? Seeing Yi Chen asking so many questions, Dragon King knew that if he didn't reveal a bit, it would only make Yi Chen have more distracting thoughts. To charge through the path of death, one has to have at least 5-star battle strength. However, this was the ancient era. After that, the path of death became a true path of death. You should know some of the records of the 4 extreme great emperor. He once charged through the path of death. Unfortunately, he failed and even suffered from irrecoverable injuries. Even the 4 extreme great emperor failed. Yi Chen couldn't help sucking in a deep breath. The 4 extreme great emperor was a titled monarch who left his mark on the Emperor Scar Steel. His battle strength was at least at the 7-star rank. If even he failed, how could the Dragon King succeed? Don't worry, the path of death has fluctuations. Moreover, if one's luck is extremely good, even 5-star battle strength can pass through. Over 1,000 years ago, a titled monarch with 5-star battle strength passed through the path of death. Of course, it's also normal if one fails. In any case, even if I don't try, I'll still die. There's no hope, so I might as well try my luck. Yi Chen faintly nodded. He knew that the Dragon King had already made up his mind. If he didn't attempt it now, his chances would grow smaller and smaller. Before death, one's body would be in a very poor state. Although the Dragon King was a life and death king, and his condition couldn't be that bad, he would still be affected. Only in the final radiance of the setting sun would he be able to erupt with his peak battle strength. Unfortunately, that would be the time of his death. I'll leave Fire Emperor's storage ring and top-grade profound martial skills for you. Although you cultivate sword Dao and research sword moves, you can use Fire Emperor's profound martial skills to perfect your own sword arts. If your sword arts can reach Fire Emperor's level, you'll have peak 5-star battle strength at the very least. The Dragon King waved his hand, and the storage ring on Fire Emperor's finger fell off, along with the 2 jade strips on the ground, into Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen didn't decline. He knew that these things were useless to the Dragon King. In a moment, I'll rearrange this place and conceal the aura of this place. Remember, don't tell anyone about Fire Emperor's death, not even Eternal Sky Sex people. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Before you reach life and death realm, you can only be careful. Yichen understands. Yichen naturally wouldn't reveal the news of Fire Emperor's death. The two walked out of the purple light sphere. The Dragon King formed a seal with both hands, and an astonishing earthen yellow radiance covered the purple light sphere. Soon, the purple light sphere was once again covered by the earthen sphere. Not a single trace of aura leaked out. Even when Yichen used his soul power to probe, he couldn't find anything inside. His soul power directly passed through. Let's go. After arranging everything, the Dragon King grabbed Yichen and teleported to the secret chamber where Yichen was previously staying. Letting out a breath, the Dragon King instructed one last time. Once the news of my death spreads, Dragon God's Celestial Palace will be in grave danger. Little girl Yan's strength is weak, and she won't be able to protect Dragon God's Celestial Palace. However, I've already arranged the true elites of Dragon God's Celestial Palace into a secret realm. Little girl Su Jing is also there. When you hear the news of Dragon God's Celestial Palace's destruction, don't be impulsive. As long as you're alive, everything can be restarted. Yichen didn't speak. He could only feel his blood boiling and burning. This is the Dragon Pearl for finding secret realms. It's better than yours. As for how to enter secret realms, there are detailed records inside. Spend some time, and you should be able to learn it. The Dragon King took out a golden dragon pearl from his storage ring and handed it over to Yichen. Yichen could sense the aura of a giant dragon contained within the golden dragon ball, which was very similar to the aura emitted by Su Jing. The moment he held the golden dragon ball in his hand, he seemed to have a connection with some place. However, this connection was very vague, and it was hard for him to find it with his current cultivation. I'm leaving. I'll leave everything to you. The Dragon King raised his head, his gaze piercing through the secret chamber, and landing on the boundless starry sky. Senior Dragon King, take care. Yichen cupped his fists and bowed. The next moment, the Dragon King's body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the boundless starry sky. A white light flickered as the Dragon King flew toward the depths of the starry sky. Raising his head and straightening his body, Yichen took a few deep breaths. My strength is still too weak. Senior Dragon King doesn't even tell me some secrets, fearing that I'll take risks and affect my comprehension of life Tao. Chapter 893. The two jade slips left behind by the Fire Emperor contain top-grade profound martial arts. Even the Void Emperor and Space Emperor might not be able to research such a level of martial arts, because it was too difficult to fuse several kinds of profound together. Even if they could be fused, they would need to create a profound enough martial arts framework. Both were indispensable. Yichen didn't plan to learn these two peak profound martial skills at the moment. It wasn't that he didn't fancy them, nor did he think he couldn't learn them. Rather, he didn't want to be distracted. The most important thing for him at the moment was to comprehend the life Tao, then verify the death Tao and life Tao, and enter life and death realm. The moment he entered life and death realm, he would be able to enter the state of being one with the heavens at all times. Comprehending anything would be several times faster, perhaps even 10 times faster. However, when I enter life and death realm, I'll need peak 3-star battle strength. Otherwise I'll be lacking. Peak 3-star battle strength was equivalent to peak high-step kings, second only to peak kings. At present, Yichen was more or less an ordinary mid-step king, far from this level. A slightly stronger high-step king could kill him in one move, and a powerful high-step king could easily kill him from hundreds or even thousands of li away, not to mention peak kings. It could be said that the further one went, the greater the disparity between levels would become. This was because it was no longer a disparity in cultivation base, but a disparity in battle strength. 1 was 1, and 2 was 2. Even Yichen couldn't defeat a 3-star battle strength expert with 2-star battle strength. If he could, then Yichen wouldn't just be a 2-star battle strength expert, but a 3-star battle strength expert. Gao Ziyuan, this sword is for you. In Supreme Elder's palace, Yichen took out the 100 Era's sword. With a shake of his hand, The sword stabbed into the ground beside Gao Ziyuan, overflowing with sword qi. Supreme Elder? Gao Ziyuan revealed a hesitant expression. He could see that this sword contained an extremely powerful immortal power, even stronger than his immortal sword intent. As far as he was concerned, this sword was no weaker than a pseudo-supreme grade sword. You've already become a half-step king. How can you not have a good sword? It had been half a year since Yi Chun had arrived at the school. During this time, because of Yi Chun, the school's development was not bad. The number of disciples had doubled. However, there were only a few who could be considered as the core of the school. Gao Ziyuan did not disappoint, and had successfully become a half-step king half a month ago. A genius half-step king was different from an ordinary half-step king, but their weapons had to be up to par. Yi Chun did have a semi-supreme grade sword in his storage ring, but it was not as good as the 100 Eras sword. The immortal sword intent contained within the 100 Eras sword was extremely compatible with Gao Ziyuan. In his hands, the 100 Eras sword was just an ordinary pseudo-supreme grade sword. Thank you, Grand Elder. Gao Ziyuan bowed in gratitude. All right, I'll be leaving Eternal Sky Sect for a period of time. It might be 1 year or 2 years. During this period, Eternal Sky Sect will be relying on you to protect it. With you and Elder Lu, Eternal Sky Sect should not be bullied. Elder Lu's dementia was actually caused by a blood clot in his head. As time passed and Yi Chun gave him precious pellets, he had gradually recovered. With Elder Lu and Gao Ziyuan, unless someone wanted to invade Eternal Sky Sect, there should be no problem. Don't worry, Great Elder. Ziyuan will protect Eternal Sky Sect. Even when Eternal Sky Sect was in a difficult situation, Gao Ziyuan could persevere, let alone now. On the second day, Yi Chun left Eternal Sky Sect. To comprehend the life Tao, one had to walk more and see more. Rumble. Above the surging ocean, black clouds covered the sky. A powerful whirlwind swept up the seawater, forming water pillars that connected the sky and the earth. Silver lightning snakes shot through the sky. Occasionally, some of them would entangle together, forming a thick lightning dragon. The frightening electricity even numbed the air. Under the black clouds, a silhouette was flying. Nature also has its own unique life. When it's not angry, it's calm and tranquil. But once it's angry, the winds and clouds change, filling the sky with killing intent. Lightning snakes struck Yi Chun's body from time to time, dispersing the water pillars that connected the sky, and the earth wanted to pull Yi Chun over. In such a vile environment, even an astral-reaching expert would have to be careful. The storms of the endless ocean couldn't be compared to the storms of the continent. Of course, for Yi Chun it was nothing more than a tickle. The range of the storm was limited. After flying for several tens of thousands of li, Yi Chun left the storm zone. The sky turned sunny again. Compared to the black storm zone behind him, it was like heaven and hell. A rainbow hung in the sky. Yi Chun faintly seemed to have comprehended something, but it also seemed to be nothing. My comprehension is still not enough. Yi Chun continued his journey. That giant whale most likely can't beat the sea snake. On the endless ocean, battles were taking place all the time. Territorial disputes between sea beasts could be seen everywhere. In Yi Chun's vision, a 9th-grade giant whale and a 9th-grade sea snake were fighting. The billows they raised were not inferior to a small storm. The seawater surged for 1,000 meters. The sky was sometimes clear, and sometimes dark clouds covered the sky. Sometimes, gales blew chaotically, and sometimes, lightning snakes struck. In the chaotic whirlpool, the island-like giant whale and the several thousand meters long sea snake were entangled. If an ordinary person saw this scene, their legs would probably tremble in fear. In the end, the sea snake bit the giant whale, and its poison entered the giant whale's body through its teeth. The giant whale gradually stopped struggling, its vitality completely gone. Nature is cruel. It's natural selection, survival of the fittest. Although Yi Chun had known about this before, he had rarely calmed down and tried to understand the meaning behind it. It was like there were some things that everyone could understand and say, but those who could truly understand the deeper meaning behind it were few and far between. Nature had a cruel side, but it also had a gentle side. Along the way, Yi Chun passed by a lot of islands. The islands were covered in lush greenery, and people lived peacefully. Farmers farmed, fishermen went out to sea to catch fish, and women took care of their children, doing housework. Yichen saw sincere smiles on their faces. Sometimes Yichen would live on the islands for a while, farming, fishing, playing with children, chatting with some elders, listening to their stories when they were young, as well as their understanding of life. Gradually, stubble started to grow on Yichen's face, which was getting thicker and thicker. However, his handsome appearance was enough to make a lot of girls fall head over heels for him. The pirates are here. The pirates are here. The fisherman ran down from the boat and shouted mournfully. Yichen looked over. On the ocean, dozens of fully armed battleships were approaching. The flags of these battleships all had white skulls as the background. There were martial artists on the island as well, but the most powerful ones were only at the Clasping Yuan realm, and there were only a few of them. Most of them were at the mortal realm. This was just an ordinary island. Haha, kill all the men, and bring back the pretty girls. On the leading battleship, a one-eyed man laughed arrogantly. The pirates behind him also laughed, their gazes vicious. This kind of ordinary life island was completely worthless to them. They could only vent their desires on some beautiful women, and then throw them into the sea to feed the fish. This wasn't the first time they had done such a thing. Young man, I know you're a powerful martial artist, but there are too many of them. You'd better run. The old man who often chatted with Yichen urged Yichen. Don't worry, old man. It's just some pirates. A cold light flickered in Yichen's eyes. Although he was comprehending the Tao of life, which had both a beautiful and dark side, he was comprehending life and death, not ignoring it. Leaping up, Yichen pulled out the evil vanquishing sword and slashed at the ocean. The frightening sword light was thousands of meters long, cutting a deep ravine in the ocean. Even the bottom of the ocean could be seen as it smashed forward with an irresistible force. Ah, it's a top expert. Run. Before the pirates even got close to the island, they were already scared out of their wits, desperately turning their ships around. Swoosh. All the battleships were cut open, and the pirates within the sword light's attack range were directly turned into ashes. The surrounding pirates were also affected by the sword wind, and turned into blood mist. One sword, and they were all dead. Rumble. The seawater poured in, filling up the cut open by the sword light. On the island, everyone was dumbfounded. So he's a top expert. I thought he was just an ordinary wandering martial artist. Some of the girls were sad. This kind of Yichen, they were not good enough for him. The pirates were destroyed, but Yichen understood that he could help for a while, but not forever. To survive in this world, he had to be powerful enough. There was a young genius on the island with a Clasping Yuan cultivation base. Seeing how powerful Yichen was, he sincerely came to take him as his master. Yichen taught him for a few days and left him some resources before leaving. After he left, the young man might die at the hands of the pirates, or he might become a world-shaking expert. Who knew the future? Yichen had only given him a hope of becoming an expert. In the boundless starry sky, there was a place that was dark and unfathomable. Bang, bang, bang. In the depths of the chaos, light flickered, and a frightening aura filled the starry sky. Ah! In the next moment, a loud cry was heard, and a blood mist was struck out of the chaos, sprinkling on a small star nearby. The star trembled slightly and blood flowed out. Humph! A mere 5-star battle strength dares to barge into this place? Truly reckless. A voice came from the depths of the chaos. Hee, 1,000 years ago, a 5-star battle strength expert sneaked out while we weren't paying attention. Perhaps they thought they could get out with good luck. That kind of thing only happens once in 10,000 times. With us guarding this place, not a single person from Elysium will be able to get out. Of course. But next time someone comes, let me take action. I haven't taken action in a long time, and the time for my rotation is almost here. Chapter 894. Rest assured, there will be plenty of opportunities. Once a great battle breaks out, someone will definitely escape. At that time, I won't fight with you. Hee, these words of yours are enough. Unfortunately, this is not our world. If we force our way in, we'll suffer a fundamental injury. Otherwise, we could also go in and slaughter and plunder the resources without restraint. With our strength, who could stop us? No rush. Countless years have passed, and Elysium is getting weaker and weaker. We're not far from success. Let's hope that day comes soon. The voices grew weaker and weaker until there was nothing left. On the nearby stars, blood was flowing everywhere. Some places had deep holes in them. It was hard to imagine how the blood could still have such power even after crossing such a long distance. Gotcha! A mound of earth suddenly bulged up on the surface of the star. The mound split open, and a figure drilled out. The dead end is indeed a dead end. Dragon King is also dead. 3,000 years of cultivation turned into blood splattering everywhere. The people of this world are simply too powerful. Unless those titled monarchs of my Elysium, who can leave their marks on the Emperor Scarsteel, come back to life, there's no way of crossing the dead end. The blood doesn't have the slightest bit of vitality? Impossible. A blood sphere floated in the figure's hand. The blood sphere didn't have the slightest trace of vitality. How was it blood? It was more like a red liquid. Dragon King was the one with the highest cultivation base among the human kings of Elysium. He had naturally reached the realm of blood rebirth. Although the difference in strength was too great, blood rebirth would be useless. The opponent could completely extinguish any vitality in the blood. But no matter what, it would at least leave behind some vitality. Creasing his brows, the figure pondered hard. On the boundless ocean, the number of pirates was innumerable. The smaller pirate groups only had a few hundred people, and the highest cultivation base was only at astral reaching realm. The bigger pirate groups had more than 10,000 people, some even reaching several tens of thousands. They had Sea of Soul realm experts and even Sea of Soul masters overseeing them. Wherever they went, countless people would be slaughtered, and countless islands would become barren. Facing pirates, Yichen only had one word for them, and that was to kill. Along the way, Yichen didn't know how many people he had killed. Perhaps it was hundreds of thousands, perhaps it was over 1,000,000. Life was cruel, and now he was the embodiment of cruelty against pirates. Death is unchanging, like a pool of stagnant water. Life is ever-changing. It can blossom like fireworks, rumble like cannon fire, sprout like grass, or be cruel like purgatory. Life is an unknown. No one knows where it will lead or where it will lead. Because it is ever-changing, I don't have to limit myself to passive comprehension. I want to actively approach the origin of life. If a life and death king were here, they would be astonished by Yi Chen's comprehension of life Tao. If death was static, then life was moving. Static things would never change, but moving things would always change. It was precisely because of the existence of life that there were so many changes in the world. There were so many civilizations. Life could be said to be the true essence of a complete world. All sorts of signs indicated that Yichen wasn't far from comprehending life Tao, and he didn't spend much time on it. On a small island covered in pure white snow, Yichen stopped slaughtering and returned to his original state. Life was not just a beautiful bloom. There would always be a time when a thin stream would flow for a long time. Alone on the small island, Yichen's heart was strangely tranquil, like an ancient well without any ripples. His heart was like a clear mirror, and everything that had happened before flashed through his heart like a clear mirror. On the lakeside, Yichen built a small wooden hut. At this moment, the snow had melted, welcoming spring. The withered grass by the lakeside began to sprout, growing a little bit every day. Every day, there would be a change. Winter has passed, and all living things have recovered. A light flickered in Yichen's heart as if he had grasped something. Day after day passed, and the snow-covered island turned into a green world, full of vitality. Life bloomed here, not changing because of the changes in the outside world. So that's how it is. No matter how many changes life has, its ultimate goal is to prove its existence. Be it slaughter, cruelty, darkness, gentleness, or beauty, it's all just a process. It's only a path leading to the origin of life. Life is the true essence of existence. Bang! As if a thunderbolt had flashed through his mind, Yichen suddenly felt enlightened. He took a deep breath, and the air was incomparably fragrant. At this moment, Yichen had finally comprehended life Tao. As soon as he comprehended life Tao, the life and death aura emanating from Yichen's body also underwent a huge change. Originally, the death aura was suppressing the life aura, but now, the two auras were on par. However, compared to ordinary peak third-layer life and death chamber experts, Yi Chen's life and death aura was more than twice as powerful. All that was left was a kick to the door of life and death realm. Since Yi Chen's life Dao had just been formed, the life and death aura uncontrollably leaked out. Wherever it touched, flowers bloomed and withered, and plants that flourished to the extreme gradually withered. It was quite similar to the scene in Life and Death's secret realm, but not as mysterious and profound. Break. Without Jinyuan or profound, Yi Chen lightly pressed his palm on a boulder by the lakeside. Puff. The boulder turned into dust, and dust fluttered in the air. After comprehending Death Dao and Life Dao, even if Yi Chen's realm didn't increase, his battle strength had increased by a level. That palm just now contained both the corrosion of Death Aura and the eruption of Life Aura. Life Dao has been formed. Next, I'll have to verify Death Dao and Life Dao to enter Life and Death realm. Life Dao was hard to comprehend, but the verification of Death Dao and Life Dao was a bit easier. Of course, this required time and couldn't be accomplished in one go. While Yi Chen was comprehending the Life Dao, countless people were searching for his traces. All of them were clad in blood-red robes, and their expressions were grim. Lord, I can't find him here. Lord, I can't find his trace. Lord, someone here has seen him, but he has left heading north. The masked man was holding a conch, from which a voice could be heard from time to time. Damn it. I must find him as soon as possible. The masked man's body was solid, and his aura was powerful. It was clearly his main body, and not a consciousness projection. After learning that Yi Chen had left Eternal Sky Sect and Blood Sky Continent, the masked man personally chased after him, accompanied by 4 life and death kings. Each of them had more than 1,000 blood-robed guards under their command. These blood-robed guards were all candidates for the Blood Sea's 50 pirates. Of course, some of them were still in the nurturing stage, and the resources they consumed could even bring down a 5th-grade sect. Moreover, these people were destined not to live for long. Each of them was overdrafting their life force to stimulate their potential. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.